We got to talk about Donald John Trump.
Is it still buzzing? Like, oh my days.
John Trump is up 10.25. It just took 20, guys. Ram, it just took that, that flat top that it had there at 20. We had gone up once, twice, and then on OB thrice, we took it. Now we're knocking the door of that third of a dollar. DJT is going, baby. Now it's about how we weasel into this trade. I'm sorry, I didn't say that. I'm going to wait for possibly a $20 dip, Joe. I'm not going to chase this thing, but DJT on the way up here, guys. Be careful with this one. It has a way of bamboozling you into, getting in at what you perceive to be good levels. I've been burned on it before. I'm interested at 20. 20 was an obvious top. Let's see if it can work its way down. As I always mention, with these small cap gapper style, I'm not saying this is a small cap gapper in the strict sense of the term, but these style stocks that are running these runners, I use the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart as an informal gauge of overbought conditions. When we get too far extended away from the 10 exponential, on the 5-minute, I tend to wait for a pullback. I'm not saying DJT is that far away right now, but it is getting into that level. If it gets that $half level, which it looks like it might, then we'll be awfully extended. I'm going to wait for a pullback into 20. Maybe it doesn't trade like that. It's been awfully respectful, though, of the 10 exponential. So maybe today it's not going to be the bamboozler in chief, but we'll see. In any event, it's made its way onto my side chart, and now it's on a trading screen. So we're going to keep tabs on this one, Joe. What are you looking at, my man? How's that FXI?
Hey, FXI, we're back in FXI, actually. So we'll touch on FXI in just a brief second. But I kind of want to show this head and shoulders pattern that kind of formed here on AMD. So you got the one shoulder, the head, and then the other, and then we break the support level here, and then we continue to the downside. So this stock has been absolutely breaking my heart with this selling here, but we had our trend line set, and once it broke that trend line, then we were out of the trade, right? No need to hold on to it. So it is lagging its peer a little bit, Nvidia. So we'll see if this stock can recover. As you can see, the volume picks up in that a little bit. So just as much as we show the winners, we want to emphasize on when we take a loss sometimes too. So now to speak on FXI, which we were going to do, we're back in this stock, right? We got squeezed out of our last bit there. So as you can see, we shorted at VWAP, got the move all the way down to the low of the day, stopped out break even here, and then now we're back in the stock. I would like a little bit better of an entry. So as you can see, I was talking about risk to reward yesterday, and this would vastly improve the risk reward if I have the entry a little bit better. But I was thinking, hey, does this thing squeeze because the ADRs have been going absolutely insane? So these things can squeeze at any given moment now. So what we're gonna have to do, we're gonna have to hold this a little bit longer to just below 33 threes, and then see if we can take some off the top there. But until then, we're just going back to what was working, right? So there's no need to go around and put yourself in stocks that you're not in the field with, or you're not in the groove with. So we're just gonna go what we're connected with and what has been working with us. And we have an AED $25 super chat at Sharif. Whatever gym videos you're watching on TikTok, it's working. Biceps are looking good, bro. Yes, they are.
I don't know, bro.
They are. He didn't mean to. He didn't mean to, right? So certified gym, bro. Absolutely, man. Locks in those gains straight to the bicep. Hey. Not only in the gym, but in the stock market as well, too. So that's what we're looking at, my friend.
I threw in a little bit of arms yesterday. Hey. Man, you can't just hit shoulders. Well, that's the thing. I do traps with shoulders, right? So you're going to have a lot of rowing, and then if you're having a lot of rowing, biceps are involved. So that's.
Do you notice when you shoulder press that you can curl heavier after that?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, like way heavier.
Dude, I'm getting scapular retraction in almost everything that I do now. I'm actually launching my chest press, launching my shoulders off the scapular retraction. So you rotate your scapula up first, and then you hit the push motion. Oh. It's fundamentally changed how, I'm not going to go into it right now, but it's fundamentally how I changed my workout. Goodness gracious, good God. What is Donald John Trump doing? Wow, it just blew through that $half ram up into that 3/4, and now the tape is moving. Now look how the level 2 and the tape is really starting to pick up in intensity and speed. A lot of market participation in now because it's really extended. I ain't touching this at this level. I need to get it to retrace a little bit now. What I'm looking at on the 5-minute chart right here is that the 10 exponential is now above the $20 area. Well, what is looking at actually using using $20 as that level of support. But if I'm going to base it off the 10 exponential, and history shows me, at least history intraday today, shows me that I should, because we have had no closing print south of that 10 exponential on the 5-minute since 10:25 this morning. And I would even submit to you that we opened up below the 10 exponential and we closed above it. In fact, even this red candle doesn't close below the 10 exponential. So there has been a lot of respect for the 10 EMA on the intraday 5-minute time frame right now on DJT. So I'm really interested in getting into this, but I'm not gonna get in aggressively. It's gonna have to set up properly. And you know what? Havana Woody was right. I mean, because I was yapping in there about how this was the bamboozler in chief, and he mentioned it. He remembered my trade. He's like, "You were not bamboozled. You paper-handed it with a tight stop." You're right. I remember that day specifically. You're absolutely right about that. Sometimes it's just hard to know, Joe, where to put these stops with Donald John Trump.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with like such a volatile stock too, right? It can get going at any minute. So where you're going to put in those stops will have a definitive out. It's not the easiest, especially when the stock fluctuates a little bit more than usual. So yeah, guys, we're just still here in FXI. We're waiting to see if this thing takes another leg lower. If it takes another leg lower, then that's really nice. As you can see, we were in it before. The entry was better. We got the move down, stop out, break even. Perfect. Now we're back in, and we're looking to break these levels here and take another leg down after 33.30, right? So we like that stuff. Guys, don't forget this. Tomorrow it's Sharif and Satea, and then Thursday we have part 2 of options. So make sure that you guys go back, review, get your pens and papers, learn a little bit about options in part 1, and then come to part 2 where we dive into the Greeks and then complex and beginner option strategies as well. So yeah, go Google head and shoulder. Let's see. Let's take a look here on Google head and shoulders. Pull up Google here. Absolutely possible. I mean, that stock was absolutely weak yesterday, and I didn't find out the catalyst on it until later in the day. And apparently, the judge ordered Google to open up its app store so it can be more equal for competitors and stuff. So yeah, that can definitely hurt the stock. Absolutely. So yeah, I mean, hey, it's not the most beautiful pattern, but it could possibly. I see what you're looking at. Is it definitive enough for me? I don't know about that. But again, I'm not one to really, I don't want to short this stock because it did have a really bad day yesterday, and Google can absolutely rebound on any given moment. It can flip on a dime totally. So I totally see what you're looking at with the head and shoulders on Google. Not a bad look, but just be wary of shorting the stock because I like Google. It's one of my second largest holding in the long term. So I'm not going to be bearish at all on the thing, Sharif.
Man, DJT really came in there. I missed it. Here it is. It came into 12s or 15s. Can't really tell on this chart, but there it is. Nice bounce back off there. Look, I don't know if this continues to go. I'm waiting for 20. We were waxing poetic about how it was extended using the 5, and I won't be convinced otherwise. Somebody in the chat was telling me you're not being specific enough. You're saying distance, we use pips. Look, I mean, it's a bit different because every stock is going to have different levels. I get what you're saying. You want some clarity. I don't have it for you. That's why it's called an informal gauge. So there it is. A big recovery, or sorry, retracement on DJT. And this is what I'm talking about. I'm going to say it again. When you get far away, price action wise, away from the 10 on these small cap gapper style trades, they tend to mean revert. Even if they don't mean revert below the 10 exponential, they tend to come back into it, and that's your entry. I missed it. I was looking for the $20 area. And I made this point very clear that I was unsure exactly how to weasel into this trade because the 10 exponential was now ahead of the 20. So if I was waiting for the 20, I wasn't going to get it if it was going to hold the 10 exponential. I got caught between two minds, and now it's moving up. And here comes the $0.50 again. It just gave you 15s, and now it's knocking the door of 50. DJT's in play today, whether it continues to hold up above that 20 or whether it retraces down possibly into the 19s or wherever it came from, an entirely different story. But I'm going to keep my eye on this one and certainly would like to get a better entry on it. I think I missed my entry here. So, yeah, okay. Havana Woody, just here comes your opportunity, bro. 2023, get your sum. Yeah, man, I know. I was trying to take it in the mid-teens there. I missed it. Shout out to Havana. He knows what's up. And yeah, we'll look to do a little bit better there. But I had the right idea, poor execution on Donald John Trump. Let's see what else is moving, because my side chart shows me that Cassava Sciences could have found a bottom. Not an area that I earmarked. I'm not going to pretend like I had eyes on this area. But for whatever reason, we did find about a 4-candle support. 4 5-minute candle support, by the way, at this 26.75. Not really sure, or 26 2/3, really, depending on what you're looking at there. Not sure what's going on. It's still below the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. So we really haven't changed all that much, but we did find a bit of a base in an area that I wouldn't have, I guess maybe the top end of this area was the 26.75 area. So you flip from resistance to support, not a level I would have charted, not going to pretend like I would have. But if this breaks the 10 and it shows you, I mean, its propensity to do that rounded bottom and curl, well, then there will be a fantastic look from where it breaks the 10 exponential, maybe at 27.50, into that $29 area where the volume weighted average price is currently hanging out. Now, that could change. Obviously, VWAP's a dynamic level. It could descend as the price action hangs out below it. So we'll see. Cassava Sciences, Donald John Trump, LASE. I haven't even looked at the large caps. Don't even know what the future's doing. Have no idea what Apple or any of the other names are doing. Keeping my eye on these bad boys today. This is in play. Want to weasel my way into this trade as well. ORTK, kind of the same look here as Cassava Sciences. Not the exact same look. Right next to it over here. Let me put in the ticker. OTRK, excuse me, OTRK. Here it is. Similar look in the fact that we make these topping tail candles, then incrementally get back down into that, early support level that we had. And look at OTRK kind of holding up at $3 for whatever reason, in the same way that this is holding up at, 27-ish, 26.75, whatever. I'd rather take Cassava Sciences long off that level than take OTRK, because OTRK is a small cap gapper by definition, and my rules are never to take them long as a breakout trade south of VWAP. So not going to break that rule today, Joe, but keeping an eye definitely on Cassava Sciences. If this mean reverts back into VWAP, I do want the smoke. And we're going to see what this one does.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Yeah, great stuff. We'll see. We're going to definitely keep our eye on that one, I think, for sure. That's a great stock that is potentially really in play, so we like that one. First, I would like to give a good shout out to my good friend Greg V in the chat. Thanks, brother. Thanks for showing the love. We appreciate it. We love it a lot, so thanks for showing up. We know you're a great trader and everything, also as a great friend, even better friend, I think. So, yeah. We have a great question. Joe, can you explain what a gamma squeeze is? Ooh. Yeah, absolutely. That's a tough one, too. And you know what? Just to refresh my memory, I'm like, yeah. So essentially, a gamma squeeze is when there's a high, so when a stock is moving in price to the...
Ram.
Hey.
You're gonna have to put it on. You're gonna have to use the mic now.
We gotta get you. Yeah, that's it. It's official. So a gamma squeeze is when there's a rapid increase in the price of the stock, and then there's a big amount of options buying in the stock as well too. So a lot of people can associate with a short squeeze. So it's just when the gamma on the options increases rapidly. So gamma is delta's delta essentially. So when that increases, the options premiums are going to increase at a much faster pace. Hence, looks like why the stock is squeezing. All right. So hopefully that was a good enough explanation for you on a gamma squeeze. That's a really good question. All right. That's advanced stuff, and we like that. So, wow. So, okay, FXI. Jeez. We got the break that we were looking for on FXI here, and that's exactly what we wanted. Entry number 2, you keep going back to things that are working, right? And that's exactly what FXI has been doing. It's been chopping around in this area with the inability to make new highs, and then exactly we just short at VWAP, and it's doing exactly that. So if we break this 33.20 level, then there's absolutely going to be some more potential downside, especially being about down 9.5% on the day. This thing continues to slide, and exactly what we're going to do now is take a little bit more off the top, because we are going to lock in some of these profits here and see what's going on, because we already put on two really good trades. Unfortunately, the AMD trade didn't work out how we wanted it, but Sharif, that's just part of the game, right? Like, not everything works how we expect accordingly, right? And go back to what someone in the chat asked me yesterday. They say, Joe, just because the delta is 0.8 or 0.9, does that mean that you actually have a 90 or an 80% hit rate? No, it doesn't. And if it did, then things would be a lot more easier and gravy within the markets. But it's good as a rule of thumb, right? So the one key thing that we're going to emphasize here is get out when you're supposed to get out. Take the trades when you're supposed to take the trades, and don't be shy to going back to what's working, right? So like AMD wasn't working for me today, Sharif. Well, I'm just gonna go right back to FXI, right? So, and that's working, and it's doing exactly that. It's working out how we want it to now. Now we're in on this trend, and we still have about 80% of the position left. But other than that, what are you looking at, my friend?
That's it, man. I've been looking at Cassava Sciences, just trying to figure out exactly how I'm gonna take, or if I'm going to take this trade, but what I'm seeing right now is kind of a result that I possibly expected, which is a rejection off the 10 exponential from the downside this time, right? Well, yeah, rejection implies downside. Yeah, and that's kind of what I was looking at. I was looking for that rounded bottom. Look, if it takes the 10, I'm going in. Simple as that, on a closing basis. If it takes the 10, I'm going in. I'm looking for a 29 retracement on Cassava. It's not doing that yet. It's rejecting now, 2-candle rejection off the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart on SAVA. Donald John Trump also, whiffling and waffling here as around that 2050-ish area. Let's pull up DJT because those are the ones I'm looking at right now. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, at that, let's call it low 40s, mid 50s. It's kind of somewhere in the middle there. Not really going to do anything with these bad boys right now, but I was talking to Gaurav in the chat about SMCI. And Gaurav feels that a possibility for SMCI could be a double bottom off that 44.5, and he's not wrong. Have a look at what it did. 44.5 bounce, 44.5 bounce, but we're still putting in what I perceive to be lower highs, or more recently, after putting in those lower highs, we may have a flat top of sorts at 45.25. What I'd like to see, Gaurav, is for us to take the 20 decisively. Because if we do, then that kind of puts that pattern of higher lows and higher highs, that curling pattern, into, that makes it a bit clear. If that's the case, I could be persuaded to take it long. It's not my favorite stock to trade. I don't think I've ever traded SMCI on the show. I'm not really sure. I don't think I have, but there's the first time for anything. We'll see if this one causes me to jump in. I mean, if we take the 20, which is the yellow solid line on my chart, on a closing basis, I'm involved. We'll see.
I like that look.
Yeah, it's curling, but I just need to see a little bit more there from SMCI. I don't need to jump into this trade. Also, Cassava Sciences, yep, that was a 10 exponential rejection. So does that what Adara calls, that umbrella pattern? It drops, curls, shut it to the human algo, and then basically, boom, drops again once it hits that 10 exponential, right back down below 27. Keep an eye out for that 26 2/3 though. We had a 4-candle hold up, 26 2/3, 26 3/4, generally that area on Cassava Sciences. So yeah, not taking this long, certainly not. But let me tell you about this one though, LASE. Weaseled its way back into the 10x, or sorry, not the 10, the volume weighted average price. Last time it did that on this candle, I got long at 606, and we took some profits there at the third of a dollar. And here it goes again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-minute candle, 5-minute candle red pattern here off that 6 3/4, all the way back down right now to 6 1/5. Let's see if it can weasel down into that $6.10 area where VWAP is hanging out. Not going to take this on a resting order. If it bounces, if it makes its way to VWAP and then shows me that curl, I'll do the same thing I did last time. So we'll see what kind of situation we have here on LASE. As I see Donald John Trump, here it is again. Here we go. We're coming back into highs. It's not going to let up, bro. We're in the mid 60s right now, Joe. We know that high a day is 74, so we're basically right there. Let's see if this one wants to take out the high. This gave me the shot. I missed it. Let's call a spade a spade. I should have been looking for the 10 exponential rather than that 20 because it had shown me its propensity to bounce off the 10 exponential. Why was I fixated on the 20? Speaking of small caps, we're going to yap about them right now because we got Adara on the green screen with small cap recap.
Different edition of our midday small cap recap. We're going to take a look at the IWM, and then instead of pure small caps, we're going to look at some names with larger short floats making some big moves. So we're going to start here at the IWM. Interesting little double bottom here. If you look at this 15-minute chart around that $217 area here for the Russell 2000, Nice uptrend here off that base and now pushing near high of days here on that 15-minute chart for the Russell 2000. Let's see how much higher we can push. Now, first name of the day, this one actually is a small cap. It's the only pure small cap on this list today. It's going to be Weight Watchers. WW is the ticker here. This company announcing this morning they've added compound GLP-1 to their roster, which basically allows to expand the affordability of weight loss medications. So another GLP-1 name to trade here could be WW. Short float here about 17%. I've seen a couple different things for the short float for this next one here, but seeing a generally just under 20% short float for DJT. This is Trump Media and Technology Group. We know that we had Elon Musk here joining Donald Trump on stage at a rally on Saturday. This is the stock's second push to the upside here. So nice jump up here for DJT for the second day in a row. And last but not least, this is a bit of a different one here. RBRK, this is Rubrik. Larger market cap here, around $7 billion here from what I'm seeing. This company was backed by Microsoft. They IPO'd earlier this year, and they have a short float of just under 9%. So heavy short floats, the theme of today for this not so small cap recap, guys.
A different twist on the small cap recap for the midday, for the How to Trade show, right?
It's
shout out to Dara, man. Guys, Pretty Panda, you called it, bro. I did not have eyes on PDYN. Let's bring in the side chart, Joe, because this thing is moving. Moving. PDYN. Let's load it up. Old man hands can't hang.
Whoa.
Look at this, baby. This is a good look here. 60%. Small cap gapper, boys and girls. $78 million market cap. 5.83 million shares traded today. Let me give you the short float, the float first. 12.1 million shares, and let's bring down trade ideas, PDYN. Here we go, 1.5% negligible look there. $3 HOD. Thank you very much, Pretty Panda, for shouting that out. That's going on the side chart. It's just about what we remove now, because this thing is dang parabolic. In case you're wondering what's going on here, here is the headline. PDYN AI Corp shares are trading higher after the company announced it successfully completed the first phase of $13.8 million U.S. Air Force contract. Those government contracts pay. Just ask Palantir.
Just ask Alex Karp.
There
ask
you go.
What was going on.
The haired one. So it's a good look there. Dude, when I was at that green screen, it was like they were printing all-time highs on Palantir. So I'm like, I got to shout out the hair, bro.
The hair.
So we had like the best hair picture and like superimpose it on the green screen.
That's funny.
Shout out to the man. You know.
I remember when Alex Karp used to be on an ad on YouTube, and what he said is, "We have what people want, and we're gonna charge them a lot for it." So that's exactly what Alex Karp said.
Gold.
Yeah, absolutely gold. So guys, we're pushing up on a high a day here on Nvidia. This thing's up 3 3/4 on the day. It's absolutely strong. So if it goes for a high a day, that's an absolute beauty. I mean. Scott Edwards, we're going to touch on your Google in a second, but I just want to emphasize here on Nvidia what really happened. So we had this kind of pivot high here from about a month or so, a couple months ago now, and it broke it, and now it's sitting on top of this this consolidating area and this pivot area, so it can absolutely continue to go to the top side. I mean, its earnings aren't for a little bit, and I think it has a conference coming up as well too, so these stocks, these semi stocks can absolutely start roaring at any minute. So yeah, we broke above this area, hence why we're continuing to the bullish side, and now we're sitting on top, which was once resistance, is now support. So we're looking at that, and that's why the stock's strong. Excuse me, don't be surprised if it makes a new high a day, right? Because this thing can do whatever it wants. It's one of the best companies in the overall market. It's now taken over Microsoft, first, second largest company by market capitalization. So it's going up. It's gonna push for Apple, right? And if Blackwell demand continues to be as strong as it is, who knows where this thing can be, right? So we're gonna need a mega super cycle for the iPhone 16 in order for this thing to kind of keep up to Nvidia, because who knows what's going on with that. So okay, Google, Scott Anderson, I think, Scott Edwards. You're looking at some Google calls here, the 165 strike expiring next month. Hey, I mean, this thing, they're having a little bit of issues here at Google, right? The judge is now kind of trying to deplete their monopoly that they got going on. They're now were ordered to kind of open up the App Store a little bit more for competitors, and they have other things going on. I remember the DOJ or the SEC want to kind of split up Google as well too, right? So just because of how powerful they are. I mean, you can see that we're kind of sitting at a resistance area right around here. So just be wary. I'm not going to say don't buy that Google call, but just realize that, hey, the primary trend, or secondary trend, I should say, is to the downside. And if we break this support, there could be some more potential downside. But I am a Google bull to the fullest. So this thing can bounce at any means, by any means. Like, its earnings are coming up not too long from now, September or Tuesday, October. Yeah, so the 22nd. So in a couple weeks, we're gonna have some Google earnings, and it's not gonna take much for this thing to get going. I mean, if it has a double beat and then raise forward looks, this thing can start pushing towards all-time highs again, which I expect it to do, not in the immediate future, but somewhat soon, right? So maybe hold off on that. Maybe look to sell some premium or something like that. Get a really good entry price. Let that stock definitively turn around before you go in and you get those Google calls. So hopefully that answered your question, Scott. Because, yeah, I like Google. I own outright shares. So maybe wait on that call a little bit before you get in. And because we want you to be on the right side of the trade, right? So we don't want to get in at the wrong time with that one. So that's the look on that. And I mean, Nvidia is starting to reject the highs here. And that's totally fine because I think it's going to grind a little bit higher. But what we'll do is we'll pull up our FXI here because we're still in FXI, and it's still working, right? So we're not going to get out of it, are we, Sharif?
No, bro.
So when things are working, you just stick to them, brother. We're going back.
Take those Chinese ADRs, baby.
Let's go. Going back to that.
First, we got to show some love. We got to show some love for Lori, who has been a member for 44 months. Lori, you're up there with me. Like, I was a member, I don't even know how long ago, but that's quite a while. Thank you so much for watching, Lori, and joining us every day. I know you're one of the OGs in the chat. Great watching this channel. She says we couldn't be more thankful for your participation and for your kind words, Lori. So we appreciate you there. All right, Ram or Chilean Nightmare, let's get right to the lesson, baby, because we are talking about average true range. And not in the way that you think. We're going to talk about it as a risk management tool today, a bit of a different take. So traders, let's face it. Stop loss orders can sometimes feel like the enemy. Just ask Havana Woody about my paper-handed trade on DJT a few days ago. But what if you could transform them into a helpful buddy? Today, we'll see how the average true range, ATR for short, can be your stop loss buddy, so to speak, placing informed exits and managing risk effectively. So let's get right to it as we always do. So the stop loss struggle, man, if you've traded with stop loss, you know exactly what I'm feeling and what I'm talking about right now. You know, placing a stop loss order is obviously crucial for sound risk management, but how close should it be or how far should it be is an equally valid question. Too tight, and you get shaken out of normal price fluctuations, and too loose a stop, and you risk bigger losses than your wins. So it's a bit of a dichotomy there. ATR to the rescue, baby. The ATR, which is your intraday volatility meter, comes to the rescue, so to speak, obviously. Here's how to use it for smarter stop loss placement. Let's talk about some methods here. Well, understanding ATR, just keep in mind what it is. Remember, it reflects the market's typical price or daily price movement. A high ATR essentially suggests to you a more volatile market, while a lower ATR indicates a calmer one, right? So the stop loss buddy formula builds on that, right? And here's the magic. Essentially, what you're looking at doing is a variation of what we talked about yesterday. You want to multiply the average true range by a factor, a multiplier, for another word. Now, what that multiplier or factor is going to be dependent upon you. It's going to be dependent upon your risk appetite as well as your trading strategy and, the ticker specifically that you're trading. You don't want the same ATR for a small cap gapper that you would be using perhaps maybe on a more calm name. Let's say Apple or Google seems to be calm these days. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely. So the ATR is going to be dependent on those three factors: your risk, your trading style, and the ticker that you have decided to trade. So what's the move here? So you want to multiply it by that ATR factor. So let's give you an example. One or two, essentially. And it's going to be based on, as I mentioned, your risk and on the other factors. So here's how you do it. For long positions, essentially it's going to be your entry price minus whatever's contained in the brackets, which is your ATR, the average true range, print that day, multiplied by your factor. Exactly the same, but in the opposite, the contrapositive. For the short, it's going to be your entry price plus contained in the bracket ATR multiplied by your factor. Remember bed mass?
Bed mass, wow. Wow.
Right? Takes you back, eh?
Back.
Exponent or...
I would have to
is it
write
different
down,
now, Fabian?
yeah.
Fabian says it's different, bro. I mean, they did, eh? Okay.
Well,
Yeah, Fabian says they changed the order. Maybe they changed the
bed mass.
acronyms or something, but I don't know. I don't even want to date myself now, bro. Let me tell you. Whoa. Is that Hanna-Barbera? What's going on over there? What was that, Fabian? The more you know. Wow. I love it. All right. Let's go on with the lesson. So those are basically your formulas right there. We're going to get into actually how to use them. So let's use an example in action right now. So imagine you buy a stock ABC, you buy it at 20 bucks, all right? The ATR, the average true range on stock ABC for that particular day, 2 bucks. So you choose your multiplier here because you're a bit more conservative. You're going to use a factor or multiplier of 1 for a moderate stop loss. So here's how it's going to look, right? Your long position is going to look like this. $20, the price of the stock, and we're long, so minus that 2 multiplied by 1, which is obviously 2. Your stop loss here should be based on should be $18 based on this specific formula, which is your automatic sell, in case you're wondering what a stop loss is. So that's one quick example. Volatility matters in these cases, though, and they should influence your multiplier, your factor. So let's say you buy another stock at 40 bucks. This one's called XYZ, right? But the ATR here, not 2 bucks, it's $1 now. So a lower average true range, which means a less volatile stock. We know that, right? So you're going to use that same factor. You're going to use 1 this time, but you have an ATR of 1. So look at this. All of a sudden, it's 40 minus 1 times 1. Why? Because the ATR changed here, but your multiplier stayed the same, right? So you're going to get out if it breaks $39. So here the stop loss is closer due to the lower volatility, right? Reflecting a calmer market where the price swings are typically a little smaller. All right, so that's what we're talking about there. So what are the benefits of using this specific strategy then rather than using a different one? Well, it sets you a realistic buffer. The stop loss considers the normal market fluctuations within the expected daily range. Well, how do we know that? Because we're using the average true range, and that's what it's giving us. This helps prevent you from getting shaken out by temporary price movements or to the best, that it can. It also offers you, though, adaptable protection. The stop loss adjusts to different volatility levels, offering you a tighter protection in those more volatile markets and looser stops in the calm periods. And last but not least, man, it gives you that peace of mind, which is amazing for the mental. We often talk about preserving mental capital here. Knowing you have a well-defined exit strategy based on data helps reduce a little bit of the anxiety. I mean, everybody's obviously a little different, but it definitely helps you stick with the trading plan. Even if it doesn't reduce your anxiety, following a plan has some benefit. And just to conclude here, guys, the average true range is a historical measure, means it is backwards looking. So it's by no means a guarantee, but it helps you put the odds in your favor. Consider other factors, though, like support and resistance levels. The example I gave you before was if you're using that $1 stop, let's say you got in at 40 on that example we talked about, and you're going to place your stop at 39. All right. Let's just say, for example, though, there is one hell of a support level that's been weeks and weeks or months and months in the making at 38. I mean, you could choose 39 because you're basing it on that formula, but you also should consider the fact that there's a really well-established support level $1 below. So I would submit to you in that case, maybe going with the actual support and resistance rather than the ATR. It's up to you, though. So I just want to give that little tidbit there, and a bonus tip: experiment with different factors, those multipliers that we talked about, to find the stop loss distance that best suits your risk tolerance and your trading style and the tickers that you trade. The Katina man, he's always going to be on the Mag 7 and the microchips and the big boys. I like my small cap gappers. I don't think the Katina man should have the same multiplier as me because the stocks are entirely different. And that's it. I hope everybody prints up a storm.
Yeah, absolutely. No, great stuff as always, Sharif. And guys, just to emphasize on what he says about just find something that works good for you and find something that settles really well for you, because that's exactly what you want to do, right? And that's kind of where I fell into the options world, right? There's so many different strategies, and you're going to see that. And what really sat and I really understood and took a grip on was just iron condors and credit spreads, right? So guys, emphasize what Sharif said. Find what works for you. Find something that is that works within your system, and then just keep refining it, and you'll get better and better. So that's great stuff. So shout out Jay Lee and Mashworth. They were in Tesla. So those guys got the high day prints, it looks like, on Tesla. So right on, guys. Keep rocking it over there. The stock is up about just under 2% now, so it's buzzing. And I mean, Nvidia is kind of crawling, still up 3 3/4 there. But what really matters is this FXI short that we're still in, Sharif. It's still continuing to go to the downside, and that's it. So maybe we'll take a little bit here off the top here as it continues to move a little bit lower. And we take a little bit off. We got 70% of our position now. We'll take a little bit of, maybe some 10% off there. And that's what we're going to do. So we got the low on FXI. It continues to move to the downside, and rightfully so. I don't know what happened with China. There's in different places now than maybe what the street projected them to. So, but it's still something roughly around 28 billion. I don't know if that's enough for a country that has like the second largest country in the world, right? So I don't know if 28 billion.
You're not wrong,
right? So I don't know if that's enough, but hey, it's better than nothing. So hey, we're just gonna sit, and if these things continue to pull back, then we're going to look to continue to sell these. I mean, it's in a gap now. These things have been gapping up for a couple weeks, and I was just thinking, how long is this sustainable for? And I don't think that's really sustainable for a long period of time when you're gapping up 10, 7, 8% every day, especially on one catalyst. So it's about time. It definitely squeezed some people out here. So anybody who is looking to short this, and I was thinking about it too, a short on this isolated doji pivot here with the, as you can see, the isolated volume signature before these prints. I'm like, hey, that's a potential good short signal when something is extremely extended to the top side. And what happened? It did sell a little bit. It filled about half of the gap from a daily perspective, and then absolutely gaps up the next day. So you would have been squeezed on that, and then you would have been not having a good time, right? So it's about time that these things put in some prints and started to pull back, because it's more healthy. You guys don't want things to go absolutely parabolic like that, because then you get the opposite reaction, and then that's when you're down 10, 15%. I was looking at yin this morning, and it was the first thing that popped up on my scanner, and it was down 27%. Yeah, it's a 3x levered ETF for the large caps, but again, 27%, if you're buying the tops on that, Sharif, and then you wake up the next day and you're down 27%, you're not going to have a good time, and you don't want to average into that as well either, right? Because we don't know. We don't really know where China stands and where everybody stands with China all the time, right? It's really a fluctuating market, even though they have been depleted for the last little bit.
Oh, yeah.
But hey, we don't just... Whatever, stick to what you're good at, right? And if you're about that risk tolerance, then by all means, then stick to those types of things there.
Yes, absolutely. Give me a second.
Ooh.
I fat fingered. I took the entire position out.
Hey,
Such
that's
a
all right.
moron, bro. All right, just give me 1 sec. Fabi, can you keep going? Just set up the ad read.
Yeah. So Sharif and then we're going to work on the ad read there. I didn't quite catch what it. See, I got the earpiece now, so we're absolutely buzzing. We're having a good time now. But yeah, guys, we're just looking at this FXI, and it's continuing to work. And we're going to take a little bit off, and we'll talk more about it right after Sharif.
All right, imagine trading with someone else's capital instead of your own. That's what it means to be a funded trader at Trade the Pool. And this is how it works. Complete the evaluation program by meeting the profit targets. Once you succeed, you trade the pool's capital, which gives you the ability to trade up with up to $260,000 in buying power. The best part is you keep up to 80% of the profits while the firm takes all the risk. It's the ultimate way to trade, whether you're a beginner or a professional trader. So go and check out tradethepool.com. I went over to their website, as you can see on the screen there, and it looks promising. Scan that QR code on the bottom right of your screen, or click the link in the description of the video for more information. Shout out to the good folks there at Trade the Pool. Yeah, and so this is what I was complaining about while I was trying to set up for The ad read, I fat fingered. I got into Donald John Trump at 80s, and the reason I liked it there is because we were kind of whiffling and waffling at this level. So I set 75 as my level. I'm going to front run it a skosh by getting in near the 80s. And if it comes into 75, love it. Listen, I love it. I knew that was coming, bro.
It had to come. Yeah, we had to get that one.
And the thing is, like, I'm disappointed in myself, but it's okay. But this was a mistake because I put the entire position out there rather than taking out a bit. So DJT comes in to that area, what I perceive to be as an area top because of the amount of times that we were rejected off 75 pennies. So I front run it a little bit. Now we're breaking. We're still whiffling and waffling with 25. I don't think we have by any means really taken it on a decisive basis. So going to keep my eye on this one. The 10 exponential on the 5 is at 70 pennies. All right. I just want to let you know as well that since we've been moving up here on DJT, having a look at the 5-minute, let's call a spade, we're putting in some lower highs here, even though we have higher lows as well. So this topping tail candle, inverse hammer, goes into that 21.25, then we reject or we get up to 21.10, best we could do, 21.09, you get it. There's lower highs. It doesn't mean anything though. It could just be, a 3-candle noisemaker, and then we're still well above the 10 exponential. We're well above that flat top that I see at the $0.75. So DJT, in my humble estimation, still in play today, guys. How you weasel in though, how you get in is, a different story there. So let's, what the hell's going on with this? There we go. So let's leave that one there. All right, PDYN, shout out to Pretty Panda for pointing this one out earlier. Look, this one is breaking down though, Pretty. It's coming down into that 10 exponential now. It looks like it's breaking down below that level. I like this at 2050. Look how many topping tail candles we had in and around, that $0.50 level. They don't all make it into the $0.50 level, but it's an approximation. 2050, I like this. The problem with this one is the dang VWAP is above the 10, above the 20, and above all the other moving averages. This poses a problem for me because I don't trade these as a breakout south of VWAP. Okay. And so getting it in at 1250, I'm going to have to range trade it, which means I have a different stop and a different profit taker.
Absolutely.
Right? So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. So much so do I like this one, Fabian, then I'm going to put an alert, just front run it a little bit. Let's put it in, 57s, whatever, in and around there. That way, if it dips into that level, I'll know about it, and I can decide whether I want to trade it there or not. Man, Gaurav, what's going on with your boy SMCI over here? Tell this thing to do something, bro. What is happening?
Absolutely, and I, to be honest with you, I was looking for something to go on it, right? Like Obi and I were looking for a continuation on the trend from yesterday, and we've got the total opposite, right? It broke down. I took a little bit of a beating on it earlier. Well, a little bit. It beat me to a pulp almost. So That's it. Oh, okay, yeah.
Get some help.
Play that again, Fabian.
Help. He needs some milk.
Stop it. Get some help.
Yes. You guys are cruel.
The OG has
They are cruel. They show no shame whatsoever. But Shadow Kyle Burdett, he put in a good point, actually. Fed speaker now and then 3-year auction at 1. That's good. So we'll talk a little bit about bonds too. Yeah, so shout out to Big Spile. I mean, the 10-year sitting at just under 4% here and was trading a little bit higher over the past couple of days, I think. And then that's where you see that inverse correlation between equities and the bond market. So it's always good to keep an eye on those for sure. The 10-year sitting around 4%, and then we got a 3-year coming up. I'm looking for, at Shreve, I don't know, I'm looking for something to happen here in SMCI. This price action absolutely fell off a cliff, and we're looking to see if any volume, and especially from a volume profile standpoint, it absolutely dwindled, right? So the volume fell off a cliff, and there's not much there. I'm looking for this thing to pick up in volume and then choose a direction. I really like how VWAP is hugging price tight here, relatively. And so if any form of bid steps in and so any volume steps in here on SMCI, then I'm going to look to get into this stock. But until then, we are off to Adara.
Some comments coming through here from Fed's boss, just to be aware, mentioning that higher than expected NFP number we got on Friday, saying, quote, monthly job creation is above what is required to account for population growth. So addressing that much higher than expected NFP print, also saying that, quote, the economy is close to the Fed's target and is moving closer. So we'll actually have more updates on the Fed tomorrow. Some comments coming through Bostic right now. I have the S&P 500 up here just to show that. Also, as mentioned earlier, in about 5 minutes at 1 p.m. Eastern, we will be getting the 3-year note auction, guys.
Shout out to Fed Boombastic there. Thank you very much for the great chimes in. I love when the Feds are outside of their blackout period. They really like hearing themselves talk.
They do. I think
they're like, yo, I earned my chatter once I got my office.
Yeah.
Now I got my office, and you're not going to stop hearing.
Yeah,
me
you're
talk.
not going to hear the end of it. That's
Love it.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Adara, for that. Yeah, interesting stuff coming out of Bostic here. Inflation rate still quite a ways above 2%. What was the last headline print, guys? Weren't we south of 2? I think we were close. I think we had below a 3 print this time. So interesting that he feels that. What else was he saying over here? Monthly job creation above what is needed to account for population growth. Economy is close to the Fed's target and moving closer. Okay, fantastic. Good look there. And okay, so that's a look. I wanted to mention something over here. On PDYN, it's coming into my level, guys. Do I have this loaded up? Yes, we do. So here it comes, 60 pennies, and now we're gonna wait for 50 or thereabouts to come in, wait for the hold up, prove to you that it's gonna hold up there. I'm not gonna have a resting order. I don't need to be first, but I'd like to be able to get something on the back end, as Neil likes to say, and head a little bit higher. We were never near 2%, sadly, says Jay. No, I know, but Jay, didn't we have below 3 print last time on the headline? I'm not sure. My memory is not that great. Adrian, where can I buy your polo, please? I don't know. I've had this for like 4 years, man. Never took it out of the closet, but thank you for the kind of, I don't even know where to get it, dude. I have no idea. Maybe Winners. That's where I buy 90% of my clothes.
Dude, get good stuff out of Winners.
Winners is it.
Gold
bro.
and gems.
Yeah.
There's gems hidden everywhere. In
I'm not looking at getting rinsed, but the market's rinsed me already, Joe. I don't need to get rinsed by clothing retailers. No, seriously though. Guys, LASE is flying. It's absolutely flying. Look at this, 737, and not the airplanes that seem to fall out of the sky, but 675 was the flat top there, and now we broke through that decisively. Was that you? I like it. 737, here we go, 750, LASE is going, it's squeezing big, 70%. What a move through that top, big boy volume. This candle's got about 1.5 million shares already on it. Totally did not have eyes on this one. It was doing kind of the VWAP hold, high of daybreak trade that I always yap about, which is essentially more of a 2-230 trade, but you work your way in obviously a little bit earlier. This is early to it, obviously. Look at this. It's not stopping, bro. 775 incoming here on LASE. Wow. Now we're up 76%. LASE on the dang way up. Look at this thing go. Look, we were in here at 6. This is nuts, bro. This is squeezing.
Wow, look at that. Look at the volume step in there. Look at the volume step.
Where's the halt parameter going to be at, man? I'd love to be able to have these halt parameters on the side chart so you could kind of get the feeling of where it is.
Absolutely.
And here it is. Okay, so here it is. We found it, 85s. Let's see if this is a false halt. It looks like it's going to be a false halt. Right now, the bids or the ask. Let's a few more seconds here, and then we halt. Let's see. 1, 2, and we should gray out here.
Right there.
I think we should gray out here.
We didn't halt
We're
there?
not, bro. What is going on here? Big movements here on Lace. Tons of volume.
Wow.
I can't believe we're not graying out. All right, Adara, what do you have for us as we wait for this to halt? It's halt.
Crazy.
I have a crypto update here. We're going to take a look at the crypto in the afternoon, as we usually do. Actually, a story coming in here. We have Crypto.com having a legal battle here with the SEC. SEC issuing a Wells notice to this website, basically informing them that they have investigated and they're planning on bringing some kind of enforcement action against them. However, Crypto.com firing back here, basically saying that this company that the SEC has basically established this illegal rule by which basically every crypto asset trade is classified as a security transaction, regardless of what the nature of those trades was. So interesting little lawsuit news here, Crypto.com towards the SEC. We know SEC and Ripple had an update to their situation last week, so lots to keep an eye on there. Now, I usually like to look at a non-Bitcoin crypto name as we head into the afternoon. So today I wanted to look at Ethereum, which we haven't actually looked at that much on this side of the desk. We have a really interesting support resistance area we're in right now around 2450. So 2450. You see here we have a bit of a support resistance around this level going back to August 2024 here on the daily chart. Bounced off it a couple times, then started rejecting off of it in mid-September. Now we're rejecting, complete with actually a top and tail candle, into mid-2500 before coming back to this mid-2400 area. That being said, we also have some higher lows. So this could actually be a pretty pivotal area for ETH against the USD on this daily chart. Because if you notice here as well, we have had some higher lows starting in early September. Let's find out what direction this Ethereum ends up breaking into, because we're at a pretty key area here. And if there's any tickers you want to look at in the afternoon show, you only have 15 minutes left to vote. Go in that chat, ! Join, space, $, and your ticker of choice.
Very much, Adara, for that informative information. No question about it. How do you feel about ETH, man?
ETH, you know
What's
what
your opinion on
it used to be my second largest crypto holding. Again, I mean, Vitaly, that's the guy, right? Vitaly, yeah. And it's blockchain. I guess that's the purpose of it, right? So the blockchain purpose of Ether. Again, I guess the overall narrative for for crypto is, what is the actual use case, Sharif?
Well, I
right?
like this. I like the smart contracts on ETH, though. Like, let me give you an example. So say I got like an expensive piece of art, right? You don't know if it's legit or not. And so the chain of ownership, Joe, can go literally from the artist who did it, assuming it's new, right? And then you can prove that chain of ownership all along the way. So once I sell it to you, I transfer you that ownership, and then you've got ownership rights to that. And people are looking at more extensions. Think about the land registry, like how you buy a house in this country. Like, everything's so decentralized. I'll be able to possibly, I'm saying in the future, sell you a house using ETH. I'll be able to transfer that contract to you in real time.
Yeah, and I read that too, I think a company in the States was doing that too, where you can buy in with crypto and own fractions of a house as well too. So I mean, the use cases have been absolutely fantastic. Someone in the chat asked about the queues. Before we go in and we touch in on the queues, we're going to go to Adara.
Get it.
3-year note auction here. This one just came in 3.878% versus the prior print here of 3.44%. So higher than expected print. Again, just to recap for that 3-year note auction, as we have the SPY not doing too much here. We did get a print of 3.878% versus expectations of 3.44%, guys.
Right, so that's
Joe and I just talking about like the potential use cases. Fugazi Bear chiming in, excellent point there. That's a great theory, but no one is using it. Then look at what Bitcoin Trader says. Dubai, you can. So, jurisdictions are a little different. Some pick up a little bit quicker, some a little bit later, some never at all. So, I mean, it doesn't mean that it's not worth knowing about. That's the thing. So,
absolutely.
I'd like to know about, and even if it doesn't end up being ETH, right? The whole point of the smart contract is a transferable thing. It doesn't have to be just with ETH. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So I'm down with that.
I mean, that's the thing, right, Sharif? So you always got to adapt, and the economy is always growing. And I always kind of use the Blockbuster Netflix analogy, right? Blockbuster's like, who's gonna watch movies online? No one's gonna watch it. And sure enough, Netflix absolutely owns the market with that front. So, So we're gonna go on to Craig Shell asked a question. Craig Shell Morrison. I mean, we've been trending today. We had a weak day yesterday on the Qs, and now we're trending. As you can see, we're starting to just form a nice pattern here of higher lows, which is what you really want to see. If we can break this pivot around 493 here, then absolutely we can go for a push to the top. And if earnings come out positive, by the end of earnings seasons, I would not be surprised if the Qs are at an all-time high. I know our good guy, Tom Lee at Fundstrat is saying 6,000 on the S&P by year ends, which is absolutely, I mean, the guy's an absolute genius.
I love him.
He's great at what he does. So 6,000 by year end on the S&P. And if we break this pivot, we have solid earnings, everything comes up into expectations, then absolutely, I think we can create a new high. But other than that, the market is strong, it's trending. Even though it's coming in a little bit right now towards VWAP, that's totally fine. But the overall bigger picture is that this thing is strong. We've been strong for a couple years. So expect a little bit of chopping around, and maybe we get, as I said before, if we get those positive earnings, some raising guidance on some of the bigger names, then we can absolutely go for a new all-time high on the Qs. So good luck on the Qs. Join that trend, get into that trend, and that's exactly what we're we're doing on FXI. This thing is absolutely breaking to the downside, and we're still in this stock. We've got about 50-60% of that position left. But what's really breaking my heart over here, Sharif, is SMCI.
Look what they're doing to you, bro. You don't. This is why Ram is a menace to society,
They're
bro.
playing Minesweeper.
She's superimposing her game that she's supposed. Ram.
I've been playing Minesweeper. They're playing Minesweeper.
I don't know what to say to Ram.
They're playing Minesweeper on me, but that's
They're
okay.
playing Minesweeper.
Hey, I don't even. I still don't. To this day, I still don't even know how to play that game. I selected random.
Yeah, bro.
Squares.
I don't know. I just select random squares.
Yeah, I select random squares to this day. I think it was like
I don't know how to play.
Apparently David knows how to play it.
Pinball.
Like,
It was
nobody
pinball. So I remember when AOL
Neil's really upset.
came out.
He's gonna waddle over here, bro.
It was pinball and Minesweeper. To this day, I don't know how to play those games. But that's
Okay.
Neil wants it, baby.
Okay, hold on a second.
He wants it.
Because Minesweeper is one of the most simplistic games possible. It's self-explanatory. I mean, the numbers just simply tell you like how like if you see a number in there, then you know that particular square is touching that number of mines. It's a pure logic game.
That's it.
So you should never like when you start out, you got to guess somewhere, but like you don't. Like it's pretty easy to see. Like you can see where the 2 is. I don't know. I can't point to it and look at it. But anytime you see a 2, if it's already touching 1 and it's only touching one other, then a mine has to be there. So it's a simple logic game. Crazy story, and this is actually a true story about while I'm here. My roommate at university, and when people live away from home for the first time, some people do crazy stuff. My roommate at university, I remember going to bed I had class at 8 a.m., so I was going to bed at like 1 o'clock or something, and this dude was playing Minesweeper. I'm like, yo, you love that game, don't you? I'm like, cool. I go to leave for class the next day. I'm like, yo, bro, man, you wake up in the morning just to play Minesweeper again? He's like, nah, I've been playing all night.
That is absolutely insane.
And that's when you know you lived with a nerd. And not that I wasn't one myself, but that like you straight up nerd styles if you played like 7 hours of Minesweeper instead of going to sleep.
Insane.
But pretty simplistic logic game. It's good for refreshing the brain. I think there's all other things you can do there. But it's not that bad. Keep you thinking on your toes, processing. That's always good for brain health. Good on you, Ram.
So why do you play it, Ram? Because it's not that reason.
She wants to see when it's destructive.
There he is. Put her on, baby. Put her on.
Put her on. She wants to see when.
Put her on blast. She never played it,
and she's already better than me. So hey, that's all right. I
think we got to send it to the human algo at the big desk. What do you got for us?
Yeah, I'll cover this here. We have USO getting a nice volume increase here. We're talking, as of right now, the largest volume candle of the day to the upside, taking out a lot of this move to the downside. We have apparently U.S. officials telling NBC that from what they're hearing, Israel is considering striking energy facilities in Iran. We first heard talk of this last week from President Biden. Today here we're hearing some U.S. officials, again, according to NBC, saying that Israel is looking into striking energy facilities in Iran. So oil pushing to the upside on this news. If I get any updates in this story, I will inform you post-haste.
Yeah, thank you for that, Adair, because I think we were down bigly on oil. It's still down 4.25 right now on the CL November contract. So getting a bit of a bounce there. 73 defend, it looks like right now, above. Looking to work into $74 right now on this CL November contract. Here's the look right now. This is the only trade I'm in. I'm in PDYN. I got in here as I told you guys I would because I did like this area of support. It didn't quite make it down into 55. So I front ran it a little bit. It came and it double bottomed off 60. Okay. But we still have lower highs. I like the fact that it held up at 60. My out is a little bit below this. I'm looking for another move up. If we don't get that move up, I'm not DCing into this. There's going to be nothing of the like. It's going to have to either go or get stopped out. We have lower highs. This is a riskier trade. No ands or ifs or buts about it. If it doesn't go above that 75, I want no smoke. We have a bit of a resistance level, obviously, at 7. Well, obviously, we do at 75. We'll see if it's able to breach that. Jay Lee, Sharif, USO can easily go $5 or more today if they strike. Worth getting some long now. You think it's hard to know, Jay, because you have Biden informally telling Bibi and some of the others there in the war cabinet to stay away from those energy facilities because he doesn't want the price of oil to go up on the American consumer and obviously by extension us. And then you have Bibi doing whatever he wants to do. So, it's hard to say. I don't know. I have no idea what they're conjuring up there. We're going to have to wait and see, and we'll report on it. We got a dare at the big desk. We got all our stuff here, so we're ready to cover it for you however it comes, Joe.
However it comes. Whenever the hot news is coming in, absolutely. So great looks on there from Sharif. I mean, hey, guys, this is what we're doing. We're still in this FXI trade, and then look at this. This is exactly how you want things to look out when you're trading. We're in here. Right, we get this beautiful entry here on the 5-minute, and then we get the move down. Stopped out, break even. We get exactly back in, right? So as you can see it here on the lower time frame, this is actually it's really nice, and this is what we really want to aim for. So anytime, this is why we leave runners, right? So we can continue to the downside, still have some size left. We don't got much. We got about 30% or so of the overall position on this, but this is what we were looking for, just a continuation of the gap down that happened in the pre-market today, right? So guys, if you have, just let us know what you're looking at. Throw it in the chat. And yeah, day trader cut. I know, right? I know options, but I don't know Minesweeper. So hey, that's okay. Maybe we'll get back, because I remember when I was a kid and AOL dial-up and my grandparents had a computer. The only two games on the computer were Pinball and Minesweeper, and Pinball was the only thing that I had any idea of what I was doing. But hey, that's it. Kyle Burdett, $2 super chat. Sell. Hey, that's his advice. Just sell everything that you got right now. I mean, everything's pulling in. The Qs are pulling back in. Tesla, it didn't hold high of day, which is totally fine. And SMCI is still doing nothing. I'm looking to join the trend on SMCI to see if it goes, but I don't think that's going to happen for a little while. Nvidia is a little bit weaker too, so let's pull up some Nvidia and see what Nvidia is up to, because it's pulling back in a little bit here too. So there's overall weakness. There's weakness in the overall markets, and that's okay, because we're just going to wait. If they decide to hold VWAP, that'll be fantastic. We're still up about over 3%, 3.25% there, which is really good on the stock, considering it broke out and it's holding these breakout levels. So that's something that we always want to keep in mind. But FXI is continuing to the downside, and that's the one stock that I'm in right now. I'm going to see if we can get a rebound play off of VWAP here on Nvidia, and we can continue to the top side for this breakout. So guys, just let me know what you guys are looking at. Any more options questions? And don't forget, guys, this Thursday, tomorrow it's Sharif and Sataya. This Thursday, part 2 of your options, introduction to options and options for beginners. So if you want to come in and understand what we're talking about from strategic standpoints, Sharif was talking about ATR today, which is huge in historical volatility, and implied volatility, which is massive in options. And so we're going to go over the Greeks. We're going to go over a bunch of different strategies in options, and it's going to be a lot of fun, just like the first session, totally. But other than that, we're just looking here at Nvidia, Sharif, and it's not doing much. The market is pulling in a little bit. Tesla's holding its levels around 245. Which is good, right? So if it can hold 245 and continue to the top side, we have Robotaxi in a couple of days here.
I can't wait for that.
Yeah, so that's going to be a lot. It's going to add a lot of volatility within the market. So Kyle Burdett, Joe, what was your AOL screen name? You write it in. Okay. Okay. Hey, hello. I don't remember the screen name. I was just a young one at that time, but I do remember you couldn't use the phone and the internet at the same time, and everybody remembers the classic AOL dial-up. So, so the Greeks, looking forward to that. Absolutely. We're going to dive into all 5 Greeks this time, and we're going to get a thorough understanding of the Greeks, all 5 Greeks, so that's going to be good stuff. A lot of it, some of it may be repetitive, but that's good. The more we repeat things, the more we understand them, Sharif.
Absolutely, Joe. All right, I'm done with this trade right now on PDYN. I did exactly what I said I would. I would trade it as a range. If I'm going to take these small cap gappers long, south of the volume weighted average price. I'm going to stick to my rules, which is a range trade. I got it out at VWAP as I wanted. So I'm happy with this trade. It wasn't the biggest money maker, but the execution was sound. Again, in case you're wondering why I weaseled into this, because we came down close to the price action support level that I had initially gauged. But as you'll see, that yellow line on my chart, which is the alert, it didn't actually trigger. What's wrong, Ram? Yes, I will do it in 1 second. So we're going to keep an eye out on this level over here in case possibly it comes down into 255. I got to send it to you, Joe, because Ram is very upset that I'm not ready for their ad read. So what do you got?
We got Nvidia. And actually, let's talk about SMCI, because this seems to be like the most in-play stock of the day, of the session, that's doing nothing like an in-play stock, right? All it did was sell. It sold in the opening auction, the first 10 minutes or 5 minutes of the opening auction, and then has done essentially nothing since then, which can be slightly frustrating if you're looking to play the continuation or the breakout of this trend. But we are going to do the ad read with Sharif.
Introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ, WorkSport, ticker WKSP. WorkSport is a U.S.-based manufacturer of rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off the grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, WorkSport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP. Discover the future of clean energy with WorkSport. I'm good with that. I'm good with clean energy and everything else. So shout out to WorkSport. Thank you very much for sponsoring the segment. All right, let's have a look as well here, because I was yapping about this one, PDYN. I'm happy that I got out here, man, because look, it's rejecting 75 now. I'm going to be looking at 70. If we hold up at 70 over here, we were rejecting off 70 over and over and over. Now, if it wants to break and get up of 70 and then work its way above 80, which is the volume weighted average price, I can look at it a little differently as a possible breakout trade. Until then, we're going to see what this one wants to do. It's coming in at 70 right now. Let's see if there's buying. Look at the size. There's not enough size there, but all of a sudden we jump up, Joe. What does that mean to me anyway? That means that somebody hidden was buying up a storm at 70 pennies. In case you're wondering what I mean by hidden, we're talking about iceberg orders, orders that don't show the full size on the book. So say there are 100 lots, it'll show a few, maybe 10, 5, and then hide the rest. Those you don't see reflected on the level 2, but where you will have notice of them is on the tape. You can't bamboozle the tape. We'll get back and talk more about that when we get back from the big desk with Adair.
We have comments coming out here from the Israeli media. I just have the S&P 500 up, trying to hold, as of right now, this base at 570.75 on the 3-minute chart. Israeli media is saying that Benjamin Netanyahu, quote, will discuss tonight with security leaders the issue of responding to the Iranian missile attack. So it looks like any potential response coming from Israel will be discussed tonight. Again, this is according to Israeli media. It's worth noting as well, we've now heard today and then also last week from President Joe Biden that Israel is considering, in terms of possible responses, maybe striking Iranian oil facilities. So keep an eye on these oil names. In response to that, again, we're going to see what this discussion brings, but looks like this potential strike response being discussed at any moment now, guys.
Yeah, I mean, like, I can't say I'm glad to hear it at all. Whether it presents us opportunities to trade or not, you never want to see belligerencies wherever they happen, and that's the way it is. That's the way the world is, dude.
That's the way the world turns, my friend.
Donald John Trump, though, is at highs.
At highs.
I mean, this thing is a rocket ship today, guys. 2150. Right now, we've got, I don't want to say a 3-candle rejection, but we're hovering in and around 2150 as a level of current intraday resistance. 16 2/3, almost 17%. It's changing as I speak here. DJT, a dang rocket ship on the day. Very respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. I don't care how much of a broken record I sound. It is accurate here, and it presents you with opportunities to enter the trade. I also want to mention something else. LASE, looking awfully interesting here at $8. So triple top, so to speak. Let's have a look at the 5 here. On LASE, the $8 being that level, you could even make the case that this is a bull flag continuation, man. I mean, just because the candles are super wicky with almost no body, it doesn't remove it from, a candidate for a bull flag. I mean, bull flags and bull pennants come in all shapes and sizes, and this could be one right here. Big move up, sideways consolidation, even if the candles are composed mostly of wicks as opposed to body. So I'm not going to get into this at the moment. It's just way too choppy for my risk management. But this one, if it breaks 8 and holds 8, that's a different trade. It didn't do that with 7, though. So maybe I shouldn't be quick to look for that. Like once it broke 7, look at this. It hasn't come back anywhere near 7. In fact, the closest it's got is like that 30 or a third of a dollar area, and that was on a quick wick basis. So LASE certainly in play today. It's been in play for months now, but at this level, the highs and with how it's trading, not my cup of tea. What else we got? Moving a foot over here. Yeah, so not my cup of joe. Okay. Ram's trying to cause trouble. All right, okay. Dara's clapping for, man. They've got a team, those two, bro. I'm telling you, they've got a team. And, it's all good.
Dynamic.
Yeah, the dynamic duo.
The dynamic duo, yeah. Absolutely. I seen Adara post something in the chat there about Tesla, and I'm with you, Adara. Hopefully these higher lows continue, and I don't know if you're bullish or bearish on the asset, but let's see if we can continue to the top side or we pull back in towards VWAP. So that's an absolute look on She likes it. So yeah. So she likes Tesla. We like Tesla. FXI is continue down, and that is working for us. We're squeezing a little bit on SMCI. I don't have the best entry on SMCI. I chased it a little bit, and the volume didn't step in how I liked. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go ahead and boom, cut it. We're out of that stock. We don't want anything to do with it right now because it's not really doing what we want it to do. And so we're not going to mess around with it at all. So we're going to go to FXI, and we're going to continue to see what's going on with this asset here. And look, guys, just look at this. We're in here, and we're just continuing to the downside. We caught the whole trend on this thing, which is absolutely beautiful. Besides whatever happens. So we cut the whole trend on FXI. Boom. We get the initial move down, pull back, grab some liquidity, fails to break this pivot here, and then absolutely heads to the downside. So that's what we're looking for. So, yeah, so some good stuff in the chat there. Havana Woody, I've observed that when IPOs get options, they tend to trend down afterwards for a while. I mean, I'm pretty sure I heard somebody say that not a while ago, actually, that with a lot of these IPOs, your best bet on the majority of them, you would be profitable if you were to just sell after a couple of days after the IPO. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I heard somebody on CNBC say that statistically shorting the IPOs is a good strategy.
Huh.
So, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I heard that. And Danny Ives told me, too, that buying all-time highs is also a great strategy. So I like that as well, too.
Can I build on that point?
Yeah, absolutely.
I was telling this to Brendo, I don't remember, last week or something like that. I'm like, all-time highs statistically beget more all-time highs.
Yeah, exactly.
So you are more likely to get into a next all-time high within a week span by punching in at all-time high.
Yeah, and absolutely.
Funny how that works.
Yeah. And you can see, we'll pull up the cues actually here of just what it's like to play an all-time high break. And that's what I'm going to do kind of on Bitcoin as well, too, because Kyle Burdett was speaking about that not too long ago, Big Spile. And I mean, look where this was a while ago, which all-time highs I'm looking at. Yeah, in 23, I mean, right? So once we broke the highs of 21 and then we make a new high of 23, we just absolutely soared to the top side from the all-time high standpoint that was printed in 2021, right? So we're absolutely just soaring. So if you bought here at 395, you're sitting on a pretty penny right now. So it is a strategy that works. Maybe wait for things to pull back. I don't know if we're going to buy this all-time high because we have been trending for a couple of years now. And that's the characteristics of a bull market, Sharif, is that we get strong, and then when we get to the top, we kind of get a little bit toppy and chop around a little bit, and that's totally fine. So good look on those all-time highs, not a bad strategy. So, and as we talk about it, let's pull up Bitcoin and see what Bitcoin's doing.
Okay.
Again, it's not doing overly too much. We're still trading in this channel. And Wayne and I in the back were talking about this. The longer we consolidate, Sharif, then I think that's just going to be a bigger move at the end of the day, right? So usually what happens with
Zoom
Bitcoin.
out more, bro. This is the ultimate cup and handle pattern over here. I don't know if you've seen this before.
Yeah. So absolutely, like, what a run here.
Yeah.
If we break these pivots, I wouldn't be surprised. But again, I think in the near term we start to move. We're not quite at the year point of when the halving cycle was. So there's still some time for new price discovery to settle in, and it hasn't yet. So we'll look for that. And once it breaks this channel, and then you can see the momentum step in with Bitcoin, then that's when you know it's really going to start moving. So all those Bitcoin advocates out there, keep hodling and just keep holding on to what we're holding on to. Other than that, we're still in this FXI. We're going to hold on to FXI. We only got about 10-20% of the position left. Other than that, we're going to see if we can trend with it all day. Sharif.
All right, I punched into lace over here. Gonna small position, trying to build it in the middle of the range. I'm a little bit higher than the middle, so we'll see what we get over here. It's bull flagging a little bit. It's above the 10, so I was like, look, let's take a trade. We haven't taken a trade in a hot minute over here. Let's see if we can print on this one a little bit. I'm not going to DCA into this. So let me just tell you, if I get stopped out, that doesn't mean I'm going to end the trade there. I still like the range because it's above the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. LASE is what I'm talking about. As you can see, you know, for the get it, baby. For the majority of the range here, it's been 750 to 780. You do have outlying candles like this one that goes into the mid-90s, as well as this one that goes, I believe, into that $0.25. So we'll see if we can squeeze up a little bit here on LASE, showing 74s, but there's a lot of chop right now. You know, if it'll bump up like 6 pennies, and then drop 7 pennies. So there's both sides of the coin right now on this small cap gapper. We'll see which way it wants to resolve. Trying to put the odds in my favor by taking it long north of the 10 exponential. But again, not going to DCA into this. I get stopped out. I'll look to possibly get back in if it has set up that way. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Donald John Trump, let's have a look at this. Still putting in higher lows, no question about that, but we're off the highs. That's around 21.55, give or take 56, as I see here on my side chart. So good look. Looks like 21 held up beautifully. So anybody weaseling into the trade at 21 there, you did quite well. And 21 did get defended. I mean, we cleared it. This is why it's a bit of a tougher trade to use these whole dollar levels, rather than just trying to use the higher low and lower high situation, or higher low and higher higher, excuse me. If you got in, if you took that 21.20 break, you ended up coming down about 40 pennies. And then you reclaimed 21 and started defending it like a level. So a bit of a tougher trade. 21 did do something, Ram. Oh my goodness. Adara's not here anymore, and Ram's taking it out of her.
21.
So I got stopped out of LASEs. It did dip below my entry. That probably is more reflective of where my stop placement was rather than this trade is not setting up. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. I mean, if we squeeze into that 8, I want to definitely be part of the move here. Didn't lose too much on it, 10 penny loss, quick as you like, but we'll look to do a little bit better on this one. Again, if it sets up, maybe I'll have a better price on it next time, right? Not in the mid 60s. Maybe we'll get like mid 50s or high 40s in and around that area. I'm still watching Lace like a dang hawk though. 75% off that $8 rejection, but still above the 10 exponential, and by virtue of that, above the 20 and VWAP and everything else. So in my humble estimation, it's in play. Adara's liking what you have to say, Ram. She likes those puns, so keep them coming. Danilo, Lace should be a short, I think. You're not wrong, Danilo. I was thinking that myself, but I have a rule. I don't short these small cap gappers if they're north of VWAP. I wait for the breakdown below the volume weighted average price, and then I'll look to set them up short in the same way that I won't take them as a breakout trade south of VWAP. So you might be right. You might be absolutely be right on that. Well, guess we'll see right now which way it resolves there. Elon, what's up, man? I haven't seen you in a hot minute, or haven't seen any of your comments, I should say, in a hot minute. So shout out to you. Vicky and Novak. Yes, okay. Fantastic look there. Not trading that. What else we got? What are you looking at, Joe? Oh, we do? Okay. All right. Adara's at the big desk with Money Talks.
We're going to take a look right now at the 5-minute chart of the DXY, because usually in the morning we'll take a look at the daily chart. So let's zoom in a little bit here. We are seeing higher lows without exception here on the DXY, though these last 2 5-minute candles pretty sharply red, so things could change. This, of course, could have to do with, and the timing certainly suspects this could be what's happening here. We did get some comments coming in. NBC reporting that U.S. officials are saying Israel is considering striking Iran's oil facilities. This is the second time in a week that we've heard this potential. It's also worth noting here at 1:40 Eastern, so in 10 minutes, we're going to get comments from the Israeli military spokesperson. So that can be on watch here in 10 minutes. Comments from the Israeli military spokesperson. Netanyahu apparently set to speak with security officials tonight. So lots going on here in that space geopolitically that could be impacting the U.S. dollar and the economy as a whole. It's also worth noting here, so many comments from Fed's Bostic. He began speaking here at 12:45, saying, amongst other things, that inflation rate is still quite a ways away from that 2% goal, which is a risk that the economy still could be too strong. Also here mentioning the potential impact here of hurricanes Helene and Milton. We know Milton just reached Category 5 yesterday, saying that this could actually have significant implications for the economy over the next 3 to 6 months. Also worth noting here, Fed Bostic addressing that monthly NFP report that was higher than expected, saying that it's above what is needed to account for population growth. So that is certainly of note as well. Now, we will have more Fed speakers today, both after market hours. Fed's Collins starts speaking at the closing bell here at 4 p.m. Then Fed's Jefferson speaking at 7:30. But tomorrow, we'll be getting here the FOMC meeting minutes from that September meeting with the unexpected 50 basis point cut. That comes through at 2 p.m. Throughout the day, both before and after those minutes, we'll get a barrage of Fed speakers. So let's see what comes next here for this U.S. dollar, guys.
Ram, read what Tez has to say in the chat there. Shout out to Ram. I'm just teasing you, Ram. We love you, right?
Get some help.
Wow, trolling extraordinary. I love that. Fabian already debuted that Ram while you were, I don't know, somewhere.
Stop, get some help.
Yeah, I know, right? Joe, I punched back in as we broke the $0.50. I'm long 48s. I wet my beak at 60s. I'm waiting next here, possibly at 77s. I'm talking about LASE. We did lose on it initially. I'm positive on it on the day. I think I'm still positive on the day. Yeah, I am. What am I saying, bro? Yeah. So we'll keep a lookout there. I'm not going to let this come down below my stop. I'll lose 8 pennies on this. For example, I'll let it go below 740. We'll cut it super quick if it breaks that 40 penny level. But I'm looking at bull flag here and then save a piece for that dang dream for that $8 break. Whether we get it or not, it's not really up to me. You know, all I can do is save a piece.
That's it.
For the dream.
Just leave it for the dream and join the dream team. Yeah, we love it. Good stuff there, Shreve.
What are you doing, my man?
Yeah, good second entry there. And you guys know that I'll always emphasize on second entries, and Shreve did exactly that, and the second entry worked out really good for him. So that's real trading, and that's what we like to see, right? Even though your thesis may not play out how you initially want, stick to it, especially if the setup is still there, right? So stick to those setups, take those second, take those third entries. Don't chase, and by all means, don't overtrade, but sometimes it takes 2 or 3 entries to get things rolling. Kyle Burdett says, Joe, walk us through how to structure a safer put play on SPY and take advantage of the macroeconomic data that's coming up. That's great. So you can... You know me, you can place a bull put spread on that, absolutely. And if you want to kind of iron condor that position, I would be totally okay with that, right? Because essentially with an iron condor, one side of the trade has to be right. So that's one thing that's beneficial, right? So you can either be neutral, you can have a pretty good break-even strategy employing iron condors to your trading, because either one side of the trade will be right, which can offset the other's losses, or you get both sides of your trades or both legs of those trades to be correct, and then you just collect the full premium. So if you're looking for that, Kyle Burdett, you know me, I'm a credit spread guy, so I would look to do a bull put spread on that. I mean, I wouldn't do a bull, actually, and let me take that back a little bit. Be careful with the bull put spread, because we're catching premiums at a low, and if volatility extremely heightens, then we can get caught on the wrong side. So that's why I would possibly condor that position, or a put butterfly, or an iron butterfly maybe, if you want to do a debit on that, which can be a little more safe. So just be careful of that with the implied volatility on doing credit spreads. But that's how I would look to play that, absolutely. So yeah, guys, we're just over here looking. Havana Woody, what's the use in dying if you don't die? Exactly, right? So just keep going, keep trying, continue to try, and if you're not working, like 50 Cent said, right, get rich or die trying. So continue to work hard, and if things work, then hey, by all means. So, guys, we're still in FXI. Put butterfly type. Yeah, and that's exactly. So put butterfly on that. That's a great, and that's why I said maybe imply a butterfly on that one. So it's a little bit advanced. So we'll talk about butterflies and iron butterflies and stuff on a later date. But other than that, we're still looking at FXI. The market is starting to come in a little bit here. We're going to take a look at the Qs. We're going to pull up the Qs and see what the overall market is. We're up about 1%. So that's good. I mean, we'll take it on the day, 1%, a good, cool 1%, nothing crazy. Still waiting for those prints to show up on, I don't even know what they're doing back there, but they make me laugh, and Ram's giggling, so they're up to something back there. But yeah, we're looking at the Qs, just up about a 1% here. And again, I think a lot of the market direction is looming with the upcoming prints. What do you think,
God,
yeah.
Yeah, no question about it, man. I want to shout out the Katina man, though. I don't usually do this and, shut him out for non-trader related reasons, but here it is, man. Yeah, no, seriously, though, right? The Katina man just got back, and he wasn't doing a walk and talk, but it was exercise related, because my man was at the gym and he was putting in work. Serious work. We're talking elliptical.
Okay.
We're talking rower. We're talking bench press. We're talking flies. My man was printing there. Get it, Katina, man. I'm really proud of you, brother. And I think that this is going to be monstrous. So once a month. Nice try, bro. Nice try, bro. The Katina boy wants to go to the gym once a month. Yo, man, I'm really happy for the Katina man. Shout out to him, man. Really happy for that dude. Obviously, big, well, I think this is better, Katina, man, quite frankly. I know the walk is sick as well, but yeah, that's the look there. So we're going to shout out the Katina man and always motivate him to do the absolute most in a good way. Shout out to him. Still in this LASE trade, guys, and it keeps weaseling into that 750 area, but it keeps finding a buyer there. So if it's finding a buyer there, well, why don't I add? Well, because I'm unsure with these small cap gappers, and we've been putting in a plethora of lower highs. So I got a good price, but there seems to be a bit more in the sell imbalance than the buy imbalance right now. So we'll talk more about that, though. We got to pay some bills right now. Where'd it go? I don't know where it went, Ram. I don't know why it always disappears like this. I don't know what I did to it. Oh, boy. All right, give me another second over here, and I'll set it up. We got the ad read, obviously. Yeah. I know. I had it. I'm ready to go. Let's go.
You ready?
All right, guys.
Let's go.
We're talking about e-signal here. We're talking about trading smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience with e-signal. You can analyze, you can strategize, and guess what? You can also capitalize. Foresee those profitable opportunities with the platform you need. You also get infinite data and you get instant trading. You know where the market is moving before others with that lightning fast data stream. You also get charts that change the game. Customize and analyze markets faster in the way that you want your way. There's also better backtesting and scanning. You can predict the future by understanding the past using that backtesting feature. There's also reliable real-time data up to the second market info from hundreds of global markets. Yes, all around the world. That's what global means. Everything you need all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. Are you ready to elevate your trading? If you are, scan that QR code on the bottom right of your screen or click the link in the description. Joe knows the assignment. He's pointing. He knows what's up, baby. Shout out to Joe. Good look there. Joe, did you have a look at Donald John Trump?
DJT, are you buzzing on it or are you buzzing? Let's go.
We're knocking on the door at 22 now.
Wow.
We just broke the $0.75.
Up
Donald,
18%?
It's nuts. 18.25. It's going here, Joe. 18.25%. DJT is in play. And here I am, the schmuck, locked into LASE, but hopefully this bull flags and we print. But from now, we're going back up to the big desk with a dare.
We have a small cap runner and watch here, BURU. This is Nubaru. This one actually looking to make new high of days right now as we speak. Up already about 162%. This started as a penny stock today, currently trading over $1. announced this morning that they secured $65 million in financing here from Liquius in order to help accelerate its plans for commercialization. The $65 million is really significant when you consider that BURU has a market cap of just over $4 million, and that's after this most recent run. We have a float of 3.5 million shares, short float of about 5.5%. So pretty significant investment, especially when you contextualize it here. For BURU, up over 150% and counting, guys. 78 million shares traded today.
Dara had my attention the second I found out that was sub $1. Shout out to Dara. Thank you so much. Buru, we're going to put that on the side chart over here. We're going to take off OTRK, which is tank control. But what are you looking at right now?
Hey, man, I got you. You've been absolutely parabolic on this thing right now. It doesn't even want to pull back. It's so strong. The stock is just continuing to the top side. So, guys, let us know if there's any specific catalyst on DJT, or is maybe just a technical breakout, right? Because this thing is absolutely spinning. Man, we only got about 20 minutes left in the show. Time flies when you're having a good time with your buddies and stuff like that. So, guys, we got 20 minutes left. Make sure you put your questions in the chat for Sharif and I. At the beginning of the session, it was absolutely phenomenal, all the questions that you guys were putting in the chat, and hopefully we were doing our best to answer those. Yeah, James Chow, Google dip by calls. See, there you go. Hey, someone mentioned Google today. I said maybe just wait a little bit, hold your horses, pack your patience on the setup. But definitely look at some point to join. If you want to do some leaps on Google, I'm absolutely I'm all for it. So long-term anticipation, equity positions, there's leaps. I'm not going to go into the full things of it, but it's just a long-term contract, right? So if you want to own or have the rights to Google at a set price for up to a couple years without actually owning the underlying asset, then look into leaps. But other than that, so yeah, great show. Yeah, appreciate it. Good luck on AMD. He's also in AMD. I'm in AMD. So let's pull up AMD. Hopefully the overall market can continue to move to the top side. It seems like we're holding VWAP pretty well on the indices here, and that's exactly what we want to see. If AMD continues to move to the top side, then that's going to be great. Havana, I know that you have a DJT position too and are looking to sell some calls on that. So we love that. So yeah, and Zion Lake, thanks for the love. So guys, we only got 19 minutes left in the show. Make sure you drop those questions for Sharif and I, and we're going to do our best to look at them.
Always, Joe. Always try to my best, our best. Look, guys, we're selling up here. I've been watching LASE at the 60 penny level. There's a seller here, but I think maybe the winds of change are coming because we're squeezing them here. I've been waiting mid-70s for a hot minute, but we really haven't cleared that mid-60s level for a while. Now, what I was worried about with LASE is we get that specialist breakdown. We've all been through it where, we got that great price, but our stop is a little bit too close, so we get stop hunted. That's what a specialist breakdown is. You get a big money buyer or seller pushing the bid down to stop everybody out, only for it to continue on its merry way to the high side. 69 showing up here. Let's see 70s. I've been waiting. Let's see. And there's the print, baby. We're going to spin the money on that one. Happy with how I've traded Lace today. I love these small cap gappers right now, and it's coming right back down. I'm going to be interested in adding at 750. There's the Katina man flying with the shop in it. I love that. And money's flying everywhere. He's on a rock. He's pondering life. All the prints that he got. The trouble. Why are these so choppy, Ram? What's going on over there? 750, guys.
Ooh.
Oh, really? Whoa. You're going to blame it on the market now.
That's a great...
Ram's blaming it on the market, guys. Yeah, well, you know what? I don't think the viewer is going to like that because you're blaming the market, Ram, and we're market people around here, so take it easy over there. No, but seriously, though, guys, Lace is going. Here we go. We're talking about that $8 high. We just weaseled up, I think, into $7.90. So it's squeezing a little bit here, but the zig and zag is still in play. Like we're mid-80s right now. Let's see if we can work up LASE, getting its footing under it again. Here comes 90 on the ask. I'm going to be interested in adding at 750, man. It's got to come back down into my level. And there you go. Now I answered my own question, Joe, when I was saying if I think there's a buyer at 50 pennies, why am I not adding at freaking 50 pennies? And that is a mistake that I always make. But anyway, here we go. Coming into that high of the day, LA I see is a dang rocket ship. We're going to see $8 soon here, but we might have to zig and zag a little bit there. 80 some odd percent. Loving this trade today, guys. LASC it's been a good one. It's been, man, I watched
You've been talking about it for a couple of days now.
Dude, they're advertising every morning on Squawk
hey,
Box,
there you go on Squawk.
Yeah.
If Deirdre, tech, Squawk Box, Deirdre. So,
He knows the assignment. He knows the assignment. We're not going to say any more of that.
We'll stop there at Deirdre.
Yeah, she's Canadian, right?
Yeah, she is Canadian. Yeah.
Shout out to Deirdre.
Yes, shout out to Tech and Deirdre Bosa.
I appreciate you, Elon, my man. Shout out to you, Elon, we love you around here. He's one of the OGs in the chat. Keep your eye out on that. I did see that, Adara. Thank you. Adara letting me know that PanDub got a double upgrade today from, let's bring it up over here because it's up big. It's up about 5%. Xane, PNB Paribas with a coverage of outperform and a rating of 410. We also had Goldman chiming in on Palo Alto Networks, which is my second biggest position in my account. I've made that clear in the past. There we go. Maintaining the buy rating, boosting the price target from 376, up into 425. I was very bullish on PanDub, more than I typically would have been, only for one specific reason. I'm bullish on it because of the cybersecurity play, but I figured, maybe I'm wrong, that some people would cycle out of CrowdStrike because of the issue and into PanDub. I don't know. We haven't really seen that because they reported earnings and they're like, okay, we picked up a couple of customers, but it wasn't what I was thinking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So maybe people are giving CrowdStrike another opportunity.
Yeah, like the JP Morgan Silicon Bank situation, right? Remember when SVB went out of business and then JP Morgan acquired their book, right? So so that's really good stuff. And you know what? After that, JP Morgan's reports were absolutely phenomenal.
Oh, yeah.
And unfortunately, JP Morgan was one of the first options contracts that I ever bought, actually.
Seriously,
yeah, 150. I bought a 150 call, and then I held it. I had it about 8 months out or something like that. I held it, and then I sold it at $156. So you can tell that was absolutely breaking my heart on that, especially after holding it for a little bit too long. We're in AMD here, and it's absolutely it's breaking my heart a bit too here. What I don't like here, if we can pull up my chart on AMD. This 5-minute indecision candle here right at VWAP, I don't love it, right? It's not a good signal for me, so we're not going to hold on to this much longer. Hopefully we can continue to the top side because I'm a big fan of AMD, and I really want this thing to be strong and continue to the top side. Looking for around a 174 on it. I have some calls on this position, so we're looking for a specific play on that. So if we can continue to the top side on that, that would be absolutely fantastic. We're still intrinsically valuable on this with some extrinsic value as well, too, for those who were paying attention to the options classes that, yes, we're in the money and we still have a lot of time left on this option is what I'm essentially saying. So that's good stuff there, guys. And keep throwing, BABA. That's what someone said in the chat. Can you please look at BABA? And absolutely, we can take a look at BABA here. So, I mean, this thing it's been parabolic for the past couple of weeks, right? And it's been gapping up day after day. So what's happening in the stock is totally reasonable and acceptable. It gapped down a little bit. So again, wait for it. If you're looking to get into this thing long term, just be wary. We do have this doji up here that can be a little bit alarming. But again, if you want to play this gap fill here, I'm all for it. But wait for this candle to close, this daily print to close, and then for a candle to enter this. But other than that, BABA, I don't know, pack your patience on this. Maybe you can get, with a fierce move comes another fierce reaction to the other side most of the times. So depending how this China stimulus plays out, hey, let's see, right? So just pack your patience on that one. There's always going to be a good time to get in the stock. Let the stock come to you, and then that way you can get in at the price that you want. Or you can do some options play on it, right? You can sell some puts, some cash secured puts with the intention of getting assigned on that, right? So if you want to own BABA around $100, keep selling those 100 puts on it while you have the cash in hand. So then you'll get assigned eventually, or maybe not. But until then, you can keep selling those premiums, collecting those premiums as passive income, and then eventually get the price that you want. And so that's really big thing about selling cash secured puts and the options wheel with the intention of being assigned.
Yeah, I was just reading what Big Smile was writing. He's talking about Generac, which is obviously that generator company for homes using nat gas. He wrote, Generac bad for weather events was good. What about non-cellular communication companies like walkie-talkies? Any ideas? Funny you should say that, Big Kyle, because I was on social media, I think a few days ago, wasn't yesterday, and there was this 1,000 kilometer, I don't know, 700 miles or whatever, or actually a bit more. It was 2,000 kilometers, walkie-talkie, no subscription, direct. I'm not exactly sure how it works or what, wavelengths or whatever spectrum it's working off. But yeah, that was a thing. And then they were talking about that specifically for the hurricanes, right? It's an excellent form of communication. You don't need towers. I'm not sure exactly how it works, guys, and I hate to yap about it if I don't understand the intricacies, but you bring up a good point, Kyle, because I was listening I was actually reading an article today, I think it was on Reuters, and it was basically that Generac had been booming because of the hurricanes and all the effect that it's having, knocking out power, this, that, and the other. So yeah, you bring up a fantastic point. Obviously, energy important as well as communications in these situations. So Big Smile, absolutely agree with everything you're saying there, guys. I want to talk about DJT because we had a bit of a breach of the 10 exponential, but we got bought up so aggressively off that bottoming tail candle, we ended up closing above the 10. So that pattern is still in effect. And this is what I'm looking at on the side chart over here on the 5-minute. Donald John Trump has not closed below the 10 exponential since, 10:15 a.m. It's 10 to 2. Buy program? I don't know.
Buy program.
I don't know. I mean, what does the 15 look like? Let's go to the 15. It's all green. There's no red candles.
Wow.
There's one we're currently in, hasn't closed.
Didn't it do that the other day too?
I think it did, didn't it? Well, one of them
we were looking at.
Clove. Yeah. That was a buy program there if I've ever seen one. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so DJT, guys, super strong. Now, I know what you guys are thinking. You guys are salivating at the mean reversion trade. I mean, maybe there one be had, maybe there isn't. I mean, it's going to be tough. I don't play it that way because I won't short it above VWAP. But yeah, you guys you bring up a good point about talking about that. Let's see what it does with 22. That's number one. This number two here, PDYN. I was trading this as a range because it was south of VWAP. Here it is. And now it's retaken VWAP. This is PDYN, small cap gapper. As I reflect on this one, and obviously the benefit of hindsight, doesn't help in the trade, but this has been very respectful, at least, in the afternoon of the 20 exponential. Forget about VWAP here. This has been 1, 2, make it 3, 4, 5. Every single one of those candles did find its footing, and it didn't even breach the 20, even on a wick basis. Forget about the close. The problem, though, is we have some sort of seller up in the high 80s, or let's say right at 90. And that's been in play since 12:45. And I mean, we didn't spend too much above 90, too much time, I should say, above 90. We spent less than, I would say, 6 or 7 minutes. We got up above there super quick, and then look what this candle did. Gave it up right away. So for whatever reason, we have a bit of an issue there. And my other problem with PDYN, Katina Man, I'll get to Tesla in a second. Katina Man says Tesla's moving, is that the volume weighted average price was above the 10 exponential. That's not a situation I typically see. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but that's not one you typically see. So I was a little confused about what to do there. And as I look at it now, it is still rejecting that high 80s, low 90s area. PDYN, interesting look, certainly got higher lows, but do we get that flat top break? Donald John Trump is on the way to $22. Wow. DJT is the rocket ship, that we kind of assumed it would be today based on how it was trading. And here it is, inching its way into 22, Joe. Good look, 18 3/4. Probably see 20 at some point here if it keeps going the way it is. What a look today for DJT.
Yeah, absolutely great look there, Sharif. Way to point that out for everyone there, because that thing's been absolutely trending. And even Lace, I love the look on Lace and how we got to see the squeeze on it and the halt there, which was absolutely phenomenal. So good stuff there, brother.
Appreciate you.
The king of small caps. So guys, listen, someone asked me about VST. I mean, if you were in this stock earlier, or even earlier in the month, like say our last month, absolutely way to grab that stock. I'm not too sure what Vistra is, but I mean, if you were in at the right place, then absolutely kudos to you. But I wouldn't chase it up here, right? Because we are extremely extended. So if you are looking to get long in the stock, wait for a pullback and then you can get in. But we'll talk more stock after we get to Adara.
Keep an eye on GM here. General Motors up 2%. Nice volume pop here. And the price pushing higher in this candle in the 3-minute chart. CEO Mary Barra saying that the company's on track to achieve positive variable profitability for EVs in Q4. So some positive EV news sending GM to the upside. Also could explain that pop in Tesla. We're also seeing pops in Ford and some other vehicle stocks here. Again, led by GM saying that they're on track to achieve positive profitability for EVs in Q4 2024, guys.
Ooh. Got someone in the chat shouting out Obi. Obi they won a reversion play. Any suggestions back there?
I think he's got his headphones.
He's got his headphones and he can't hear us. He's locked in right now.
Oh yeah.
So we got Tesla. So sorry about that. We didn't get to Obi, but there's something. He's got something on his eyes. He's absolutely stalking like a hawk. He's ready to pounce on any position that comes his way. So yeah, we got that. Guys, we're still in AMD. It's not really moving higher right now, and that's okay. We don't got too much time left on the show, guys. So put your questions in the chat and everything, and we only got a couple minutes left, so we'll answer what we can, and we'll take a look at what we can. But as of right now, I'm still in AMD. I'm waiting for this thing to continue higher. I would really like for this stock to continue higher. I mean, if Nvidia starts to recover a little bit, and Tesla, which Katina Man was mentioning, is on its way up, which it absolutely is. It's starting to recover a little bit. Held VWAP, held the 244 level, which is fantastic. So if this thing starts buzzing into Robo-Taxi, Sharif, who knows where we can? I think we can break pivots high. What are you thinking?
Joe,
pump or dump on Robo-Taxi?
I'm saying pump right now, not because of Robo-Taxi. Mm-hmm. Obviously, I think that's sick, but word around, I don't know, the EV is, or the electric vehicle is basically we might get the release of Juniper. Ooh. Juniper is the Model Y revamp. So Model Y has been in circulation for a hot minute. We just got the Model 3 revamp. Okay. Now we're talking about deliveries, Joe. Q2 2025. So what better time to announce it when you've got everybody focused on this Robo-Taxi? So that's number one, Juniper. I definitely want to see that because that's going to boost Model Y sales. And it's already one of the most popular cars in the world.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's number one. Number two, we could get a Model 2 announcement, that cheaper version, not even the Model 3.
They've been prolonging that. We don't know if he's going to do it or not.
No, we don't.
We don't know. So.
Well, remember what happened with Reuters?
What happened to the Roadster, though? Sorry.
No, I don't know.
Is he not going through with the Roadster anymore? Or?
Good question, man. We haven't seen too many of them. Yeah, it's a good question.
Yeah.
I think he's going through it.
He's going through it.
No, but to build on your point, though, Reuters came out a few months back, 4 or 5 months back, and dropped a story that Elon was basically canceling the model, or Tesla.
I read that. Yes.
Then Elon, true to form, response calls Reuters liars, basically says that they can't be trusted, and says that they're accelerating Model 2 production.
Just
to spite them, right?
Of course you would, right? That's it. And Fisker, I know you're an EV guy. What do you think about Fisker going on the brink of bankruptcy?
It breaks my heart, bro. Like, you don't want to see anybody going out of business, but my old man tells me this all the time. You do not have a right to be in business. The market decides whether you stay in business or not, right? So, they did some wrong stuff.
Yeah, they did some wrong
stuff. People could say Marquise Brownlee basically bankrupt that company because when he dropped that review, it was scathing.
It was not good.
He gave him a fair shot, though, Joe.
Yeah, he did.
He gave him a fair shot.
They're struggling.
So here's the beef. Remember what happened with that? Fisker didn't have the software update when he reviewed it. So he kept going to other people to try to get the car because they wouldn't give it to him. Fisker, that is. They wouldn't give him a car to review. He wanted to review it. So he went and got it from a used car dealer. And then they found out that he was going to get it. And they're like, please, don't review it. We haven't updated it. He's like, look, man, I'm going to review it. I don't wait for you.
I don't understand why. Why did they think that this guy's not going to get his hands on a vehicle?
Yeah, they gambled.
Sacred, right?
And so he reviewed it. It was scathing. And then they did update the software, and he reviewed it again to give him a fair shot, right? And then he's like, look, they improved some stuff, but some of the build quality is still what it is.
Iffy, yeah.
You know what I mean?
There you go. The EV, he knows. I brought up Fisker, and he had.
I love EVs, man. I love cars. I love talking to Randy. Bell cars every day. We're chiming back and forth. Couple minutes left in the on the show, guys. Sorry to yap about the cars, but Italian Honeybee Sharif, how was the test drive? You will find out shortly, my friend. Video to be released. That was a fun time. Cool. I love how the Tiedemann messaged me right away. He's like, "How was the Tesla drive?" And I was like, "Yo, man, Elon he's watching. He's always watching." Because right when it saw me using my phone, shut the drive off. Told me full self drive no longer available. You need the Meta glasses. Ram, you know what? If you try to cover that camera, it won't even let you drive FSD. So if you want to block the camera from viewing what you're doing, it's not going to even work. Fact check me on that, guys. Anybody who's got a Tesla and FSD or knows about it, is that accurate? Because that's what I'm hearing online, that if you close that camera, that one right by the rear view cam that's looking right at the entire car, it won't let you drive FSD. So that's kind of what I see there. Any other questions for Joe? Quickly, we got like one last minute over here. Looks like Nvidia's curling up again, Joe, through 132.50, eh?
I mean, AMD squeezing a little bit here too. So, guys, fantastic show. It's always fun. Great questions in there. Tomorrow it's Sharif and Sharif. Sataya, yep. So we got them there. And then Thursday, it's part 2 of options. So make sure you guys tune in, and we'll leave it off to Sharif.
Absolutely. Guys, and I want to let you know, Sataya is going to have a lesson tomorrow. It's going to be about stop losses. So everybody get ready. She's going to be dropping hot lines. For now, though, we're going to send you to the Big Kahunas. We'll see you same bad time, same bad channel tomorrow. Take it over, guys.
I miss when he would say, and Brendan was at the big desk. No. Welcome back, everybody.
Brendan's at the small desk.
The other shoulder behind us there. So we're up to, okay, wait a minute, I'm in the chat. There we go. Just wanted to make sure I'm in the right chat because it's the afternoon show, everybody. We are back. We'll let Sharif mosey, or actually weasel his way over to the screen, and we'll be able to talk about the symbols you want. Adara brought the news about GM. They talked about profitability in their EVs by next year, and there was this spike. So it's the only thing. I actually just got into it. I am trying to get back into Alibaba. We'll get to that, I'm assuming, at some point. But GM got all the way into 47 change. It's more reason in. It was kind of breaking out on the daily. You have this prior high at 47 even. So a pullback, held a bit of a wick above, going to give it to the lower wick, or we'll work back into VWAP here. So GM, kind of a new thing. Wasn't even looking at General Motors until that story came in. Mary Barra mentioning profitability in their EVs, which I'm surprised about because nobody actually makes money on EVs except for Tesla and 2 or 3 Chinese ADRs.
We just, welcome everybody. We just went long Shopify and got in and out because we put the wrong stop. We'll take 10 cents. I was trying to put 82.50, put 83.50.
You feeling off?
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. I mean, this needs the bang right here because I just sat back down. Honestly, we just sat here and I was like, let me check out what Tesla's doing. We double bought Tesla, and right now, I mean, depends what you had for lunch. We had, it was ham today, so it's not chicken dinner winner, pork winner there. What happened there? But okay, here we go. Tesla right now, 70 cents and trying to go higher. Let's see what happens with the end of this market coming through very, very soon. Look, we're just excited to be here trading every day. It was a rough morning, but we're almost back, baby. Right now, Tesla 60 cents. We still got some Apple on our mind as well. Still long Apple from the beginning of the day. We'll see if that one wants to continue to make some moves higher. But yeah, I'm bullish here. We've held VWAP. We've held, well, VWAP, of course. We held the 50-period moving average right there. And look at this. Since then, the last half hour or last 20 minutes, straight up upside right there. So all is well, baby, baby. It was not all a dream because these trades are real. Let's see if Tesla goes a little bit higher than this. We are now 70 cents in. I have an offer right here at 50. We'll see if we can get that fill. 245.40, trying to take that dollar in about 10 minutes here on Tesla. I heard Joe talking about AMD. That's a name that I chose. I was between both of them, man. AMD or Tesla, both bouncing here at the 50-period moving average. Looks like AMD would have been the better call. That's already up 80 cents. I mean, we'll take 60 on Tesla, but both of them right now continue to go a little bit higher. We'll talk about all of that after we get back from Sharif.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. As you saw, Neil and Sean locked and loaded at their desk. They're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. So make sure to join us in the midday How to Trade show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers, but it's a subs-only chat, so make sure you like and subscribe. Let's start with the Future. This is the triple Qs right here. The NQ leading all the indices today, about 1 1/4, 1 1/5 in the green. Last time I looked, the ES also not really lagging much behind, up 0.75%. It really is the Dow today that is kind of flat, not doing much, up 0.16. The Russ in green territory, the Russell 2000, up about 0.25%. But the first ticker, as decided by you, SMCI, monster day yesterday. About almost 7% in the red. Really, it had to do with the announcement that they're going to sell about 100,000 of these advanced AI servers per quarter, as well as the new cooling technology that cools this stuff. So good luck for them. Market buying it up, but selling off a little bit today, guys.
A little bit. They sold the living you-know-what out of SMCI today. There was not a little bit of a sell on SMCI. It was the most violent candle on any stock outside of, unless there was something that halted to the downside, unless there was some small cap company that, I don't know, like if you had like a single drug failure or something, maybe you get a down look like this, or maybe you'll look at an offering could have done something like this out there, but
Tesla.
It's got to be SMCI was Dumpville. And at the end of the day, I think I was pretty lucky on SMCI because I at least waited till it got to 48.5, which is that $485 level. We had resistance, triple top. We didn't get any breakout trades. It just came in, was able to get a few scalp trades. So within the range, was able to get some flats, a couple of scalp trades in there, another bounce, tried a trend reversal on it. So I got away with like 4 trades long to be small down on it. But really, there was a short in there somewhere, right? I think obviously if I'm drawing a trend line down for it to be broken, once it connected like 3 dots in here, there was a continuation short, like 45.5, probably down into 44. It's starting to settle down. At least it seems to me like it's settling down here. Our charts aren't split adjusted, but again, like we always say, just you take away a 0 and it's easy enough to be able to figure out. If you look at some of the support that could theoretically come into play before the split, you did have this 420 level as resistance, which could come into support. And then you've got this top wick the day before, which was 439. So $43.90. Seemingly, this is where it's bottoming out here. So if you look at the pre-split top wick, that's now your bottom area support on SMCI, right at about $44. I think that's your chance to hold. Right now, it's one of the weakest stocks out there. There is another name which is actually looking weak in the chip space that I'm looking for a VWAP retracement on, and that's just going to be Micron. So Micron doesn't really matter. Most things are strong. SMCI is the worst chip stock. This one down 1.25%. It's trying to work its way back up to a 102. 102 to VWAP is kind of the target zone if you can get up there. But it's been trending down more or less the whole day, like SMCI.
All right, SMCI. Look, by the way, right now, there goes Tesla. Kablam. Nice move up. We'll talk about Tesla in just a couple minutes. Right there, we take 20s on Tesla. There's 76-cent winner right there, almost dollar club, y'all. I got some Drake in my ear right now. We're just trying to get on one right here. Okay, so there's SMCI. Same way, man. We wrote down 48. Where's my sticky note? Did not work. See a sticky note. We tried 48s, right? And I mean, just like Neil said, it was like bang, bang. Real quick, right? One quick winner as we averaged. And we haven't traded this stock that much, so this is not something we lost. I basically lost triple in AMD. Maybe we can get to that soon. And then it dropped down into there, and then we finally got out when it dropped 47. Look, you can't trade SMCI without a dollar range. So we gave it $1. We tried it. No workout right there. It comes back in on that one. So yeah, we're fine. But again, did not work out early. SMCI, it's been all the way down ever since. So we'll just continue to watch out for SMCI. I want to play the bid, but I mean, it hasn't been there. It has to be a break of 50, a break of the 50 period, which we're at right now. Doesn't seem to be very significant. The 200 periods right here at 44 and change, it's followed it down the whole time. I'd rather play VWAP, which is at 46. So for me, puff, puff, pass. Back to you, Sharif.
I like that shot. All right, guys, Tesla's next. You saw Sean's already involved in Tesla. 2 days away from that robo-taxi event. And that has everybody chiming in here. 3 different analysts, let's just call them commentaries, coming out. Oppenheimer reiterating Tesla to a market perform. Truist maintaining the hold on Tesla and the same price target of 236, but it was RBC Capital Markets maintaining the outperform and boosting the price target to 236 to kind of look with Truist. So again, guys, we're expecting the robo-taxi event, but widely speculated to be other announcements, some of which could be the Model Y revamp codenamed Juniper, as well as possibly a Model 2 variant or something like that, guys. So interesting look.
You say variant, you make it sound like it's a bad thing. No,
844 area code. Is that
844? I always look up area codes when I don't recognize them. I have no idea what
844.
844 does
8 sounds like it's like a.
No, that sounds like it's like a scam call.
I don't know why Apple didn't tell me it was like scam
number.
Call alert.
Because isn't it like 844, 866, 80?
Yeah, 888. Huh?
Did they hear that, or do I have to repeat that? So it's a United States and Canada toll-free number, 844. So scam. Every now and then, and obviously now wouldn't be the time to do it because we're live doing a show. It's like, yeah, if I'm not doing anything, I get a scam call.
Oh, this is my barber. I like
to just sort of mess around. Like you ever done that before?
Not really.
No, but if I'm literally doing nothing, which believe me, when I was hurt, I'd be like on a hammock or something. I'm like, you call me and I'm sitting on my hammock, not really doing much, just like chilling out in the good weather. I don't like. I'll sit there and just sort of mess with you for a couple of seconds, like do an accent. I'm not one of the people that would like record it and then post it to somebody or anything like that. It's just not my cup of tea. But hey, man, sometimes you have to have a little bit of fun, and maybe you'll make their day too, because I can't imagine it's like the most fun job in the world to do. To be in a call center. I know plenty of people that have done it before, and it's like, yeah, sometimes it gets tedious. Tesla. Elon just said, when you talk, yeah, absolutely, 100% Elon. We'll get there because we're talking about Nvidia next. I just want to make sure we got to that. Yeah, we'll talk about Intel 100% because I was in that a few times today. Tesla, I actually said I wasn't going to trade Tesla unless I saw 238 or it broke out 46 to get into 50. So for myself, it hasn't really set me up yet. Although it could break out this top at 46. I still believe that 50, if we get there before the event, is going to be a sell opportunity. But until you get there, all bets are off. There was a false break in Rivian today. And I said this morning. Someone was like, okay, well, Rivian's trying to break out. And I was like, this is the break level, 1080. So if we get to 1080, that's the level, to me, that needed the breakout, not this one here. So I actually think this stock is a relatively weak one, putting in a lower high. Kind of a little bit of a head and shoulders here at 1060, not participating whatsoever. If they go red, I think that's kind of an easy short if it goes green to red.
Okay. Look at this. We just went long again off Shopify. No face. Nice move to the upside right there. 82.60 long. We take that. Now it's up 20 cents. Let's wait to see. I put the wrong stop, so we take 10 cents there early, and then we come back up to the upside now. 20 plus cents in. All right, so Tesla, again, I like the stock, right? I mean, we talked about why we like this. The problem is I didn't see a trade early on this. It was kind of stuck in the middle, so we'll have to wait to see now what it wants to do. This is not great. This is a 20-minute chart. Nothing like super exciting right here, so that to me is a wait. So we had to wait for something to develop. I sat back down here and I was like, you know what? Market's well above VWAP. This looks like it wants to go. We're up 1.23%. We want to play strong names that pull back into VWAP. So here it pulled back, bang. Here it pulled back, bang. Here it pulls back, bang. Again right now. So we're in this name. We're already out 60%. And let's wait to see if it goes even higher right now. I like Tesla. I think it's a sell the event, but at the end of the day, what do I know? You're up here into some resistance at 260. I think we can get there over the next couple of days. So let's see if we do that. Remember, the event is not a tradable one. It will be after hours. And unfortunately, you didn't know that, right, Sharif? Yeah. It's 7 o'clock. So it's 4 p.m. Pacific time, I guess, West. Yeah. So yeah, obviously it's not going to be happening for us, but we'll trade the very next day, which will be Friday, and it should be exciting. I think we get to 260.
It would be Texas. Is Texas what?
I don't know where they're doing it, but Chef Joe was saying that it was. I think it's in California. They're doing.
Oh, it is in California. Okay.
I don't know, but anyways, either way, apparently it starts 4 p.m.
Cali.
Eastern.
Okay.
Cali.
But you can't. If you're at Real Trading, Well, you know what's interesting?
Tupac is alive. Yeah.
Born on the East Coast, man. He was East Coast dude for a little bit. But what was I going to say? It was something about, no, if you're trading at real trading, you have the ability to look at the blue ocean market, which is an overnight market. On special days where something is happening, there can be decent liquidity there. And I know traders that have traded quite frequently. I would suspect that there will be liquidity in Tesla during the event, at least relative to other overnight sessions. Palantir just made another fresh high. It's continuing to go. Now broken through 41 and made a fresh little top. I think it's making a bit of a new trend in here. Going to look for a re-entry into PLTR. We did have that on a dip a couple of times, then got it into 41, but now it's breaking away. I want to get back into this long trade and resume. Now that you're in the second half and the close, I feel like there's going to be some opportunities. This one's breaking highs when the market's not quite there yet, so I want to get back into this trender.
Nvidia had a hell of a day yesterday. Another great day today, up about 3.5%, a little bit more than that. So yeah, they had their AI summit in DC. That was yesterday's news. This came out today. Also looks like Taiwan Semiconductor is going to start incorporating their advanced chip production using this, the computational lithography platform. Where have we heard that before? Oh, that's right. ASML, they do that. And this is actually going to be the component. So this is the ultraviolet lithography machine in its entirety. And it's going to be this specific component here designed by Nvidia. Looks like they're going to be able to produce that for them. So we'll have to see how they do. Already doing well today, though, guys.
Nvidia, let's go. Nvidia going to be my number 2 stock because we didn't get enough shares. Or else it would be number 1. Right there, man, 130.50. As it was written here. Yeah, you want to talk about some East Coast right here? As it was written, we'll go with some Nas right here. Queensbridge, stand up. I've still got Drake in my ear, so I'm still trying to represent T-Dot here. Okay, so 130.50, man. We really like that break. And why did we like that break? Very, very simple, man. It's just like breakdancing ray gun style. You take that through here, 130.50 takes the top. Bang! Right there, right? Give us the gold medal, baby. There it is, 130 break. We take out 25 cents, we take out 50 cents, and then we take out $2 on that play, and then we just keep on going, man. So we are now out of that play. We could have had 133s, but when it comes back down and breaks the 50-period moving average, we just let it ride, baby, all the way to the upside there. Take it out at 132.50 from a 130.50 break. That is 2 smooth dollars, man. And just like CL Smooth, that was that one. That's that joint. So right there, 132.50, man. Put $2 in your pocket and call it a day. Puff, puff, pass over to Neil.
Yeah, for me today, I was in Nvidia, and the reason why I'm in Palantir, the reason I was in Palantir, and the reason why I was in Affirm was mostly because of what was happening in Nvidia. It broke the original high, went essentially like 40, 50 cents or so, went for the reload, got some out, couldn't hold the break, bought the dip off of VWAP. So I'm like, okay, we're playing it. I felt at that point like things were going pretty well. Like, hey, we sniffed it out that this was no good. We wait in for VWAP in there. Then it dumps it, losing the support candle underneath. Makes a bottom wick. Okay, you know what? That's going to be a little bit nasty. I'm not going to hold 130, that 130.25. I gave it some room in there. Gave it to like 75s in there. So we gave it about 50 pennies. That's what you were getting on the upside. Came back in, loaded back into VWAP. It broke again underneath the local support. Said, okay, fine, if that's how it's going to be, tried to pick it up off you up there. You can see the acceleration on this candle at 10 o'clock. It was a wild one. So after that, went for a consolidation play, let it pull back, added to the position, kind of liked it, added to the position, couldn't go, so we're scalping out, reload, didn't work. At that point, I'm like, you know what, this is not trading the way that I like it, because usually when something is trending up, I'm not going to have trouble finding ways back into the trend. We're getting decent dip buys. If I do like a good dip buy on strength, it's going. That was not happening at all in Nvidia for me. So that's why I made my way over to, I already showed you guys Palantir, and then Affirm, which was trending a little bit nicer to the upside. And I promised it was, actually first let me just go to the daily chart because we haven't mentioned this. Tops on the daily here, 136. You can't see because my head's in the way here. I'll just do that. There you go, 136. So tops on the daily, 136. Now that you're through this level, I think that seems like the obvious next spot where you can head to. It's a nice little bull flag pattern there on the 15-minute as well. There's no trend to play in here, but it's consolidating higher. If it takes out the top, there is room to run. I promised it was Elon that I would mention Intel. So Intel wasn't going when the rest of the market was. So this is, I was in short here. It'll be hard to see because look at how crazy it's going now. So we're in here at 26s, 27s, short with a 30 stop. We're getting printed down there like 22, 20s, like it's about like 10, 15 cent wins. And then it breaks out. Like look at the acceleration on the trend line. Then I make this trade, which I don't like because obviously why? Like this was the trend early that it holds on to, doesn't break the trend down, now going parabolic to the upside. You have to know when to give it up, right? Like just because like you can think that a stock is a short and want to find places to do it. So when it sets up here, you'll take your shot and you might lose a couple of pennies. But when it breaks contain the way it is right now, you got to wait till the next level up. So on Intel, that's been about 23.30 until it gets into this range, 30s into 23.5, 23.60. Then I'll look for some kind of a mean reversion trade, which will be slap the trend line on. When it's in that range and it gets to that top, look for a mean reversion, but not until it gets there. Like let it play out its strength. You got to be able to get away from stocks that aren't working. That's how you maintain stability. You'll sort of maintain consistency. You know, like if you're just sitting there, if I'm sitting there like trying to find every single short trade in Intel, except for the ones that were at the 2 levels that have come up, I'd be getting myself into trouble.
KeyBank analyst Brendan Nisbell chiming in on Apple today, basically saying iPhone, the base model iPhone sales in September were weaker than typical for the time of the year and for the upgrade cycle. However, it's the Pro and the Pro Max that are seeing healthy sales. Those are obviously the more expensive models. So I'll have a look at Apple today. Yep, 1.5%, but really got hit hard yesterday, guys.
I mean, okay, 224. Look, I was just gonna hit the bang, but it doesn't really matter. The proof is in the pudding again. You know, this is what we do. We just sit here every day and prove stuff. It's just about proving it. It's proving it to myself, proving it to you guys. It's just proving that, you know, these are the trades. You know, I'll talk about AMD later. You'll see that. I'm surprised not on the list. But like these are the trades, right? This is not like me talking about if this happens, if that happens, I like this, I like that. Nah, this is like, okay, these are trades that we're putting on as real traders, and you guys, this is what you want. There's the move up, there's the fall back into VWAP into the 50 period, bang, straight up to the upside. You're gonna have trades that work out, you're gonna have trades that don't. But at the end of the day, we identified that Apple was strong today. That's the first point of the trade. The second point of the trade is let it settle down a little bit. We didn't do that with AMD or SMCI. We actually were in almost ASAP. This one, although you think like, okay, what's this guy talking about? We at least gave it 12 minutes. And our first fill here is around 42 or 43, started from the bottom, you know. And then now it's nice move to the upside here, up to 226. So I don't know, nice low, nice high. We have the low there and the high. And we're just lucky that we got out up here at 226. But why did we do that? Yesterday's high. So yesterday's high rate there came in there, and we put an offer near 226. I was just as surprised as everybody that we got that fill. And then unfortunately, our last 10% comes out right here. So we have a beautiful fill there, and about 20 minutes later, it's down about $1.50, and it breaks the 50-period moving average. At the end of the day, it don't even matter because this is real. I'm telling you right now, this trade right here is 10 times the next, not 10 times, 4 times my next best P&L name, and it's a monster. So there it goes, man. 224 upside up to 226, bang. That's a good trade for me. Now we leave it alone. I could have, again, we weren't here, but reload strong stocks at VWAP. That's the strategy. So if you want to trade, I think that's the next one. We'll wait for it. Perfect. We are right here at Tesla waiting for that. We are out of 60% of this. Maybe this falls back in. But for right now, I like Apple. Is the number one stock, and why not?
Yeah, I love what happened in Apple today. You know, I think this is a great sign for the stock. When we left you guys yesterday, I think there was a question in the afternoon about like, what do you think? Actually, it might have been in the aftermarket show. Now that I'm realizing it, no, it was what do you think about Apple underneath this 200-period move or 50-period moving average? And my thought was, just because you broke it today doesn't tell you anything about the reaction of the stock tomorrow. So as you can see, it actually holds on to the 50 on the daily. Now, I liked it. I was looking at pretty much only chip names off of the open, with the exception of Palantir and then Affirm. We're looking at Affirm because they got an upgrade by somebody. Doesn't really matter who. So it held on to that 50 period and it was right away. At this point, outside of like a VWAP or trace, because that was the opening range support. That's about the only trade that I'm seeing. And I will still think, and we did say this in the morning, if the stock gets into 227, like just underneath 227 and 227.5, it has yet to retrace to that price since it dumped. And when it did, I won't forget this day where it looked like it was breaking out several times. There was certainly enough volume, especially late in the day, for it to break away from 227. It was just hugging it and hugging it. It stalled out there on Friday as well. I feel like this is a sell zone because there was someone that was just holding the stock up. Every time buyers would emerge, they would just chop it up. So I think if it gets into that, I'll say it every single time till we get there, it feels like when Amazon was at 200. But we only got one chance to observe it at that price level. So with the strength that it's got today, it's essentially one move away from getting back into that 227. I think it's a zone that the sellers told you on the second of the month that there's supply there. So if it gets back into that supply zone, that's the only spot I'd look for any kind of a fade here. Otherwise, maybe a VWAP trade this afternoon. Surprised to see this name on the list. Not
up 1 3/4, guys. SoFi, good look. Up over 20% in the past month. There's no specific catalyst, but we got the 50 basis point cut, obviously, which helps their business, as well as the stronger NFPs that came in last week. And this article suggesting a good, strong economic environment is obviously good for their clients. So good luck today. No specific headlines, but up 1 4/5.
So I've been lamenting this level on I almost said SMCI because that's the stock we started off with. It's moving a ton. SoFi, if you look at this daily chart, it's challenged this breakout several times in here, about $8.50. So no buyers above it. It's pretty simple. It's one thing to wick above and break it by a couple of cents, but when this is now consistently happening, you want confirmation that you're actually going to hold buys above 850 on SoFi. So again, it breaks, goes about 9 cents or so, pulls back in, lower highs, and looking relatively weak. If it can hold some kind of a pattern above 850 on SoFi, that'll be the day that we go long in it. It has not done it yet. There's been no continuation. Like you could break it, like it broke 850 and pull back. It could have pulled back into the prior high and made a bid there, but it didn't. It just flushed right through, all red candles, until it had given up the entire breakout. That's been the story with SoFi. No buyers above 850. When they join, then I'll join the party to the upside. If there even is one, there's no guarantee that you're ever going to see the stock do what you want to at a price level. It's clearly a buy to me above 850 once it shows some kind of a pattern, but once again, another sell-off on SoFi. A bit of a disappointment there for them. I'd say like a sell-off disappointment, like what the, it's kind of like Alibaba. Like sometimes you're sitting there like waiting for like that big breakout where the buyer's going to come out above, and it did it a couple times in here, but just couldn't quite find buyers in those high teens, so it ends up selling off. But just a bit of a segue because I wanted to mention, if Baba gets back into VWAP, I want to short Alibaba at VWAP. I know it's a Chinese ADR, but it's been giving you an opportunity. Well, at least it gave you one opportunity in here. Like wicks above, short underneath. I think if we get another chance here, popping into 109.70, this is one that's on the radar. There's other Chinese ADRs, but this is the one on my mind.
All right, so you will not be seeing me probably trade SoFi unless A, there's a catalyst, or B, it is October the 29th. So right there, pre-market October the 29th for SoFi right here. Down 16% on the year. Yuck. Pretty nasty. Those of us that have sat in SoFi all year have obviously watched our money burn and watched other things just continue to rip up. Unconventional bank, fine, great. Student loans, fine, great. But this compared to JP Morgan or anything else, Morgan Stanley, we talked about all that. It gets dwarfed. So I don't know whether or not Anthony Noto is in here buying more or not. But for me, SoFi, really nice move. If you were lucky enough to get anything down here at $6, this is why it's tough to say where it is from the beginning of the year. We were already up here. This is January, so it started off bad. That's why we say we're down right now on the year. But realistically, you're still above. You're above the 200. You're above the 50. It's looking pretty good. So unless I'm on my worst behavior, I like this move to the upside right now on SoFi, possibly breaking through this 860 right here. So we'll see about that kind of a play. But for me, it's a puff, puff, pass until we get to October 29th and or some kind of a reason to go long on here. I mean, bank earnings coming on Friday, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, BlackRock, all going to be hitting it on. So we'll see if SoFi can do anything on that. But for me, nah. I mean, this is 920 right here on the charts. I think that could be something right now. Whether or not we break that, I'd look for it to break there on earnings, so 920. So I still think there's a lot of upside. I'd like to hear more about the story. Don't know enough about it. Although I do know that the Green Bay Packers went into SoFi Stadium and wiped up the current residents there of that stadium. So we'll be happy to do that again.
Who might that have been?
Well, that was the Los Angeles Rams, but we would also do that to the Chargers as well. That would be easy day for.
Well, no one cares about
probably. I mean, the Packers are 13 world championships. I mean, we'll see what winds up happening right now. Youngest team in the NFL and waxing teams left, right, and center. So okay,
Reed is a beast.
That was SoFi right now, so we will not be touching that probably until later on. All right, so Tesla's come back in here. We'll still try it down at 244. I mean, we're out of it. We got one of our fills right there was 25s as we talked about that. So that was already almost $1 winner. That was 80 cents. The fact that we're back to flat now is fine for me. This is my first trade on Tesla, so obviously we're well up. I can see our net. I'll hold this until we break. So I already have this order in. That's 244. So if we break through VWAP, then we can dump this trade. Let's just see if it wants to hold out. I don't think it's necessarily at a reload spot yet. I like to get a little bit lower. We're getting close right now to 244. So we'll give this a little bit of love down here. Maybe we won't get out immediately once it breaks, but for some reason now, although the market is holding up okay, as you can see on the NASDAQ, Tesla's coming in pretty good right now. I don't know. I have Benzinga loaded up here. I'm not really seeing anything.
The only headline, so I just got back into, I was trading Indo in the middle of the day. And you guys would have heard that there was some headlines negatively, obviously, in the Middle East. But there was another one that just came on maybe in the last minute or so. Senior Iranian officials essentially told Gulf states it would be unacceptable if they use their airspace to be used against Iran. I mean, okay. Like, it doesn't necessarily, it doesn't surprise me. There was a bigger headline earlier on, which is why I went over to Indo when it did happen, and shout out to Adara for bringing that. Essentially, it broke out here, so local breakout, kind of stalled at VWAP, and then pushed into a 490 top. I got out as it seemed like volume was really tapering off, and then of course it blew up again. But just a bit of a VWAP bounce here. So a couple of dips into VWAP at 475, and now breaking back out a local high on INDO. I mean, oil futures in that moment. I'm just going to pop up CL for you guys so you can see. Oil futures in that moment did a similar move, like broke out, got into VWAP. What's different about Indo, Indonesian Energy, I believe they're called, is it's a little bit of a squeeze name. So if you can get going, it's already going, and it's at VWAP when oil futures are just trying to get another bit of a spike here. They are going to close. Obviously, they close in the afternoon, but you can still get some decent movement, especially if we get a few headlines here or there. Sea Battles mentioning PayPal. See, now there's a name that's actually, like the difference between, SoFi and a lot of things. We can talk Robinhood if you wanted to. It doesn't really make a difference. Is that SoFi has been trying to break out some levels, whereas PayPal has had no trouble doing so. Let me just get a different chart up here for PYPL so you guys can see it on the daily. It's in the verge of a breakout as we speak on the daily. But the difference here is when you have a monster consolidation, there's your resistance level, so similar to 850 on SoFi, there's a break. There's it holding previous levels. There's it breaking again. There's another trend to the upside. So that's what you're getting out of PayPal as it's about to take out another top, it seems here. So PayPal, pretty strong in there. The reason you don't see this on the daily, this 8140, that was in the pre-market. So you can chart sometimes with pre-market levels, whether you do or don't want them on the daily chart. Tend to not have them here, but you can use this as a potential breakout on PayPal. That's the thing with SoFi. Get excited when it does something like PayPal, where it breaks a level, goes to the next resistance, consolidate, breaks out. That's a breakout. If you just get to the resistance level and fade, then you're Intel, or you're not today, but then you're a weak stock. Like what SoFi's done is what SMCI had been doing the last few months actually. So not a great look overall, I don't think. for SoFi, but PayPal looking very strong. 30 cents right now from that high break.
All right. Okay, so I'm just going to be still in these same positions right here. I mean, Apple's $1 in the money. Tesla is the one that we're adding to. We still don't have like a big position or anything like that, but we are long at 31s. Right now, we just got some 15s. We talked about trying to wait for that, get a little closer into VWAP. I mean, if we drop this 20 cents or so off of 244, and we'll get out, and that'll put us about flat, if not slightly red, if this name does fall out again. We're at VWAP. Let's just see if it holds. And if it doesn't, it doesn't, man. I mean, you know, we're feeling pretty good about what's been happening here. Ever since, and again, it was a rough first minute, basically. Right there, right off the jump at 9:31, AMD took 173. I really liked that trade. I mean, I had it written down there on the note. It was an awesome opportunity, I thought, to take out yesterday's sort of high right there, 172.75. I mean, we took it out. I was like, let's go even dollar. It didn't really matter what level we went. I mean, I guess if we went here, we would have got some out probably. But it just, this break happened so quickly. There was really nothing that we could do there except for wait. And it didn't, you know, we tried to get out, but too fast. Fall in, boom, downside, average. Like this is already 934 and the thing's already dropped $3. So I was just like, you know, hands up, man. And we just gave it up there. We were able to get the longs, like these are some longs back in, but then eventually right there at 947. And again, remember, we had we had Apple at this time trying to buy dips and things like that. But it was just like we had to put our stop in, so we did that. And then we got stopped out. We got stopped out at the low of the day at that point. But once that happened, we were like, all right, let's see. We bought it back. The minute it broke back up. So whenever a level breaks that I think is going to hold and then it snaps back, I try to take that again. So then we go bang, bang, we take it back again, bang, right back there to the upside. So this was bad, right? We talked about that. But then boom, right there up to the upside right now as it continues to go. So we'll see, man. We made back already a third of what we lost just by doing some of this, maybe a little bit more than that. But, you know, we lost enough there that we're still negative on the day. So we'll wait to see if it can come back upside. We are making headway for sure. Like this Tesla is a great trade. We just averaged into it. Let's see if it comes back. It just went to 40 and we didn't do anything about it. Let's see if it gets back upside now for Tesla. And then Apple was a banger. We'll wait to see if that can come through. Right now we've got some hotline bling going on there. Kind of overrated song, in my opinion. But Nvidia, what about if that breaks 133 again? You know, that could be something that we wind up doing there. Breaking through 133 on Nvidia could be a trade that we're looking for right now. But you know what? We don't have to do anything. I mean, the market is trying to get going. We're long right now. We're trying to go. We're $1 in the money on Apple. We've got Shopify at a level. And here goes Tesla. So let's see if that one wants to keep going to the upside. We just bought some 244.15s. So we're into Tesla now long. So this is, you know, real talk. I mean, we're in this trade. Let's see where it goes. I mean, VWAP is right here. We just bounced off of that. That is 75 is the 200 period and the 50 period. So nice little move up into this area I think is worth getting something out. So I wouldn't be surprised if I'm sitting there. Yeah, I'm sitting at 50s. So if we can get, we almost got hit there. If we can get a little bit higher than that, take out something for 20 cents, then put that in our pocket and move on from there. So let's go, man. And you might say like 20 cents on this kind of a stock isn't that much, but you have to flip it around. I'm using the same shares trading this stock that I probably would use. How much is Indo? Indo's $4.83. You know, so for me, this is way safer. I prefer to trade these names, and there it goes right there. It's another one right there for you. So we're battling back, man. We're almost Greensville now, which is pretty good. There goes Tesla right now. It's now 70 cents. So that we don't even have to put a trade out because your boy is sitting right there. Bye-bye, Tesla. There it goes, Neil. That's what a trade right there. As we floss it off for Tesla, we just bought this name at the bottom. Wrong screen. Wrong screen, girl. There we go. This is what we're talking about. There are the dip buys, and there's the boom. We just got 245s there. We got to put an offer out right there and take some more out if we can get that at 245. Oh, boy. Even when Obi's not here, we get those oh boy trades. There it is, man. Let's see if we get something out at 86. So there it goes, man. 70-cent winner there for Tesla. Let's see if it goes Nvidia's trying to go apparently as well.
Yeah, there was a headline, but I don't think it's a market mover, but it did just spike. It great look on Tesla. I'm finger on the trigger. I just saw everything spike higher. NASDAQ broke high of the day. Nvidia just took the highs, at least tested the high of the day. Tesla just made that bounce, but the trend is, I said I'm looking reversion on Intel. Well, it made this spike and did not make a fresh high. And it's now riding. There were 2 trend lines I threw in there. When it broke the first one, this is now the second. If it breaks underneath, been waiting for the break under to go short. And this is now a break of the high without this going. Indo didn't really spike, but I would have expected if there was a real headline that was taking markets up that you would have oil go down. It didn't move, so I'm not terribly concerned about it. My stop is still going to be underneath VWAP. So Intel, my next trade, it's setting up here. Like there's the trend line, you break underneath it, waiting for the trend to break. I said this was the one trade I did not like because I shorted off of a level instead of sticking to the plan and allowing it to break the trend. When the trend goes, then we do the mean reversion trade. Just to give you an idea, before we go to Adara, what this is supposed to look like is like this on Mara. Like trend line, break of trend, get into it, pull back into VWAP. Now this happens to be going lower, but I'm looking for the same thing over there on Intel. Let's go to Adara.
With about 20 minutes to go until Power Hour, we're going to take a moment here to recap some of the biggest things that happened during that midday session in case you missed it. One of the biggest market-moving events we had happen here was this report coming out of NBC News citing U.S. officials saying that they're not sure if Israel's made a final decisions on its response, but it's considering, amongst other things, striking Iranian oil facilities. We know this is also something that was mentioned by President Joe Biden last week. So Israel potentially striking Iran oil facilities. Oil names, which were actually lower before that point, had a nice spike to the upside led by USO on that news. Another thing that happened around the same time during that midday session, which brought the markets briefly to the downside, it was this candle over here. We had the 3-year note come in higher than expected, so 3.878% versus the prior print there of 3.44%. Other midday movers here included some of these smaller cap stocks. We did have a bit of a move here, and of course names like WW, we had BURU, and also DJT, not necessarily a small cap, but certainly one that has a tendency to run. It ran as high as $22, now back down to just below this $21 area and still up about 13%. No catalyst on this, but lots of these names on watch here in the midday. And now we're moving into the Power Hour, guys.
Yeah, DJT doesn't necessarily, it's a squeeze stock. It doesn't necessarily need an obvious catalyst. It's been running since the rally, and Elon jumping around like he's going absolutely nuts. Nvidia's trying to break high of the day. I want to see if we're looking at mean reversion, which at this time of day, I like those types of trades. Micron is starting to set one up here as well. There it goes. That's much better. We had that before. So Micron's setting one up. It just closed above the downtrend for the first time. So hey, if the market's going to go higher, this has been the worst chip stock that's not SMCI. And if I want to play a reversion against the grain Intel that's not breaking down, well, then the market wants to go up. You can play a reversion to the top side. So you can see this is like 101.50 underneath. It's not a ton of volume on it, so I probably don't mind getting in here. Give it underneath that 50 level. If we break the trend back underneath it, then it's an easy out for me. But there's room to VWAP in here. So if you can risk, the idea would be if I can get some 60s, mid 60s in here, risking about 15 pennies, you have room into VWAP. Obviously would want to take some profit on the way to the upside. And there we go. Oh, I had an old stop on it. That's why. Always clear your stop orders, and then otherwise you'll get in and out flat, as I just punched myself out. Now, I had stop orders in there for a potential short trade earlier, but now we're going to get back into the long. Just get back in at the same price. Give it to the 101.50. As long as it holds the trend line, that's going to be a bit of a moving target. So I'm going to keep my stop at 50s, and if it just goes sideways from here, should be okay. If it ends up still trending down, I'm going to have to look for a new entry point, but it's now closed above a couple of candles, so I do like it. This does not, to me, affect whether or not I would want to get into the trend break on Intel. Two separate ideas. The entry point is when it breaks the trend line. One's already happened in Micron. The other one I'm waiting for here on Intel. We just slide in. The only difference with the Intel and Mara is usually I'd want it back into VWAP. but I'd probably play it back into the other trend line we had before, like 2280 or so. So if we break 10s, I still want to look short through, but until it happens, jumped into a trend break in the other direction on Micron. If there's anything else that we should be looking at, you guys let us know. Amazon, I see a couple of people in the chat have mentioned Amazon going higher. Still underneath the 180, that 183 top, but it's back to VWAP at least. So it's got some higher lows. Volume starting to come in pretty nicely here on Amazon. I like 183.5 for key price. I know 183 is the current high of the day. I'd be reluctant to take out a top here just because 183.5 was such a significant level both directions if you go back to last week. Like support, resistance, support. Feel like you break that 183, you have overhead resistance at 183.5. But that's just the level I like here on Amazon. It's a strong stock for now, back above VWAP, up 0.7. The market's a little bit stronger than that. But given what happened yesterday, you'll take any update you can on this.
Tesla right now just continues to do it, man. We've got on our Palantir hat here, man. We could not be, oh man, like, you know, Katina Capital is very, very long PLTR, and we talked about buying this name from, by the way, see a Tesla. I just, again, oh man, I'm so glad that we learned to hold off for the first 3 minutes of trading today. Look at Palantir, man. This was honestly, this was a shot that I took down when it direct listed down there at $9. And, you know, 41 and be able to buy this name and just see what this has done over the last little while. I mean, I remember when we had all of our guests on, it was like, remember when we had Raider Trader and they were telling me me to do it? Yeah, okay, I can do it. And what I was gonna get on with was, you know, we had Raider Trader on, and he's like, you know, something that might, you know, sort of rally this stock. And he's like, I think, you know, it could get added to the S&P 500. And we were just like, ding, you know. So there's little things that have happened here that we've been waiting for, basically from day one on this stock. Founder-led company, Palantir, up 6% and continues to go. It might now be my largest holding, which I know is pretty irresponsible, but honestly, this stock to be up 400%, we will take it, man. Okay, just 1 second right here. All right, we're ready to rock and roll, Ramin. All right, introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ. It is Worksport, ticker WKSP. Worksport is a US-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products. We like that, designed to power your life off the grid. I mean, how important is that these days, especially with oil going back up to the upside? Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under symbol WKSP, baby. Discover the future of clean energy with Worksport. And, you know, Worksport may or may not be announcing a potential deal with Palantir. Of course, that might not be true at all. I just made that up. But you know what? If all these companies keep on doing that, I mean, we can see clearly now, man, the Palantir has been unleashed. I don't know what was in that box when they showed that, but I just think it was profits right there. They put that out a couple days ago. There's the Worksport ad as well, by the way, so it's going again. That's really good. And there goes Palantir, 41.20, and keeps on going. We've got on our hat. We're not checking the personal because we know what we have, and I'm not selling any of this. And you guys have asked me over and over again. There's been people in the chat. I forget your name, but Dharma or something like that always is asking if I'm selling Palantir. You asked me at 37.38. I said no. I said we're waiting for this break. Now we get it. Nice upside move for PLTR. There will be a time where we, you know, have to sort of, we don't have to do anything, but we could trim a little bit, just like we trimmed out some BABA, put it into some indexes, which I did not do yet. That could be the next kind of a play. But for Palantir, man, I mean, we're really been on one on this stock. So really happy with the way this has moved. And I just think it continues to go higher. I mean, look at the 200 period. It hits it right there off the open, then blackout to the upside. 141, 41.22 right now, basically all-time highs. I mean, you can also watch out. I've been using eSignal, like I said, for I started in 2002. Wow, 22 years. I really like these charts. I think it's very easy to grab them, see easy charting, easy indicators, very, very smooth triggers. What am I looking for? Lists, alerts. Yep. And coming in right there. So this is Palantir. Palantir went absolutely. So this is where we bought it. Palantir goes absolutely haywire during 2021's 20s when the meme stocks are going nuts. Obviously, this was a relatively new stock. So people didn't know anything about it. They started shorting it. Then it started going absolutely nuts because everyone was looking for short floats and for stocks that could do something. Palantir was anointed the one then. And then it just fell back down as they all did. But instead of other stocks like Clover, Teladoc, Chamath thankfully wasn't in this one, so that's probably why it's up. But a lot of these other names, have fallen back down because they were just pumped up. This stock obviously had legs under it right now. 6 straight EPS beats and 6 straight EBITDA profitability. That puts them in the S&P 500, and there it goes. It is Palantir, and I mean, this name was just back in the summer here, was $21. So you've been doubled up. I mean, for me to say we like this stock, you only had to like it for a month, and you've got a double on your hands right there. It's an easy peasy lemon squeezy play for me. It's Palantir, and we love that stock, baby. Let's just see what happens to it now as it gets a little more mature. Tesla right here, 245 and still pumping, man. I don't know if you can tell we're in a pretty good mood.
Yeah, Palantir's still making highs today as we speak. So the trend continues. And the thing about it is it's got room to the all-time highs. I mean, you had the chart up there. I was assuming. I got rid of it. Yeah, I was gonna show. I'm like, oh, there's still room to the all-time highs. We'll get to that in a quick second. But I wanted to mention we got a super chat here from SP Williams. Thank you so much for the super chat, SP. Is there a possible breakout for RCUS? Let's pump the likes. So first of all, thank you so much, and let's get it going. Absolutely. If you love the content, if you enjoy the show, if you like the free resources, whether it's the news, the Learn to Trade, the live trading, Trader TV Live is always going to be here for you guys. So hit that like, hit that subscribe. Importantly, if you want to be a part of this community, if you want to ask questions, if you want to learn from everybody else, if you just want to have a little bit of fun going back and forth, then jump in there, hit the subscribe because it's a subs only chat. So we got to keep it real here. SP, you asked about RCUS. In the time that you sent this super chat, it just had a massive volume spike and broke lower. So, I cannot pump this stock up. It is what it is. You can sort of see what's happening with this here is this is one of those, it's just not going. Don't think there's that much of an opportunity there, unfortunately. What I can tell you, what I wanted to point out for Palantir was you still have, I guess I have to use a weekly chart. Rather than, I'm not going to tempt fate by zooming out, so I'm just going to go to PLTR here and throw up the weekly. So it's kind of hard, it's actually really hard to see the wick. It's about 45 in here. It'll be tough to see, but it's about 45 that it has room to. So you're now within spitting distance. I want to say spitting distance. It's just like 110% move up, and you get that test of the 45 level for PLTR. It's basically program up right now. You see what I mean? It's linear to the upside. You had parabolic early. Now you're getting very linear straight shot moves on PLTR, just gliding higher. When that happens, kind of waiting for a pullback and then a dip. If you get another pullback into prior high, maybe it turns at 41.10. I mean, I don't know. It's usually you'll see it. It's 5 red candles in a row, puts in green, consolidates. That's kind of entry that you're looking for. If it can do that, we do have some time to the end of the day to be able to play that trade. So Micron was the only new entry that we had in there. Still holding the breakout of the trend. Basically just holding this 20-cent range in here. Might just take some off the top of it. I'm offering at the top of the range. It's not quite printing up at the 80 level. Nvidia is about to break the 133. So here's the thing. If Nvidia breaks out the high and this doesn't start, you complain about it starts filling in the 70s. No, but if Nvidia breaks the high of 133 and in that moment, Micron's not dragged up into VWAP or at least halfway into VWAP, then to me, that's not a good sign. If you're taking out tops up here as it's gliding higher, then I expect this on the break to get me at least up into VWAP on Micron. If it doesn't get there, then I would reassess whether it actually wants to do this trend reversion in earnest. Let's just say, what else you guys got looking out there? AMD's going 133, 20 cents away on Nvidia as that's continuing higher. Markets at the high of the day. Muted?
I'm muted, yeah. I was going to get up, and then I was just like, I mean, look, Tesla right now, let's go. Yeah, we're doing it we do it every day, so sometimes it seems like maybe we're spinning it. Maybe we need a new graphic, I don't know, but there it goes, man. Again, look at Tesla. We just bought this level down there, so, I mean, we talk about this all the time. You know, if you guys are trading and you're putting in shares, and this is what I said, remember, it's like, I'm looking for these moves, man. This is, someone messaged me, I could go find it on Twitter, and they're like, man, like the trades you put on, obviously they can see, but they're like, there's so many of them, like nobody's realistically scalping, you know, some of these names for 5 cents, 10 cents. And I agree, that's probably true, unless you are on a prop floor, which probably 98% of the viewers are not. So it's like, let's try to find some plays that you can take for a little bit longer. I was in the money $6 today on 3 positions, when we had on AMD, Apple, and Nvidia. You know, and so that's what we're trying to do, is putting on big trades, real trades. You know, names that for you hopefully will be profitable. For me, same way. And it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you know, you just want to be green, and that's what you want to be. And I don't know. We talk about the traders behind us and all that. It's a super, super tough business, as you guys know. Hence why there's nobody behind us. But at the same time, it takes practice, takes patience. But the number one thing it takes, and I hope that you guys can see this, and that's passion. You know, this is why I'm sitting here. This is why the show started. You know, it's because we knew that we could find other traders similar, right, that has this. There we go. Yeah, you're welcome, YouTube, right there. $189 a share on NVDL. Great job, man, on that one for sure. But it's about having that passion and then matching passion with ability, you know, and then, you know, just showing people, as we're doing here, that this kind of trading is possible. You know, taking $1.30 on Apple and still holding it, you know, for these moves, taking these trades, taking Shopify's, taking Teslas, taking SMCI, and then again, you know, I pride myself on talking to you guys honestly, and talking to you about these hits, and telling you when I'm up or when I'm down for the day, telling you that I'm right now 4 stocks up, 2 stocks down. You know, this is the kind of stuff that I think you guys like. If you don't, let me know in the chat and let me know how we can improve. I actually ask that all the time. Ask Ramin. I message her all the time. How can I improve on the show? I don't ask Fabian. You know, how could I improve? You know, how could we get better for everybody? You know, and that's the one thing, because I take what we do here obviously very seriously, and I hope that you guys can see all that. I'm sorry, Fabian. I'll message you later about that as well. But you know,
Fabian.
it is what it is. So any feedback you guys have, message me, hit me up in the chat. Let me know what you want me to do more or less. And if we can go on that, we'll just make the show bigger and better. I mean, winners, yes, we're here for that. Entertainment, I hope we're here for that. And overall, just good vibes, right? And Treves called, you know, I was very kind of him to have such nice names for that as well. So there we go. Thank you so much. Yeah, it would be better if I was more down to earth. You're right. I need to be more chill. So that's what it is, man. And just trying to be real to everybody. Talking about, I mean, I've already told you, you know, I don't journal, I don't read anything or anything like that. We just come here, we trade, we put on the best trades that we could possibly put on, and we go from there. So you guys can ask me. I think I'm probably the most open book, and I'll tell you anything you guys want to know. So let me know, hit me up in chat. And no, Ozan, I cannot adopt you, but I can do this for you, as we'll get that cow going again. As we have 2 trades on both dollar clubs, and then Shopify is not doing anything. So maybe we'll wait to see what happens here with Shopify. But hey, man, we're always looking to improve. So I'd like to, you know, improve as much as we possibly can. And so thank you to everybody for all the feedbacks. And we'll just keep going on this show, man. Power Hour starting right now. Thank you, Sammy. I appreciate that. But I feel pretty cool right now. We were working out today, so we're feeling hot then.
Yeah, I think that was super cool, man. Like, I didn't even, usually you go for the walk, came back. I heard like Sharif and Well, I mean, it was mostly Sharif. I actually don't even know if Joe was involved in the conversation about the workout.
No. He was just like, "How's the walk?" And I was like, "I went to the gym today."
Yeah, and I was like, "That's what it's all about." I find, look, and I'll tell you right now, like one of the worst things that happened to me recently is you sit down all day long, and my body is accustomed. I usually work at 3-4 times a week. I do hip mobility and rolling. Like it's not yoga, but it's like hip mobility. I do that. I used to do that every single day for at least 15 minutes. Because I'm getting older, and I sit down, and then you get all tight. Since I got hurt, I haven't been doing it. And what's crazy about it is, like, why is my knee hurt? It's all just, like, muscle pain. So I feel like you've got to have those routines in there. It is what it's about. So I get two things, one working, the other one Indo. Indo gave, like, a 10% move early on that news. But the second salvo, when I heard a headline, was like, oh, we're at VWAP. It's now going sideways. So when we got the first Iran story, that was the move. Now you're getting a little bit of a check off VWAP, but there wasn't anything going on that second move. However, I'm going to go back over to Micron on the trend break. Just going to be patient with it. Micron not being on the Amex, that's still something I have to do. And if you trade at real trading, I'll tell you right now, we have so many markets and so many order types. And I had this really bad habit where I have a couple of orders that are different for me on New York and NASDAQ than they are on .am. And every now and then, especially when I'm going to throw like a gateway out there, I think I'm getting paid a rebate on an Amex stock, and I'm throwing out the wrong key, and I'm paying a small fee. It's one of those things that you got to clean up, and I just reminded myself of that because I almost did it there on Indo. But Micron's starting to go again. I do have an offer out here in the 90s. I want a break of 102. Nvidia's at that. There's about 100... That's not 100,000. That's 1 million shares on the offer. About 1 million shares on the 133 of Nvidia. If it punches through that, I expect to get filled and then a push into this 102 quarter level, which is where I'm sitting. We'll have a resistance line in there, which is support to resistance. So we get that next push upside. I expect to get a fill. Maybe more 800,000 shares, maybe 900,000, close to 1 million on the offer of Nvidia, but it's done 220 million. So it should chew through that like a hot knife through butter, and I expect to get filled on sympathy here in Micron when it takes out that high of the day. Stan IP, you're absolutely right. Drinking water is ridiculously important. You've got to stay hydrated. The first thing I do when I wake up is drink water. The second thing I do, obviously, you get ready. When I get to the office, the first thing I do is, again, fill this water right away when I come in, and I down it completely and then fill another one. So you got to stay hydrated. But I believe when you're trading, you're sitting in your desk a lot too. That's why you want to make sure you're moving around. There's exercise you can do while sitting at a desk. I've read about them. I just don't do them. But we're kind of in chill mode now. I don't really see any obvious entry points. I'm just going to get the next fill here on MU. What am I looking? Oh, I didn't even notice you guys put up. There it is. On this screen here, you can actually see the new Trader TV Live logo. I was wondering what was going on. Brendan and Fabian are checking out their work. So there you go. Just a bit of a change with the color. The colors stay basically the same because that's what we're all about, like the skiing. But let us know what you guys think about it. A new look for the Trader TV logo right here behind you.
And I just want to say I just read back all the messages, man. I didn't. I really appreciate all the love, man. I didn't realize it was that strong. So thank you to everybody for that, because often we're sitting here trading and don't get to see all of that. So I appreciate that. That means a lot, man. Everything you guys said there just means a lot to me. So I, kind of humbled by it. So thank you so much to everybody and all your nice talk, man. It does. It is something special. The amount of time and everything that we put into the show. And right there's a perfect example. Brendan's been working for a very long time, Brendan, on a new logo. Brendan. He's pretending not to pay attention now. But yeah, I do want to thank Brendan for all the hard work there. Now he heard about the logo there, and it looks like it's going to be a great one as we go. So, but no,
get some help.
Yeah, that's right. I like that. I want.
Do we have the crying MJ?
I want the meme one. No, I want that. What to say? That rainbow thing. Ramin, I want that rainbow thing again. The more you know one. That has to be on here because everyone was saying they love those little talks. There we go. So you guys want more real talks, man. The more you know, the more you know about me, the less you may want to know. But there it is. Yeah, thank you, Coffee Trader. You are right, man. There is no script here at all. We just come in and sometimes I review the script, but most of the time I don't.
First crash.
You had a crash. Tick, 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 tick.
What the heck was that?
I don't know.
It's okay. When you do a tick, like that makes me instantly nervous because I'm like, what are you counting down to? It's weird. Like, don't do that, man.
Yeah. There's nothing to count down to right now. Okay, so we're still all good, man. We're looking to see what's going on. So we got out there at the top of Tesla. I don't know, Brendan, you want me to ask if they like the logo or not? Too late. Let us know if you guys like the new logo or not. You can actually find it right now. And by the way, I was listening to Drake right there. Blessings right there by Big Sean and Drake. We're going to refresh this YouTube page. And of course, the very first one that comes up would be what we're watching right here. So this is the new logo. I don't know if you can zoom in and where's that logo? Oh, no, now it's gone. Okay, I zoomed in too far. Now
if you go to the two-shot.
The new logo. There it is right there. It is down there.
There you go.
There we go.
Or just do that.
Why didn't I just ask for, let's put on the new logo? Obviously they have it over there. But there
the whole time Ramin had that up, she's like, yeah, let's just make sure.
But you know what? I have more important things to...
Oh, I like that.
More important fish to fry over here.
Nice.
Okay. 3,800 watching. I can hear myself speaking. How do I mute this site? Okay, see ya. All right, so 475,000 subscribers. We thank you for that. Over 4,000 watching, which is really only 3,800. I want to say thank you so much, but I want to say we got to get these likes up. You guys know what we're about to do. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Let's get this one going, man. NHL started a couple days ago, but tonight there's a couple games. We welcome the Utah something or others to the league right now as they take over Phoenix Coyotes. So see ya, Phoenix. Get out of here. Thank you for one of the best players the Maple Leafs have ever had in Austin Matthews.
True.
What's up, Fabian? I have something to talk to you about after. All right, we're still friends. All right, good. All right, so here we go. As we go, but thank you for all the likes and the subscribes. We'll refresh that and see what we're at after. But I want to thank everybody. SMCI, an ad? 455. Thank you so much for all of that. And we'll just keep that going on right now. Yeah, I know it does look a lot like Pepsi, but hey, Brendan is... Okay, here we go right now. It's
not
another
the end
one.
Of the world.
It's not the end of the world. Right now, Apple's $1.50 in the money. Tesla's $1.20 in the money. And Shopify is making me think, what are we doing over here? Maybe we shouldn't be trading Shopify at all. It's not moving. We had a good trade on Shopify, long 60s. It went up to 85. We didn't take it out. I thought it could go. I still do. We're back here at VWAP. We'll reload this at 50s, but if it breaks much below that, then we're gone. This is a little bit of a try. But you know what we did, man? We just put Tesla just on the show. Tesla right now, out of all of us, P&L number 2. We just put it in right there. Tesla, PL number 2. So that was a good trade there. Let's see if we can get a little bit more on this one. Tesla, nice upside play. $1.30 in the money now.
Yeah, one shot and wow, Nvidia did. I just made the assumption that Nvidia broke the high of the day a second ago, but it did not. So Nvidia has not broken $133. I'm getting out MU in front of VWAP. The way I look at this trade is if I was flat on Micron and it had this same profile, if we come to the chart for a quick little second here, because we're right there at VWAP, give me the fill. No? Okay, 1 more cent, maybe not. If we come to my chart for a second there, Ramin, if I was flat on this, I'd be looking short somewhere in here. Like generally speaking, downward trending stock, I'd be looking for a little bit of a curl. The market didn't break the high. Nvidia didn't take 133, so we let it break the trend. And I liked two mean reversion trades. One of them was Micron in here. There's the break of the downtrend line. There's your entry point. Your stop's down here, and then it breaks up. So we're risking about 15 pennies. It makes it up to like 50 up there. We're taking some out along the way, so it's really more like 2 to 1 when you math it out there. Math it out's not a real thing to say. But I like 2 reversion trades. One of them hasn't happened yet. But keep in mind, I know I said I would take a short through 23.10 on Intel. But if it just keeps trending higher, obviously your moving target on a trend line is not going to stay static. So it's now consolidating at a prior resistance level of $23.30. That is on the 15-minute. I got to zoom it out for everybody here. Zoom in, zoom out. 23.30, support, almost support, resistance, support, dead. And now you're at that 23.30 again. So the mean reversion trade almost there on Intel. We played that Micron trade pretty much, entered where we wanted to. It got to VWAP. I'm out. If it breaks VWAP and holds above, great. But I'm now looking for the mean reversion on Intel. So right now, the trend line breaks. I needed to kind of close a candle underneath 23.20, or at least have enough volume to make it worth an entry point. So just got to be patient for it. We're in a power hour. if it continues to hold trend, there's no point in getting in here just because I have a line. I made that mistake before. I already did that today. Where I'm like, oh, I like a level. Let's just short the level and not worry about the fact that it's still trending to the upside. So it needs to break this trend line in the other direction, and then we'll take a shot at it here. Adrian saying, wow, Netflix. Like me some Netflix, man. Definitely. I mean, ultimately, like I complained a lot about Disney and then eventually just kind of sold Disney and put it in. I mean, I already own Netflix, but I was like, the money that was in Disney, I just put into Netflix. I thought about putting half of it into CCL or some kind of a cruise name, and I was like, yeah, whatever, man. I don't know enough about those things, and I was like, yeah, whatever. It would have been more of like a squeeze play. So I love Netflix. As far as if you're looking for a trade, apparently it's good to buy it at 700. That's what the 15-minute tells you. But when a $700 stock does this, Netflix will be a lot of fun when they go to 1,000 and split, or go to 900 and then split. But until then, it's difficult when a stock is doing that kind of a move and it's $700. If you can catch an early break where it's going to give you $5, $10 moves, fantastic. But when it's just inside 30, 40 cent ranges and the spread is 20 cents, tricky here on Netflix. 3%, fantastic on the day. The breakout was pretty clean. Obviously, it's into some overhead resistance, but there's no complaining about the Netflix move today. I don't think there's another streamer that you want to be in. And I double-checked. Someone was saying, who was it that was saying it was like 5 ads or something on Amazon?
Brendan.
Okay, so I watched the Lord of the Rings thing. I don't know, whatever. I need to have something up for the stoppages in play in the Monday night game, so I just put that one up. I think I might have saw at the beginning, I saw maybe 2 ads, and then there was like 1 in the middle. And that was like maybe like an hour-long show, I suppose. So
pretty good.
I mean,
I think it depends on if it's like a new release or whatever.
There must be something else to it.
We'll just hype you up.
I've never seen more. That's the most I've seen, which is 3 on a single show. 2 before and then 1 in the middle. I don't see any reason to pay for no ads. Who cares? I mean, Apple TV, like Apple, I watch, they always have like an ad at the beginning of every single Apple show. And you get used to it. You can skip them though. That's the thing on Apple. You can skip them. After like
I don't know.
Yeah, after like 5 seconds, you can skip the little ad.
Subscribe to everything. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm surprised that we don't have like the paid Amazon version, but I'm kind of glad we don't. We don't watch enough stuff on there. But I'm watching Face Off. There was a couple good episodes there so far for the NHL documentaries. That's pretty hype.
Is that like?
Okay, so I don't know.
No,
what did you ask?
No, but is it like the?
Yeah, it's like them all. It's like the Receivers one for.
Okay,
Netflix.
so it's just like those.
Yeah, it's stories about guys in the NHL and just about their families and stuff. It's actually really wicked. Okay, so.
That might be like Hard Knocks.
Yeah, it is like Hard Knocks. Yeah, but it's just more individual, less than the team. Okay, so new position. That's what we're waiting for. Sorry. Christ.
Oh yeah, earbud.
Someone asked me when I was reading over the comments. I want to thank everybody for the nice comments there as I was talking about the passion and everything. Someone said, hit the alarm every time there's a new position. That's something that I used to do all the time. I used to hit it when I'm in and when I'm out. So we'll do it again. Better. Yeah, so we got Shopify. So we got Shopify at 50s, giving us an average price right now of 54. Let's see where Shopify goes from here. I feel like it goes higher, obviously, but we'll take something out in the 60s if we can. Actually, how about 60 flat right now? I'm actually sitting there. We're also at 60, 64, and 69. Like just kind of like 5 cents intervals here to see if we can catch this back up. And all we're trying to do on this play, and again, you guys, like I'm here for this. We talk about this, right? I mean, I'm just here just to stack up on Shopify because we're going to take a small hit. If it goes down, we're talking about where we're going to lose it. We'll lose about 10 cents if it breaks right here. So if it goes up, we need to start to scalp it out because it's not moving. It's not like Tesla. Like when we got into Tesla down here, we had already these targeted. We talked about these levels. We talked about the 50. We talked about all of them. So yeah, we are expecting some kind of plays there. Unfortunately for us, or fortunately for us, it ripped up and we were able to take that level there. So now we'll wait to see if it goes even higher, but Tesla was always that plan. Right there, here we go. So again, so we're out. We took out right now, I don't know, 15% or so of that trade. And it's for an amazing 5 cents. It's like, honestly, I'm not Not trying to set the world on fire here by any stretch. If we can get some at the 50 period, that's 69. That's going to be our next section. And then maybe 74, 80s, so on and so forth as we start to, ramp it up a little bit on this name. So we'll see if we can get any luck in this and if Shopify eventually wants to go up. We got a strong name. We got it on VWAP. The market's higher. The market's holding. This is a trade that your boy stamps. So we'll see what happens right now. If there's any upside move, I like the trade. I like the stock. We'll see what happens here with Shopify. Apple, though, I like Ted Lasso. We like this Apple. This Apple is just $1.50 in the money. It has been held from the beginning of the day. Not from the beginning of time, because then we'd be long at like zero. But right here, 224 or so.
IPO open.
For Apple. Yeah, I don't know what the IPO price was for it. But there was, I remember buying Apple. I remember when I first got the very first iPhone, I went and was buying shares that day. So Apple's in the account and not even looked at. That is a Kramer fave of mine. This is where we go, the hold, don't trade. And we recently actually just bought some Apple down here at 170 back here on the daily, and we tweeted that out. You guys also, I saw in the chat, want more swing trade ideas. Yesterday, I posted that I was out of Alibaba. You guys know we were long in the 70s. We took half out at 117.50 yesterday. So that turned out to be a good trade. And I did take some Apple out. We talked about that. This was about a month. It was when me and Brendan had that call. I was like, oh man, it was at 225. You might not get back there because it went down here. Well, when it got back here, I actually took some out at 225. It has since dipped back in, but right now, NEPA, we will wait to see if we can get some more Apple lower, but not sell any. I really think this is going to be a monster. But for here trading, look what we're running into. We can have all the best trades here today, but if you don't get out, it don't matter. This high right there, 225.60. Bounced off right there, bouncing off again. So, hey, man, if we take out this 50 period, we should probably swim out. 225.17, that would give us $1.30. That's good enough, but I still like this 225.60. Let's see if that hits. So far, so good here in the afternoon, man. Bangers. We've only put on one. Tesla right there. Obviously, that's $1 and change. And then what's going on with Shopify? There goes Shopify. Money. Guys, this is the other thing. Often I see this can't be real. These trades, we just put this trade on. We just talked about it. We remember this? So there's the long kneel at 53s. That's 20 cents. Bang. So there it goes, man. Take the profit. We talked about our sort of level of interest on this stock. So now we are out of half of Shopify, and there it goes. So, this is why we're here. We're not here because we're a handsome face, or else we wouldn't be here. We're hopefully here for trading, and that's exactly what you're seeing right now, man. This is a real trade at Shopify. It's 20 cents in the money. Let's just start to get some out.
Yeah, I got to take that profit. We are at 315, but I like the long. You actually inadvertently hit the siren, and I did take a new position.
No. No, and it's for getting out, too.
Oh, you know what?
It's for everything.
I did have him. I'm not going to hit it because you already did. So I'll quickly show you. I wanted to answer a question because you're going to love what my answer is to this because we try to keep it real here. And it's Nicholas. I'll get to that question. No, but you close underneath trend. So I said, what's my condition for entry? Closing candle underneath the trend line. Your high of the day is 23.30, so I'm into it. Okay, so my price is it's like 23.26 on Intel. Not 20. I got a midpoint, man. Sometimes I'll use midpoints and it just rounds it up, but it was sitting there at the same price level. So you either get hit on the offer, put a midpoint. There's lots of things you can do. I like using mids when it's not moving inside the penny. And then here on Indo, it finally made a move. It just did a bit of a spike. So we had the 83 with a stop underneath VWAP, which is 75. It printed 90s and it just printed 96s. Gonna hold for a high of the day test here on Indo. So obviously the market's going up. Indo and Micron were longs. Intel is a short. We'll see how that goes. It would be kind of fitting if the first L of the new trades would be a short into a strong market. But I had to answer Nicholas's question. Neil, what's your opinion on Heiken Ashy candles? So, I don't have one. Why? Because I have no idea what those are. And I think one of the important things is, it's an important thing because
you don't know what those candles are?
Sometimes we have Chris Bretcher on, and maybe he'll be talking through an options trade, right? And every now and then I'll just, hey, can you explain just a little bit about what that means? If I don't know, I don't know. And it would be easy. I could go up and maybe ask mean, currently I have Copilot up, so I think I closed my GPT. Like, I could ask it what it is and like maybe read it off to you, and I do that as a joke, but I actually don't know. And I think if you find that candlestick setups are great for you, more power to it. For me, usually I'm just interpreting what a candle means, and I have no idea what the heck it's called. And so, like, I'll try to keep it really simple when looking at candlestick patterns. Like, I know what it means when you have a long wick and that tight little base. What that's telling me is you tried to break lower underneath a big level and just closed right back up at those highs. It's like a liquidity grab, reversal, those types of things. If I look at it here in the chart, I just wanted to quickly make it an example because Indo has one of these at the open. Like, when I see this and then this big take the whole move, that's a bullish engulfing candle. And I do like those. And it's not that you cannot, like, I'm not going to sit here and say do not use patterns, don't use candlesticks, but you've got to make sure that you understand what they mean. And ultimately, if you don't, then it's okay to read up on it. There's nothing wrong with saying I don't know. I learned that a long time ago. If you sit there and try to pretend that you know everything, you're just gonna, one day you're gonna do it, and then you can actually make a decision based on the thing you think you understand, and it's gonna cost you big. But we do have an announcement to make. Hey, good news here from Trade the Pool, allowing traders like you to get evaluated and trade real shares using the company's capital. No PDT rule holding you back. That's how they give a true trading edge. Here's the exciting part. Trade the Pool has just launched a limited edition program to evaluate stock traders like you. For a one-time fee of just $97, you'll receive $20,000 in buying power, and all you got to do is reach the profit goal. The best part of this limited edition program is that they have reduced the profit goal and the minimum trades required to reach the funded phase. And the profit split, that's been upgraded too. So keep 70% of the profits. You definitely want to check it out. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description of this video. Check out Trade the Pool there. I want to thank them for that. Barry, I'm going to get to DJT because I did trade it. I waited very, very patiently and took one swipe at it. But I have to go over to Intel because remember we said we got into it? Intel's not on the NYMEX. Intel's on the NASDAQ. There we go. So we do have it attempting to break out the high. I just want to maybe show you. My stop is at 30. It's at 28 there. But if you look at this 30 level, it's also at a big level on the daily chart, on the 15-minute chart as well. But it happens to be the trend line trade that's lining up with that high. Like, I'm not shorting it here because it happens to be at 23.30. It just so happens that is the top. DJT, I did pay for locates and waited to take my one shot at it. Load. There we go. I top wicked it. Okay, technically that's not true. I didn't top wick it. The top wick was maybe 20 cents higher. So I waited for it to look red, shorted the consolidation break, or it was like a trend break down at that moment. It retook the top of the trend line. I got out. So it kind of, like, here's the thing. Like, if I just hold on to that trade to the high of the day, which isn't really the strategy I was going for with the trend reversal, I like the trend reverse because it gives me a distinct out at the prior local high. So I got out on the local high, which is the rule I have for going into a trend reversal trade. So yes, I could have actually maybe averaged into the high of the day, held it through, and it would have worked, but then that would have violated like the style of trade that I'm doing with that trend reversal. It was all green going into it, so I kind of picked the right spot. As far as levels go, this wasn't a level. This was just a trend reverse on DJT. I think the next stop, if you look at a daily chart on DJT, if it were to break the high of the day, obviously it's not breaking the high just yet, would be right in here, like support, into resistance, and that's just underneath 25 bucks. So on the higher time frame, it's like $25 on DJT would be the next level up. And if you think that's impossible, it's a squeeze name at this point. It's not a fundamental trade whatsoever. So anything can happen. Up 17% today. It's been rallying since the rally. Didn't really intend that to be a pun, but I guess it was.
I mean, Shopify is a big one. We're taking 25 cents there on this, a little bit more than expected. for me on that trade, but we'll still take it. We like it. Right down here. Okay, so that's Shopify. Nice trade back up to the 200 period moving average. We take that, and now we wait to see what go on with that after. Apple, so we said that we almost, I didn't even put the order in. It was getting close to getting stopped out. I didn't really want to take that, but it looks like we may have to unless this market, I still think there's higher to go here, but we can, so we have 5% of Tesla left, or 10%, sorry, of Tesla left, and we have 10% of Apple left, and we have about 20% of Shopify left. So we should start to maybe get some out. It's 322 right now, man. Damage has been put on this afternoon, that is for sure. So what I want to address was Apple first. So it's at the 50 period moving average, looking to break lower. There's no doubt about that. We don't have, if I had more shares on, we'd be getting it out. But right now at this 50 period, it's looking pretty interesting to me. That's 225. So let's just, my stop on this, I don't even have it. Stop was 30 cents, so the fact that we're in the money now, $1.50. Let's just do this, 225.14 or so. If it breaks below that, we'll get out. Oh, did that go out? Yes, it did. Okay, so 225.14. That's basically a break of rate here. We've already been down to this level. We've sort of seen this top before. It's a little silly because we should have got out there, but we didn't have an offer. We had in our mind that this was going a little bit higher, but it did not. So if we break lower, that's fine. We'll get out right there. Beating that, Phil, but not beating all of these. Apple, by far, it's dwarfing everything else. It is by far your number one stock here today. So, yeah, we're really happy with it. Now let's wait to see where it goes from here, though. That's the next step. So we are now out of that. So we will hit that chicken dinner winner for you all, and then see now where we wind up going on this name. But that's Apple. We'll get back in if we have to. Tesla, again, dripping back in. Maybe we can get out of this one as well, and then just almost get flat into the close here. Might be a good idea. Shopify may take another piece out. We're at the 200 period moving average. But if these futures hold, then I think we could be okay for some of these longs. Shopify's already given us the bottom. So this would be one that I think we can hold to $83. If we can get going on this, that'll be a good one again for us there on Shopify. So maybe that's good. I feel like we're going to eventually regret getting out of Apple, but if we can play it back to VWAP, then that's the real play. So let's just not worry about it, man. We've done really great today to get back where we are, and that's what we want to do is keep on trading and stay in the zone, right? And I think that we're in there now. So Shopify is a good one. Tesla's a good one. Apple, AMD, so I'm super happy that we were able to take advantage of Tesla, right? But AMD was another one that I was debating. It was right there. We were talking about it with Joe. There, I think he was trying to go long AMD or was going long AMD. And I was almost, it was this or Tesla, the same ones, both VWAP, both down here. Looks like AMD basically 170, 170s is where we could have been long. And it was right before we went on airs. That's why I know this is right here, right before 2 o'clock. So that would have been upside beautifully, man, more than $1. So that's about $1.50 up. We'll get the dollar on Tesla, but looks like AMD would have been a much, much better one there for us. The second number one stock on the day is going to be Apple. Number 2, just on this play alone, is Tesla. So I can't complain. And then number 3 is going to be Nvidia there off of one trade as well. So yeah, so far so good. We'll just keep on this. SMCI is through 45 again.
Yeah, but it's been through 45 several times.
But it is holding that 200 period moving average. Maybe there's something.
So Nvidia did break that million shares at the 133. In utter hindsight, I need to add AVGO to the list of stocks that I pay attention to on a regular basis, because it's not often you see this kind of a consolidation at an even dollar break. But look at the high 180, it was 179.99 or something like that was the prior high, and then I want to zoom in so you can see what happened here. Look at it consolidate higher and higher, right there, just holding. And this is about like 20, 30 minutes or so, where it just goes higher highs right into the 180 for a clean breakout trade, and now almost like $1. That's a gorgeous looking breakout. That's pretty much everything you're looking for in terms of a breakout trade. Like, just no retracement, nothing along those lines. So AVGO looking pretty good in here. Someone had asked, they're like, oh, you slipped out of Micron too early. That was the strategy. From the time I got into it, it was break of trend into VWAP. That was the play. And I do the same thing whether I'm long one or short one. And the example I was using earlier was, it was Mara. Like, Mara was trend upside. It was a mean reversion off the VWAP trend. It broke, closed under, short too high, first level out, it dropped. I mean, this one had the benefit of, like, once you get past here, there's nothing until VWAP, and it got to VWAP. Yeah, you could probably have held on to it. I guess could have looked trend down after the fact, but at that point, I was kind of looking for, like, long trades to get back into, like, Palantir and that kind of thing. So, it's a specific strategy that I've been adding, which is trend reversals on parabolic moves. Like, I want it to be like all green looking really strong or all red all day long. Play it back into VWAP. It gives myself a nice target there. But AVGO looking absolutely fantastic as the rest of the market goes up. So obviously Micron is going to continue to go higher. It's not through the high of the day yet. And technically pre-market was 103.5, but 102.85 is going to be that level I think you got to pay attention to. So as the market broke higher, Intel went sideways. That's good, but it's also not really falling much. The stop is at 30s. It's sitting at 27 by 28. The fact that it hasn't broken the high in the time that, like, Micron's gone another 30 cents, Nvidia went another 40, 50 pennies, I think that's a good thing in a vacuum, but you're not flushing in. I got bids 20, bids 15. So you have managed to hold out. You just haven't had the breakdown just yet. It's good that it's not breaking the high, but one wick, and that's all it's going to take.
Oh, let's check out. So I was.
No, that's not.
Now I keep on thinking to go get a tea. All right, SMCI is right there. Shopify, Tesla, those are the same stocks. SMCI. I mean, look, you guys have talked about it. I actually think that this could start to go now. You're above the 200, above the 50-period moving average. Those of you that are long SMCI, kind of like that trade. It would be nice if I zoom in a little bit here. We've already lost. I mean, this is an L. This is what we do. We tell you about those. Right there, look at this. So I think you got to get above here, though. 45.50. Yeah, I mean, it's had runs and stopped, but this run seems to maybe have a little bit of legs under it. We'll see if it can continue. It's nice. You bounced off the 200. I think that if you're going to go long SMCI now, maybe it's a good call, right? 45 using 44.60 there potentially as a bottom. So I actually like that move. We'll see if it wants to work higher here now to the upside for SMCI. But again, good move. Like the stock here. I think it has a chance to get back to the upside, especially if this market continues to be buzzing. Shout out to Joe there, as it looks like it is starting to go to the high side right now at the high spot of the day and just really holding the 50-period moving average. I can say that, like, if we were here, we would have been long right here on the futures. I don't know where we probably would have gotten out. I don't think we would have held it for this long, but that's a great move, man. 20,170 up to 20,300. So a nice 130 handles straight there to the upside, almost straight, right? I mean, a little bit of a pullback there, pullback into the 50-period moving average, but there it goes. Upside for the futures and upside for SMCI. What's up, Adara?
As we head into the final half hour here of trading, we're going to take a look at some of the larger movers on the S&P 500. The theme of this segment right now is going to be tech names making larger moves, and actually a sub-theme ended up being that these are all upgrades. So interesting little look here, but we're going to take a look at some of the largest upside moves in these tech sectors. So the first name on this watch here is going to be Netflix, NFLX, and a nice push higher all day, getting a positive analyst note from Goldman Sachs, maintaining a $750 price target ahead of its earnings, saying that it still sees mid-teens revenue growth for 2024 and 2025. Yesterday, we had positive notes from both TD Cowen and Piper Sandler. So great look for NFLX on day 2 of analyst upgrades ahead of next week's earnings report. Next up here, we have Broadcom, AVGO, pushing into new high of days as we speak here, getting a price target increase from $200 to $225 here from Cantor Fitzgerald with an overweight rating. And last but not least, we have to talk about Palo Alto Networks, PANW, leading this entire space here in cybersecurity to the upside. Palo Alto up about 5%, getting an outperform rating here initiated by Exane BNP Paribas with a $410 price target. Meanwhile, Goldman Sachs raising its price target in the stock from $376 to $425. So lots of upgrades today in this tech space as this group kind of propels the whole market to the upside, guys.
I haven't looked at the charts, and I'm going to do that when I go. Well, probably on the car ride home, because I bought CrowdStrike when there was that little bounce. I'm like, okay, let's instead of I already own Palo Alto. That's the one I have in the cybersecurity space, and I bought CrowdStrike, and I feel like, why am I even in both of them? So at some point, I'm going to find an exit strategy for that and then buy the dips and Palo Alto like normal. So there is something brewing here on the imbalance locator. So you're going to see HIMS. That's seriously, hopefully you guys just saw that. It was just 2.4 million shares with about 6 paired. Now it's 500,000 sell with 6.9 million paired. So it just kind of flipped. This is the early look for the imbalances. However, HIMS is being added to the S&P 600 tonight with an expectation of like 260 million shares. Sorry, 26 million. 260 would be insane, Neil. 26 million shares to buy. So the fact that it flipped there to a sell, that's still only about 7 million paired off. If I see that grow into a bid, right now it's about a third of the expected interest going into the close. HIMS, I'm going to make the assumption that maybe there was like an early look that showed up sell when it did this little bit of a dip on a volume spike. Like, it's the biggest volume candle of the day outside of the open. So I like the fact that if it's supposed to be an addition, that it's trading lower, because that means you might get a chance to play off of those lows. If it's a sell and then right away at 350, it comes out a buy imbalance, like we're expecting, that would give you maybe a bounce off the bottom, maybe a break of this local high. So I'm going to have HIMS up here on the chart, on the level 2, just to be locked and loaded and ready to go in case we do see like a big buy. You remember it was new. Is it New Bank or is it just new? Well, it doesn't really matter. I'm going to call it New Bank the other day when they had that addition. So you're expecting it to be a buy. If it was an early look buy now without that little pair off, I might consider being in it early. But you just saw it pair off in one shot. Like, it went from 2.6 to like a sell. So someone paired off that 3 million quickly. Unless it comes back buy again, I wouldn't get in early. Just going to wait for 350 on that. And that's one thing I love about this. Like, with the early look, you see updates. When the locator comes in, you get the chance to react to it and make a trade. But if it's not what you expect or what you want, you don't have to take it. So that's going to be on my radar up top. J-Mott saying Mara may pump into the close.
Oh, yeah, Mara. That was another one that I was looking at.
It's down again.
Forgot about that.
Why not, like what's interesting is, I know we always talk about Mara because of the volume, but if you look at it, okay, Riot's actually not good today. I was just going to point out that when Mara was really bad yesterday, Riot wasn't as bad. Like, it's been better as a miner. Like, here, that's, like, Riot was breaking out and then held at least prior support. So that's Riot. You guys can see, like, even though it's down a couple of days or trending down, and then you have Mara in here, which was distinctly different. Like, it failed a high and traded lower as opposed to holding a support level, and then it faded again off of a top. So, yeah, I guess Riot's worse today percentage-wise, but trend-wise, I feel like Mara has not been a very good long. And until it closes, look, this is one that I have my eyes on for, kind of like Snowflake. It's not really setting up a swing trade long because it's just holding underneath this 50 period, but you get a couple of closes above and then a break of the local high, that's going to be a long to me in Mara, assuming nothing crazy is dumping on Bitcoin at the moment. But it's just been hanging out in these teams, and it's bounced from here before, and they've been really good bounces when it bounces from here. But I'd rather see it reverse the trend, actually close above the 50 period for more than like 1 or 2 candles, like close on the day above that, and then open the next day breaking it out. So Mara's on my radar for that kind of a break. Until then, it's just been kind of an easy short off of any resistance that you can find. But it's really setting up, kind of like Snowflake, but that's the thing, you can wait for it and wait for it as long as you want. If it doesn't show you the breakout, you don't have to take it.
All right, guys, I want to shout out another one of our sponsors here, eSignal. I mean, we've talked about eSignal over and over again. I feel like it is the best charting platform available. Use eSignal right now. Analyze, strategize, capitalize on your experiences and what's been happening in these recent markets, man. I mean, infinite data, instant trading, know where the market is moving. Wicked fast data. I mean, we talk about charts and how important they are. eSignal, for me, I've been using it for 22 years, is the #1 chart platform that I use, including scanners and everything. Lights it up. You can put on 50-period moving average scans, VWAP, all of that. I mean, just look how clean they are. You can go light mode, dark mode, all of that. Reliable, real-time data. Better back testing and scanning. Everything you need to know in one place. It's eSignal, man. I mean, look at these charts. Look at these watch lists. It's all... I have all this set up. So as this example goes on, I can show you some real time. Look at that fundamental 12-month return, 52-week highs. Look what's there. All these moving averages. Scan it by market. You know, the thing about eSignal is you can also grab entitlements of pretty much any market available. That's one of the best things about working with ICE data is that you can grab, like you want to trade Hang Seng, you want to trade Hong Kong, you want to trade those Indian markets. I better not say them all in case they don't have it, but I'm pretty sure they do. All these markets, it is eSignal. It is great. Check out the mobile app as well. All absolutely free. So we want to shout out eSignal as one of our sponsors, and thank you for that and your continued support. Okay, let's go, man. This is just... We here, baby. There's another trade. We'll go 3 for 3 here in the afternoon, or 2 for 2, I think, actually, as we have Shopify, as we have Tesla, and that's it. Those are the 2 trades for us. Tesla, good reload opportunity. Ye of little faith. We did not have any faith there. We could have reloaded it, but Tesla still, that dollar in the, oh, there goes Shopify. Shopify also, we get that 84 fill. Nice fill there for Shopify. You could punch out and grab 83s if you want. We take that 84. Look at the spread. Again, I thought it would be upside a little bit more, but we'll buy Shopify right there. Take it. Boom. That's 40 cents. So there it goes, right? Not only do we talk about passion, but hopefully a wise man once told me, those who can't do, teach. I hope I'm doing both. And I hope we're doing both. Like I'm showing you the trades I want to get in. I'm showing you everything we're teaching and doing live here at Trader TV Live. And I think that's the one thing, again, like that we do on this show. Those who can't do, teach. I remember when someone told me that a long time ago, and I was like, let's prove that all wrong and flip that on its head, right? It's like people will write books, and that's great. We have Brian Shannon coming on. You know, he wrote a book, great. But the thing is like, we could talk about, all these different candles and art of war, all these different technical analysis. Prove it. Show me live that you're trading these and using these, right? This is what we're trying to do every single day. It's easy to look at a chart after the fact and say, this is what we should have done. Did you do it real time as it was happening? And that's why, like, I sit here and I say, like, I should have got out of this on Apple. Yeah. You got to have an order sitting there if you're going to get out. So it's very easy to do, a trade of the day and be like, wow, go long here and, get out when it's here or get out when it breaks the 50 period. Did you actually do it? Are you actually a profitable trader? These are the things that matter. Look, there's Apple 225.50 right now. So although we got out when it broke the 50 period moving average, it's going to look like a fail, but that's a $1.30 winner. Once it breaks our levels, we get out. But there it goes right now. Apple to the upside, right into there. If you held it, congratulations. But we've got $1 on the money on Tesla, real trading, and $1 I wish. 40 cents in the money now on Shopify, again, off of real trading. I mean, we talked about where we want this and we talked about our expectation. We said from here to here would be our expectation, came through. All right, so again, very, very important to me that we not only talk about how to trade, but we show you that this is what we're doing. It's possible to do this with us, and hopefully you can join us at Real Trading. Make sure you go to realtrading.com and hit it up. Find out the best thing. We have Trade the Pool as well, would be another option for those of you that are in the United States. But hey, man, just keep it here with us, and I promise you'll be all right.
Absolutely, and just to show you that it's real, I trade with stop orders. I got a bad trigger and a stop. It's a break-even exit point, but INDO here, was cruising, was kind of chilling. You made the higher low. I was geared up. And remember the plan of action, break 5, test high of day. If we broke 5, I was probably not going to offer at 507 or out in front of that local high. I was just going to trail it underneath $5 on a break of 5 even, but I still had my stop underneath the consolidation breakout price. It did this candle in one shot, and then I get punched out there because that's where I'd move my stop to, the consolidation level. It ends up being exactly break even. It's a bit of a coincidence. That's just where it happened. Like we got in when this level broke, and then you hold on to support there. So we get out break even the last little bit on INDO. We kept it tight on Intel because obviously that 23.30 level was going to be the out. But the way I see it is losing trade should be boring. It should be, I'm telling you why I'm getting in and where I'm getting in. And then you take the trade. It breaks consolidation. I'm getting out on the bid to next support. Or it breaks a high, get out. You're not going to average into it. Like you can look at this and say, hey, but now it's resisting the same trend line. No. Daniel, Alibaba, you're asking, yeah, Oh, you know what? Okay, I forgot to mention. There was an opportunity to trade Alibaba. So I had 3 trades in Alibaba today. We took it short, played it into the low of the day, reloaded it, got stopped out. This one I did make top wick on. Waited all the way for it to hold underneath VWAP for this trade, back into VWAP, essentially like the 109.70 down into 109. That's where we got it back. But it just made a reversal. I meant to talk about this and kind of got sidetracked, probably talking about something else. So if you look at this candle, notice anything distinct about the volume? So there's probably a name for this, and shout out to anybody that knows the name of that candle. I'm not going to pretend that I memorized these, but what it means to me is you broke the low of the day, actually held 108 even. So there's your low of the day break, hold the 108, but on the biggest volume candle, you essentially rinsed out a bunch of stops, and then right there, you get that massive engulfing reversal. I think at that point, usually you're looking for reversal long. Now, if you're not really sneaky and cheeky and get this kind of a long in here, the next thing, and again, you have to be on the stock. Like, was I looking at this? No, we were looking at Micron and Tel and Intel. Like, those are the 3 stocks we traded this afternoon, right? But if you were looking at this one in particular, you can sometimes grab that back up through, or when it pulls back, this rejection of the higher low tries to break down underneath the higher low. That rejection gives you an entry somewhere in here at 108.5 with a nice little tight stop, probably at the 40s, or you can give it to the 30s if you want there, depending on. Like in the afternoon, I'd give it the tighter stop because you have less time to go till the end of the day. In real trading, we have to be flat by the end of the day. In the morning, yeah, give it to the wider stop. If it's later on in the session, I'm going to use it a little bit tighter. So nice little reversal candle, whatever it's called, again, doesn't really matter. But I want to see that low of the day fail break on volume. That's what Alibaba just did. There's not enough time to, I think, look for some kind of a, hey, I'm going to go short off of VWAP. Nah, you're way too late here on Alibaba. I just want to double check. So HIMS is back to the bid, and it's now like 4.5 million shares. So the paired volume's still maybe half of what it was before. I'm probably going to jump into this in the 60s. It has a local high break of 1880, but it's trying to battle VWAP. So you're getting that buy and bounce like we were expecting. We're expecting it to be a bid. If it was a sell, I wouldn't care. But HIMS going into the S&P 600, I believe it was, expected about 26 million shares to trade. It's got 4.5 million on the buy and bounce early look.
Okay. Yeah, I got Country Harvest Peach. This is actually.
That's a tea? Is that new? I don't remember seeing that one. I like.
This is smelling.
No, it smells delicious. Would you put honey in that? It's already sweet.
I like the way you said that, actually.
That's
smelling good.
You guys can't tell. That smells delicious.
Smelling.
I'm gonna at least for the rest of at least tomorrow. I'm gonna try out a different. I have peppermint tea every day, but yeah, that smells pretty decent. I love peppermint tea, but you know.
That's fine.
That's got to be new. I feel like there was an apple one that I tried, like an apple cinnamon something the other day. We're well stocked here.
Yeah, man. Oh yeah. All right. Hot fire. Yeah, that tastes pretty good, man. All right. So I was just over there and I was talking with my guy and I was asking him what tea he was liking, and he didn't really give me an answer. So I don't know. I messaged to Brendan. I was going to get some green tea, and Brendan that one. So I was like, let me change that up. There, because if Brendan doesn't like it, you know, I'm not down. All right, so there we go. As long as Ramin, peach tea. I mean, we already got the. Okay, there we go. As long as we got the approval there on that one. That's true. Yeah, both of us spell. He can spell his name Neil, and those who spell their name Sean incorrectly would be, Sean or something like that. Because I seen you. Okay.
There's other, like Neil Kashkari spells it entirely differently too. Like,
yeah, these guys are weird. Okay, so we'll just continue to go right now. All right, Shopify 25 cents, Tesla's right there as well. Look, man, we're here every day trying to make some winning trades. So JP Morgan is going to be an interesting name. We've already talked about, look, man, I stamped more. We said to buy Morgan Stanley like last Friday. I can go back, or Thursday, or whatever it was, when there was an upgrade there. We can go back over and have a quick look to see what exactly is going on with Morgan Stanley. But JP Morgan is days away right now. What day is it today? Tuesday? So Friday morning, JP Morgan comes with some fire. I mean, this was the last report. They got hit pretty good and broke it down. No, actually wasn't August. Wouldn't have been, actually August, end of third quarter. No, that would have been now. maybe it was this one right here, the April quarter, I guess, that got hit to the downside and we broke, but I feel like it was this one anyways. Back down through 200, down to 195, 186, big wick to that bottom, right? But look at that. Ever since then, we've had just straight upside. So we know there's a lot of buyers underneath JP Morgan. If there's any dip buy opportunities on this name, I'm looking to pick some more up. I am in this name. We're in this name. We're buying this one. If Daryl's on here, he knows we bought SPG, which is Simon Property Group. We bought that during COVID, and we bought JP 540243. Okay, no problem. All right, so 540243. Try that.
Why not?
Oh, my bad. Change the password, please. All right. No, I'm doing all this stuff on purpose. I mean, you know. Okay, so that's it.
I was going to say,
243.
that's what I assumed it was too.
Exactly. That's exactly what I assumed.
By the way, 8 out of 8 in a row EPS beats for JP Morgan.
Yeah, make it 9. So, and again, it doesn't matter what the EPS is. That doesn't.
I'm just talking beating expectations. Yeah. They always beat.
Well, there he is. Here he goes right here. See, this is what I'm talking about. Like, you guys want swing trade ideas? Here's Daryl right here. He remembers JP Morgan and Simon Property Group. We were buying both of these. Simon Property Group was like $60. We can look at SPG right now again, and JP Morgan was $80. So we're in those names. It's not like they're huge or anything. They're both great dividend plays. Simon Property Group, of course, and JP Morgan. So maybe we can go over here. We don't even have weekly charts. Okay, monthly charts. Please don't crash and please hurry up. Okay. We have a crazy wick up to $64,000. So unfortunately, I will not be able to show it to you on this platform. But you know what? Thankfully, we have a great sponsor right now, and it will be eSignal. So make sure you go and check those out. I'll just call up this right now, call up on a weekly chart and go back to COVID, which was 2020, 2021, when the stocks were going insane. So if we go back to COVID bottoms, yeah, there it was, 80. Remember, there it is. So there's that bottom 80 that we were playing off of. Here's the dip. We bought this hand over fist down here. Nice upside moves for JP Morgan. So that was that play. Simon Property Group, the reason why we like this one is I wanted to go into what I thought was the largest mall operator there was SPG. And I really, really like this stock. And it just, like, obviously, as everybody's locked in their basements, reminds me of that chimp crazy. Hopefully you guys were not locked in your basement. If you're in Florida, then maybe COVID didn't happen. But there's the move down for SPG. Now I don't think, Daryl, I don't remember 40 or 50. I feel like we got involved with it after this. And then this is why I remember 60. We were using 60 as our base there. Never broke. So yeah, man, boom. Right back there to the upside. And now I'll have to double check. We're out of a lot of these trades, but I'm sure I'm still in it. Right now, double topping here at 171. So SPG, man, great stock. I like the stock. Simon Property Group. Thank you for shouting that out too, Daryl. So I don't look like I'm going crazy right there. But those were those names. So I like both of those, JP Morgan and SPG. So good, two good stocks. SPG, I believe, did trim their dividend though, as they were in trouble and needed some cash. Small. So, but anyways, 4, 5, 6%. 350 and balances are out.
Yeah, and it's, you know what, bit of a nothing burger here. Intel's a sell of 1.2, but keep in mind Intel's such a cheap stock that that's not a lot of like notional money, like 25 million. Like that's nothing for notional and balance. HIMS was expected 3.8 and came out 1. So instantly, like the first thing I did, so HIMS did get up into the 70s, but the first thing I did is just pop on the offer and take half of it out because 1 million shares to buy when you're expecting a much bigger open interest is not a heck of a lot. Matter of fact, I'm just going to get on the offer and see if I can't take it out there. It's going to code as a sell, but who cares? Yeah. My stop's at 60. There's no add in here. If it had come like a significant buy, I was looking for a breakout of 1880 and then add into it. But when you see, there we go. When you see this, remember it was expected. I like to leave up the expectation one. It was sitting at 3.8. Even that paired off to 1, and then the number came out, and now you're sitting at actually just paired down to like 600, 700,000 shares. But nothing in big cap land is up there. We've seen this before, though, and I've made the mistake of I don't see Nvidia, I don't see Apple, and then I don't keep it up. I just don't pay attention. There's not going to be anything that shows up, and then they start popping up there a little bit later. So I do want to keep this up, partly because if like, HIMS is still only half of the expected overall volume that's paired, so it could still grow and give a trade at like 355 or after 355, but also one of these big cap tech names can pop up there. So my eyes are really just going to be on HIMS. Even if it were to go now on 1 million, that's not the reason. With new, it was big and then it was growing at 350. This one did not give that to you. So yeah, you know, it kind of gave like 6 cents and then we lose 4. But at the end of the day, that's not the expected move. I want this to be 5, 6, 10 million shares to buy, and then it's much more interesting for a long shot.
All right, we might as well just get out of everything. I mean, we're sitting here in Tesla. I mean, look at Shopify. I mean, it is kind of a stink face trade right here. Let's see if we get some 91s on this play. Hopefully we will. And it'll print upside and we'll get some either half prints or we'll get 91 flat. There it is. We will exit our trade right there and go chicken dinner winner on that one. Forget that. It's too long. Bang. Right there on some chicken, some dinners, and some winners. This is a big trade. Right, 50s up to 90s. We'll take 40 cents right there. Smooth sailing. So this is a 4-to-1 real time. 4-to-1 trade right there, right? We took it. We talked about where it was right down here, break of 40s. So this long at 50, well, it's at 53s or something. Where are we long? Oh, we just got out. Yeah, so this was 53, I believe, or 52. So a nice little 40-cent winner. That's a 4-to-1 banger right there into the end of the day. For that trade. So we'll just continue to go. Tesla right now, I mean, come on, bang alert again. We'll go another one because that is what it is. And then we'll go, oh, Canada, because we like Canada. Then we'll go bullish because we've been bullish. And then we'll go diamond hands as well. Because now this is $1 and change and getting it back up to the upside. So, hey, man, like I said, we're here every day and not stopping. So why not get out now? All right, 22s. We'll see if we can get some 22 fills right now on Tesla. Just one more little bump up, and there it is. We will take that out. So that's a banger. And again, another money trade here as we are cruising right now into the end of the day here. So nice moves. It's 353 and change. Going higher into the close is the market. Look at that, man. The Nasdaq going to close up 1.64%. It just keeps going and going and going. This has been quite a wild move here for the Nasdaq over the last couple of days.
Well, I'll say so. I think the only thing that puts a chink in the armor, possible hiccup, is going to be if Tesla disappoints us. But you know what? That's only Tesla. That should have absolutely nothing to do with Nvidia and the chips. I think they're on their own, and they all kind of went to the upside today. Obviously, SMCI had its own thing going on, and maybe Micron, although Micron just got green. Shout out to them, but shout out to Ian Rispetto. Thank you for the super chat here. How does Micron look for adding to a long-term hold at these levels? Is it trending up or down from what you can see? Gave up all gains from earnings beat. We're going to hit the like on that. Shout out to you. Appreciate you, Ian, every single time. We appreciate the super chats. If you're enjoying the show, hit the like, the subscribe, be a part of the community, help each other out. That's what it's all about. So it hasn't given up everything on the earnings gains because technically it was down underneath $100, but it's doing this consolidation. I might have said this in the aftermarket show last week, but apologies if I'm repeating myself. So it's in between the 50 and the 200 period. And for me, when it's made the bottom after earnings, I usually like to see, okay, you made the bottom, break out a top. Okay, well, it did that at 102. So it's giving a second consolidation. Ideally, I'd want this closing above the 200 period moving average. Because to me, like if I was doing this on the post-earnings trade, I'd probably be long at like an 02 if that's what I was looking for, and then my stop would be under the 50 period. But I'm much more along the lines of if your daily chart looks like this, which is not good, it's now putting in that higher low. Hey, show me that you can take out this top. Let's get back above the 200 period moving average, and then it can be a long over there and then to underneath the 50 period. That looks a little bit better for me. You know what else I absolutely love about this? Hey, it's giving you a potential bullish breakout after the death cross. So death cross, this stock literally made its low after the death cross. I think that's a good thing because anytime you slap like a technical sell setup, and then the stock just starts going to the upside, I don't know, you got to trap some kind of technical trader short on this thing if they like the death cross. Maybe they're already out when it popped on earnings. Hopefully you still got a few in there, and if it breaks the 200 period and closes above it, I like a close above and then hold the next day as well. I don't want it closing above and then losing it at 9:30 in the morning the next day. It's completely useless if it does that. You want it to close above and hold, and then I would look for a long and then give it back to the 200 period. That's something I like for a swing. Although I feel like if I were to buy Micron down here, it'd be more like a value play where I'd want to be holding it personally. and then not even be thinking about swing trade. I'd be usually thinking about stock like that. Good entry point for the long term. Let's go to Adara.
This is, I think, at least our third story in Boeing today, but BA getting its largest volume candle of the day by far here on the 3-minute chart, pushing into this previous support area here. S&P placing Boeing on credit watch here to the downside, saying that it could be cut to junk rating. Again, this negative credit watch related apparently to strike-related financial risk. So some concerns here about that machinist strike, putting Boeing BA here on credit watch, guys.
Something, first of all, what a great out that was on Tesla right there. I mean, okay. Good out right there. Also, check what's happening in China right now. Look at FXI. Shout out to Fabian right here. Huge move at the end of the day. 32.30 up straight up $1 on FXI. I mean, it's still down 10%, but huge. Yeah, he's still green. That's all good. No, I'm shutting you out. I mean, this is a great move here for FXI into the end of the day. Same as KWeb. So Chinese names, man, getting boosted here into the close. KWeb, bang. Same look as our guy over there on the Amex with FXI. So big moves happening. Let's go check out some equities.
Baba broke you up.
Yeah, I would assume. Okay, now my chart's just not changing right now, unless that's okay. That is the same. All right, it looks exactly the same actually. So there goes Baba straight upside as well, right there. Like I said, we had sold some. Might be wrong, might not be. I don't know. But for right now, we're hella right. We sold some at 117.50. Did not put that money to work anywhere else. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening right now with only a minute and a half left. It's Alibaba to the rescue right now. Huge move, man. 108 and change. But we've already, the damage for me has already been done. Tesla was a monster there. Tesla's actually more money than I even thought, so that's good. Shopify, I mean, this Shopify trade, let's go, man. Spin it on Shopify as well. And that one can't do too much better into the close. So I hope all of you have enjoyed it. We'll have Brian Shannon on. I'll check to see if Ramin tweeted that out yet for that one.
Do me a favor.
I'm going to go find it.
Can you ask Brian if he slapped any stimulus, obviously like I want AVWAP on like the stimulus China names. I'd be interested to see how
he does not trade.
He doesn't. Oh, he doesn't. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, if you know the answer, that's easier. Because my first thought was,
he could slap a VWAP on it. Yeah.
Well, you have earnings, big volume events. The stimulus was a big volume event for these Chinese names, and I wondered if it was actually holding up levels, something that he had checked. But if he doesn't trade them, he doesn't trade them.
He doesn't trade them. Yeah.
So with less than a minute to go, I just want to point out: you saw KWeb, you saw Alibaba. Pinduoduo didn't move. Pinduoduo went about, let's call it 40 cents on that move that we just saw. So PDD seems like it's at a bit of a supply zone. I just marked that off. I just kind of threw it up, and I'm just going to put this high in here at 145 as a bit of a resistance level, because usually they're going in concert, and if it couldn't go when the group was going, that tends to be a sign that you've got some liquidity. With less than 10 seconds to go, this bell on a Tuesday brought to you by WorkSport. On the NASDAQ is WKSP. Add WorkSport to your watch list. But ring it, Adara. Healthy ring of the bell. Thank you very much there, Adara, as the market has an unbelievable day. I mean, 1.5% to the upside. The ES slightly under that 1%. Late in the day, there was, like I said, there was a big volume spike there on Pinduoduo and some of the other Chinese names, but not much of a move. And this is what I mean. Just to finish that thought, because I only show one chart. Like, how often do you see something like this? Maybe it's because Baba was underneath VWAP, but huge reversion back to the upside here. And then you look at like a KWeb in there, huge reversion to the upside. I look at something like a JD, which is on the NASDAQ, Neil. I feel like it should be on the New York, but over on the NASDAQ. This one, again, popping into VWAP. But Pinduoduo didn't budge. So that supply zone at 45, I think, can be a little bit real. Not happy with Boeing in that news. I mean, I keep saying Boeing. Part of Boeing's problem is that they just can't go any length of time without a bad news story. Like, it's all I want. Give me a clean week or two where there's only no news or good news on Boeing, and then we can start talking about this really making a bottom. Although I feel like it's constantly trying to put in bottoms, but just like Snowflake, it's one that hasn't done the rounded bottom, hold, and then a breakout. Micron's trying to do it as well. Lasmel Melendez in chat. Oracle also closed at a high. A lot of things when we're up at 1.5 closing on some highs today. So it looked pretty good in the market, led by the chips. But you know what? Ain't over yet. Got a lot to get to. First off, got a shout out to Fabian and Ramin on the ones and twos, doing a great job. I look over, and this time, Andre does have the headphones on, hard at work, although he does hear me over there. So shout out to Andre on our team as well. Great job in the midday as always. Whether it's Joe, Sharif, you're going to get Satya tomorrow. That's what it's all about. Shout out to Brendo on the desk like he does. A new logo. Hard work on that. So I want to shout out to him and thank you. Thank you to Dara bringing all of the news pretty much all day long. And now that she's taking over on the desk. But you know what? Today was a good day. And I say that because I'll say something about when Sean, in high school we call him Katina, when Sean wears the Ice Cube, if that plaid, that's Ice Cube from Friday. And so I like to throw in the reference, today was a good day. But it's about to get even better because you've got Chris Brecher, you got some trade recap. Oh, sorry, no, it's Shannon. I said Brecher. It's not Wednesday, it's Tuesday. We got Brian Shannon coming on. It's not going to be Brecher. We have Brian Shannon coming on. We've got Sean. It's a good day, good vibes. Shout out to everybody in the chat. We appreciate you so much. You don't have to do anything. All you have to do is sit back, and you go from here to there, and the market recap.
Up, everybody. Yeah, today was a good day. I mean, especially for the NASDAQ here as we're up 1.6% and continuing to go higher here in the after hours. XLK also a nice upside move. Both the S&P and the NASDAQ both recovered nicely today off of kind of a bad day yesterday. We were down about 1%. Nice little battle back here, as you can see on the NASDAQ. More than 1%, 1.4% actually, not 1.6%. As we go up, strengthen Nvidia, strengthen Tesla. We will highlight some different stocks as we go. Chinese stocks tank, or I guess sank, but it was a tank, down 9% there, off of a falling announcement of smaller than expected stimulus. I mean, come on, man. Chinese government, we got to just slow down on this trade. And I know Neil asked me to talk to Brian about that, and we've talked about this before. This is part of the reason why I sold some Alibaba. I trust the names that I trust and don't trust the names that I don't. And right now, with some of this Chinese move to straight to the upside, I mean, here's FXI. I mean, this was just a monster move. Like, you're talking about a major market here in this world, obviously heading to the upside like that, from just on reported stimulus from 27 all the way up to 37. That's a huge move, man. You're getting basically 35, 34% up in just over a week. That's too much. So today it pulls back a little bit. Do I think it's a buying opportunity? I talked about this. I was going to wait for 30 or maybe that top as well to reload. We did get out of some of these Chinese names, and the only one I'm in is actually Alibaba. So we actually identified this, and we talked about this on the show as well. Thank you, everybody, for watching, by the way, and continuously doing that as well. What's up, Ramin? Who am I with? Fabian tonight? You got a green little velour thing there? I like that. I should be wearing that right now. I feel like a pimp. Okay, look at this. 120 as a high right there for Alibaba on the weekly. So we noticed that. We got out of it. Now we're waiting. We're out of half of Alibaba. Traders were a little worried. Their comments from Bostic today during the midday. Obviously, the hurricane as well. We just hope that gets better for everybody before it gets worse. I wish the best for everybody that is in the way. I guess it's Hurricane Helena now, so watch out for that one as we digest some information there. We can go back over into a daily chart, see some stocks that might be in the way there. CCL, Carnival Cruise, actually taking out highs right now. I thought some of the docked ships there in South Florida might be an issue, but Carnival, nice upside moves there as well. The Jets ETF, some travel names still high there. You know a name that we haven't looked at in a while? Airbnb. Ugh. Wow, man, what does this remind you of, everybody? Put in the chat there. It reminds me of SMCI, where we had a beautiful base and then a pop. So this is the kind of stuff we're looking for in stock, for sure. Names we like that have gotten beat down, that have given us a base. So anything like that, just like I teach during trading, this would be what I teach here. Try to find names you like that give you a base. It's a good one there on Airbnb down there near 120. Now trying to break higher above 130. When do they report? Spooky October 30th there for Airbnb. So we'll catch some drift on that one. We could check out energy today. I mean, I'm looking over here and seeing that we were down, including XOP, the petroleum there, gas exportation and product exploitation. No, not exploitation, no. Exploratory. So nice move up there for XOP, but it doesn't look as good as XLE, as that was trying to break up as well right now, but it had a nice high of $93. Again, a lot of traders that we have on here talking about breakouts. So where are you now as we break down on XLE? A lot of these trades need patience, right? Especially when you're in ETFs, you need to give them some room and some time. So we'll wait out for that one again right here. So as the hurricane starts to come in again, oil coming back down to the downside right now. Geopolitics, I'm just reading some notes here. Energy sector and geopolitics spiking oil the last couple of days. But today we see a pullback on the name. So there's USO as well. Oil still, USO downside as well, down 4% today. Wow. All right. So those of you that are in the oil trade and energy trade, a nice little pullback into today. And wow, some of these ETFs that have really gotten high have now fallen back in a little bit, including TAN, now down 5% today. Yuck on that one. FXI and KWEB are the big ones. USO, XLE still to go as well. What was green today? Okay, so we talked about semis, right? I mean, Nvidia. We loved it. I'm not logged in over here, but man, did we have a good trade on NVDA. NVDA. We had the 130.50 break, and the reason why we like that one, let me see if we can get a 1 minute chart up here. That's a weekly. Let's go into a 3 minute chart. So right into here, it was yesterday's high of 130.50. It's here, I can show it to you on here. It was on our sticky note. Wow, how cool does this look? Zuckerberg just dropped a big update 13 hours ago. Okay, late on that one. Here it is right here. Oh yeah, Coca-Cola versus Pepsi. If you bought these 5 years ago, as Pepsi has earnings today, you could see Coca-Cola up 50% over the last 5 years. Womp womp. Fail for Pepsi, only up 38%. Oh, I don't have Stream Deck over here. All right, still good. We like that one. You don't have to hit it. That's Pepsi versus that. Let's go back over to 100%. What I was trying to show you was this call right here. We'll go over to our platform and have a quick look. It was this right here. It's our sticky note, and it was right into here, Nvidia. We only wrote down one level, man, 130.50 longs. Where we lost today was right here, the AMD break long. That didn't work, but Nvidia did. So there it was as well, SMCI on there. Google, you know, we didn't really look at Google too much today. Maybe we could have a quick look. But there it is right there. It's 130.50. Peach Harvest. It's actually pretty good. It's a bit sweet. I mean, obviously, I don't put sugar or honey into any of these things. Good one there, Peach Harvest. Okay, so there's Nvidia. Nice move. And again, why did we like it? Yesterday's top. Right? Plus pre-market top. Break, bang. Nice move for that one as it continues to go to the upside. I want to thank everybody that's staying with us, man. It's all 27,000 of you. Thank you so much as you guys. I'm going to load up the Stream Deck so I can actually hit the bangs right now. I want to thank everybody for staying with us late. Still not working. There it is. Now it is. Now we're loaded up there. So we do have Brian Shannon coming from Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP fame. Bang. Right there, great book there. Check that out. You know, we could drop an anchored VWAP on this bad boy right now too if we really wanted to. So we could drop an anchor on this from the basically the beginning of the pre-market, and you could see 132. Look at it ride this VWAP right there, right? Nice move there, all the way to the upside. Hit it and quit it. Reminds me a little bit of the 50 period, but if you were going to use something a little longer time frame, you might want to drop the anchored VWAP on a daily here. I got to get rid of all these. Get rid of that one. All right, if we're going to drop an anchor on this, I mean, often we like to drop it off past lows. So right there, 91 and change. Obviously, that's that October 5th low. So we'll drop an anchor on that. And look at that, man. Wow. How good is that, Fabian? This anchor basically just coming into play right there, hitting and holding 115 on Nvidia. Now, some beautiful upside moves. Maybe we'll get Brian to talk a little bit more about what to expect with Nvidia. Again, earnings very, very far away, November the 14th, but Nvidia, nice move up. All right, you know what's time to do right now? It's time to get some calculations going on right here. Ooh, that's a little choppy. Maybe we won't hit that anymore. Let's go over, look at the heat map. What was hot fire today and what was not? It's heat map time. All right. So right here, we've got Apple up 1 point. Maybe if, don't zoom in that much, my guy. Here it is. Apple, nice move, up 1.83%. Microsoft, 1.26% as we go. I can't, the funny thing is the more I zoom in, I can't actually bring this down to show you. For me, the big stock today, Tesla, 1.5%. Amazon 106. We talked about Walmart, buy those dips yesterday. I liked it. I had the wife on the phone yesterday when she was at Costco. We like that stock as well. Costco today, what a big mover, up 2%. Buy the dips on all these names, man. I think Costco's not going anywhere. Walmart's not going anywhere. Although McDonald's not great for you, they're not going anywhere either. Wendy's, Yum Brands. We talked about some of these names in the consumer space. Well traded, well done today for sure. Nvidia though, up 4. Google, I think Google's the next one. It could possibly be Microsoft. When you see a stupid downgrade like we had today on Microsoft, that might be the bottom. Microsoft says no to that downgrade, up 1.26%. Meta looking at $6 again. Meta's at 593 right now and trying to get higher. We like that. Oracle's up 2.5. Broadcom's up 3. Look, man, this whole chip sector boosted. And you know why the chip sector was boosted, they say? Because we have event-driven events. We have event-driven news this week, and they are both AI-related events. Nvidia talking all week. AMD coming on Thursday with their big event, right? So we'll see. I think it's called Everything AI coming for AMD. That's probably wrong. But AMD right there, nice move to the high side. We liked 173 break. The problem with the 173 break was earlier on, we actually had it right there. It's going to look real bad, man. And again, if I was logged in, we'd talk about this. We had that break right there, 173. It went up 50 cents. We weren't able to get anything out. It was real quick. Once that broke, then it just fell down $3 all the way down there to where we basically make that wick down there at 170.50. Not a good trade for us. Bought it back. Should have bought that 170. Look at that trade, Fabian. 170 on the nose. Try some more peach tea right here. You're right. That was the stock to whistle at right down there, man. 170. What a huge level. We got to trade key levels. We wrote down 170 on our sticky note, but we weren't here to trade it. Doesn't matter. We took the 173. That was a fail. But what we did is stay with our trade. Stick with the trends. You got to take your trades and hold them a little bit longer, right? If you don't do that, then you don't have those big winners. And the big winners is really what adds up at the end of the day. We're able to buy back some shares here. Take this back to the upside. It was a good trade at the end of the day. What? The insurance ETF right here. We haven't looked at this in a minute, but look how strong this has been on a daily for the insurance ETF. We had recently bought some Berkshire. We talked about that rotating out of, I can't remember what we sold. Oh, Win. We got out of some, how much is Win down today? We got out of some Win as well. Okay, Win's fine. So we got out of some Win in around here, 104, 105. So it's nice to see it pulling back in a little bit. But that move, again, another China play. As some of the sort of steam comes out of China's engine, we'll see it pull back a little bit. Do I still think it's a huge buy? Yes, I do. You know, look at FXI here. All right, let's just talk about this real quick. I know we talked about this with Brian. I asked him last week. He said, no China for me there. So maybe we will pass on that with him. But look at this. A lot of room back there to the upside. The only problem with China is you're always dealing with politics. That's going to be a problem, right? I mean, you're not just dealing with, hey, Fed right now, we know we can buy U.S. equities if they dip down because the Fed have our back. We're in a Fed rate cut cycle right now. As long as jobs stay where they are in that last jobs report, wow, did that get that going? I feel like if jobs stay strong, we know they're cutting. It's 100% expected that we get at least 50 more basis points. I don't know what's going on in China. So, I mean, they're talking stimulus. They're talking about boosting up that home sector there as well and the credit markets. Can they do it? We will wait to see. Looks like the market got ahead of themselves a little bit here with FXI. On the weekly, though, breaking out. Look, you're going to have a red candle coming from today, but I still think it's strong, especially if you go back into the daily charts here for FXI. Still strong. Pullbacks into the 50 period. We don't like to see that. 27. That would scare me. Remember on last week, it was right here on Friday. I think we even talked about this yesterday. I said ARK. I mean, why not? Tesla's in the fund. Palantir's in the fund. I like ARK Holdings here. Innovation Fund. I like the ETF. It's holding the right names. The problem is it does have a high, and I don't have Kathy Wood on here. Maybe if you do, she can call in right now. But it does have a high management fee. That's the one thing about this ARK ETF. But it's been basically, guys, sideways. Oh, Kathy? Yeah, about that 2% too much. Okay, right here. Look at this. ARK right here. So it's been going nowhere for a year. So this is actually last November right now. So as you can see, pretty flat, had some nice upside, had brutal downside down there. But again, everything wicked low on that day in early August. Cannot believe I was in London when that happened. That was wild, man. I wish we had been able there to pick up some of those, but you had to get lucky to do it. I know Neil was able to grab something, but I think ARK has a chance. I mean, we could Google what's the holdings in ARK. Let me just do that right now. ARK holdings, and we'll just get that for you right now because it's actually on Kathy's ARK right here. So here's all 35. Not that hard to find, and they're pretty honest about what they're doing. So this is kathysark.com. You can see right now, it looks like if we sort it by ownership, ARK ownership percentage. Okay, so CRISPR Therapeutics right now looks like it's pretty high. We wanted to go by weighting, I guess. That would be the most important there. So, okay, so this is more like it. Square. I mean, can I zoom in on this? Hold on a second, let me see. There we go. Is that better? Yeah, that's better, right? We're looking at the weighting over here. I don't know. Can you still see this okay, Fabian? I think you can, right? I know it's white on there. It's better. Okay, thanks. So Square, still 5.4%. CRISPR Therapeutics, look, genes, diagnostics. This is going to be a big one. I like CRISPR. We can check out what's going on with that stock. CRSP, a relatively new one coming through. That's CRISPR. We like Shopify. What's up, Ken? DraftKings, eh? Okay. That's a big holding for her. All right. Liking this a little bit more now. Meta, you can't hate on Meta. I mean, where are the stocks we're hating on? I am hating on actually on Pinterest. I do not like that. Moderna, again, we like it, but not a great one. Prime Medicine. So this does not have Tesla in it or Palantir like I thought it did. Is this not the innovative one? RKQ. Right there. So this is a good one too. These holdings coming through. This is the Tesla one right there. Tesla, big one, 11% in her ARKKQ holdings as well. So I'm in this one. Isn't this the robotics one? Autonomous technology and robotics ETF. Yeah. So this is actually the one that I'm in. So right there, Tesla coming through as well as Nvidia and Alphabet. So you got to like this one with some John Deere in here. ARKKQ is the one for me. So let's have a quick look at what that's doing. ARKKQ. Right now, boom. So this is the one that we're in. I should have known that, guys. Nice move up there for ARKK. But again, breaking out higher. And you know why? Tesla, we just talked about what it has in there, right? Tesla, some Coinbase, some innovative ones, robotics and technology. So we definitely like that one coming through as well. I think Google is going to be huge, man. Google with Gemini. I mean, I don't know what you guys are thinking right now about Google, but underneath the 50-period moving average, we don't like it, but we've had a good hold there. We held the 200 period. I think Google has some room to run now back up there to the upside. It looks like we won't have Brian today, so I'll have to slap a fail. Is he there? No, he's not there yet, so my bad. Maybe we'll figure it out. Maybe he joins us a little bit late. If you are in the chat, Brian, let me know if there's any problems. Fabian is there as well. So, all right, so that's what we've been doing so far there today. A couple ETFs up, a couple ETFs down, but it's like silver and metals. That's what's creating some downside pressure right now to the markets. I think that has a lot to do with China. Remember, we did have a commodity-based rally, right? So as commodities come back in a little bit and China comes back in, it's no surprise that we're going to see Dr. Copper making a move down, right? Look at this, just off China's stimmies, copper coming back in a little bit. If you flip over here, Fabian, we can do the chart and just keep it on here for a minute because I'm going to talk about this. So copper, nice downside move as well there, right? We talked about some of the other ones. DBC is going to be the commodity index, a nice runner upside, but now fading back in as well. So that's going to be a good one. The U.S. jobs report, right? In the U.S., were almost all government jobs, says YouTube. Yeah, man. I mean, I like the jobs report. We saw a nice spike on that one over the last couple of days. Look at the S&P 500. 574. I mean, we're right there, right at highs. We have to maybe take this tomorrow. More peach tea here. Jay Lee agrees with me on the ARK-K fees. It's all the ARK, very, very high. But that's the management fee, right? Kathy might not make money on portfolio performance, but she definitely make money every time someone hits the buy key on those shares there. But look at the spiders, man. We are right now, right at all-time highs and banging our head up against that right there. So we'll see if the spiders can get going. I actually like the Vanguard ETF as well, VOO. So that's going to be another one that you just sit in and buy. I think there's a little bit less as we talk about fees. The Vanguard ETF, VOO, might be a little bit less management fee than SPY. So pay attention to that one coming through again as well. All right, banks on watch. Now, what do we think about banks? You guys let me know in the chat what you think. I talked about this the other day. I really like Morgan Stanley. We talked about this down here, and we're like, get ahead of it. Get ahead of it. Then it got upgraded. Now you're taking out highs. So Morgan's going to report on the 16th. So we get JP Morgan first, we get Wells Fargo, and then we get BlackRock on Friday. Those should be all great. But the name I really like that's looking the healthiest right now, Morgan Stanley. Let's see if they can get going. Again, Goldman's Goldman's a 6-6 stock as well. Goldman, I mean, by that I mean good. Nice upside move on Goldman Sachs right now. Above the 50-period moving average, but again, not taking out highs. So with deals happening, I think there's a couple things going to go through. We saw Tellurian deal close. We had that Hims and Hers. We had a couple of rebalances happening as well. Well, the companies that take advantage of that are the investment banks. So we'll look to Morgan and we'll look to Goldman for that, right? Traditional banking, obviously we'll look for some regionals with WFC. We can look at the KRE as well. But JP Morgan, the biggest bank in the world, continues to hold at the 50-period moving average. With earnings coming on Friday, I kind of like that play. It looks like my guy Brian is now coming soon to a YouTube channel near you, Brian Shannon, very, very soon. So do not leave, everybody. Brian's coming up very, very soon. Over 2,200 of you right now live with us. So thank you. I see that in the chat there. Adam says Brian's trying to log in. Well, we've almost got him ready to go here with Brian Shannon. Without any further ado, we got the thumbs up. It's Trader Talk.
Wait.
Uh-oh, he said wait, he's not ready yet. Well, hey, the camera's okay. You're almost centered. There he is.
Good.
How are you?
There we go.
How are you? Here we go. I like that. How you doing? Hey, how's it going, Brian? It's a good day today. How are you doing?
Good. The bull is back, huh?
The bull, I mean, where did the bull go? I mean, I feel like we're in a bull market. Our friend JC Peretz says, like, you know how you can tell it's a bull market? Stocks just going up. And I think that seems to be true of a lot of sectors. But there is some weakness. I'm sure you saw energy today. But yeah, bullishness. We love the bull. It seems to be back. We just showed you the S&P 500 near and at all-time highs. What are we doing about that? Are we doing anything? I get nervous when stocks, and especially the market, is at all-time highs. I always feel like we're due for a pullback.
Well, you know, Sean, we've had a time correction the last 2 weeks. So that's what I mean by the bull is back, is that we've got kind of, you know, for the indexes, we've gone nowhere. Semiconductors have led the way. Finally, the rest of the markets are dragging higher with them. But, you know, the S&P, we're just kind of stuck in this range here the last 2 weeks. And with today's action, yesterday we saw kind of a false breakdown. Today we recovered from there. So I think, you know, we have to go to all-time highs. It just seems impossible. Now something's going to happen. We're going to gap down overnight because I said that, of course.
Right.
But, you know, Nvidia has led the way with the semiconductors, and now the Russell 2000 is looking like maybe it's getting ready to go. Biotechs are still kind of stuck in the mud, but, you know, things are happening. It seemed a lot easier to make money on the long side today, Sean.
Doesn't it always seem that way? I feel like I say that all the time, especially here on a prop floor. I don't know if it's just psychological, but I feel like whenever the market's up, the floor tends to do well. When the market's down, it doesn't do that well. Maybe there is something to that. My screen right here, I want to talk about IWM because you just mentioned it, and I realize that we haven't mentioned that in a while, the small cap. What gives you the impression here that it looks like we may be gearing up for a move? I mean, for me, I see it holding the 50 period, so I like that. But I think I take something from you here. The 50 period's trying to slope downside a little bit here, so I'm getting a little nervous about IWM. What is there that you're seeing that maybe we shoot here back up into that 225 area?
Okay, perfect. Great segue, because the direction of the 50-day moving average is declining. That's true. If you look at my screen here on the left chart, we have the daily time frame. This vertical line, this blue vertical, I just went over it, but it was blue vertical line right here, is where we were 50 days ago. So 50 days ago, we were right here. Tomorrow, we average this out, and then on Thursday, we average this out. On Friday, we replace this with data over here. That 50-day moving average is going to start to turn higher. And then for all of next week, as we get rid of this data, as long as we hold just in this area, that 50-day moving average will be advancing. Same with the 20-day moving average. Right. We've got a rising 20 above a rising 50. And then over here on the shorter term time frame, the 30-minute time frame, we can see we've been stuck in this downward channel. We've seen a pattern of lower highs and lower lows. And now yesterday's little shakeout might be the higher low. I bought a little bit of this today, just kind of an exploratory starting position. I think back above today's high with a stop under here. It looks to me like the Russell 2000 ought to be able to get up and go out of this little, downward channel that it's been involved in. So hopefully that means we can get some rotation and some broader participation. Some of the stocks that I look at, that are kind of that size cap seem to be having a little bit easier time moving higher.
Yeah, I think that, we've talked about Palantir starting to move a little bit higher as well, DraftKings and some of these lower stocks moving as well. I want to get over something pretty interesting that you put up over there on Twitter. And I don't know if you're trying to crowdsource some stuff about Disney here or not, but Disney, I was actually really surprised that we almost got back up to that $100 mark. I'm in the stock. I don't necessarily like it. You and I have talked about this a couple times. We were getting long down here in the 80s. It did make that break. We got that Nelson Peltz coming through. Then all of a sudden, he does not get the board seats. And then this is what's happened since. It's been pretty beat up. But I wanted to show this because I think you're a great follow at Alpha Trends. We've talked about this over and over again. But here's the question that you asked, and I have not answered it yet. So I want to see who's winning this poll. For the money you spend on a Disney visit, and by the way, 15,000 views, there's a lot of people on this, over 1,300 votes. For the money you spend on a trip to Disney, is it worth it? Yes, only once with the kids. Yes, I love Disney. There are better options. It's a huge scam. Okay, I don't know if it's a scam or not. I'm going to say yes. I've never been with my kids, but I would say yes, it's probably worth it right there. So right here, okay, interesting results. 40% say it's a scam. I don't know what's scammy about it, but 40% say it's a scam. 32% say once with the kids. So a little bit of a mixed response there. What were you getting at there with Disney? Do you like the stock, or is there a play here? And what would Brian Shannon have selected?
I don't like the stock at Disney. It's in a downtrend. I was kind of wondering, why so many people talk so bullishly about Disney all the time. I understand when it's above a rising 20, above a rising 50-day moving average, be bullish. But when we're below those and maybe we're just still, crossing back and forth above and below them, there's no opportunity that I can see for, the good gains. Let's trade with trends rather than just try to pick a favorite stock. So I was trying to see what people like about Disney. Do they just love Disney? And some people do. It was probably a poor choice of words to say, to scam. What I meant.
Oh, we'll get Brian back on in a minute. Yeah, no, I think that, the word scam obviously is not meant as a scam, but I feel like what Brian was getting at was probably like overpriced for the experience there at Disney. And I know from full stop, I have cousins that go it feels like once every 2 or 3 years. They do have little wee ones, but they tell me all the time, it's like, there goes 15 grand. Like it's a couple $100 a day in the park, let alone food. And then some of the hospitality as well there. So I'm with Brian on Disney, especially when we talk about where the stock is. The streaming service, although we are watching, I don't know if anybody else is watching this, the Agatha is okay. We're watching that with our kids, so I kind of like that new series there. Aubrey Plaza's in it. I like that one. Agatha's, that's been a good one. But other than that, the streaming is a little bit... We are watching some episodes of Simpsons as my kids get a little bit older. We do like that one. Let me know what your favorite season of Simpsons are. They just had the new one. You know what season it is right now, Fabian? 36. Wow. 36, man. Do the Bartman. When's the last time you heard that? I think eat my shorts. Yeah, exactly. Look, I like Disney. I like Fox. I think that was a good acquisition, but definitely the stock is in a downward pressure. So, Brian, it's okay. I want to thank Brian for coming on. That's our fault. He got cut off there. We'll get that figured out. Maybe I'll have Brian back on Friday. Am I doing Friday's show? I can't remember. We'll have Brian back on anyways. Thank you, Brian, for trying with us again there. I love that IWM. And that's the thing, like when I asked him about that sloping 50-period moving average, it's there. But as you know, those change up. Okay, if he's back, you can bring him on. We only have a couple more minutes. He can talk about Disney. I know there might be a couple other names there for Brian. I did want to also talk a little bit about Bitcoin. I know that he's talking a little bit about that. He sold some there last week, so we can talk about that. All right, there he is. He's back. Hey, Brian, sorry about that. That's our fault there. And I just sort of talked a little bit about Disney. Just being the word scam, right before you got cut off, I agree. You didn't mean it as in like, it's a Ponzi scam or anything like that. Right. Just the fact that it's probably a little expensive. It's not a value play. How about that? Visiting Disney may not be the best value. But did you want to finish your thought?
Oh, by saying not a scam, what I meant is, my experience with Disney is it's a great place to go with kids.
Right.
I wouldn't take an adult vacation there personally. I mean, maybe I'm being short-sighted here, but to me, it's a big money grubber.
Right.
And you could say the same thing for ski resorts. They do the same thing. Football, you go pay $20 for a beer or whatever it is. So they're all the same, really, but I was just trying to get a feel for why, do people really love this, the experience as much as they seem to love the stock?
Any opinion there? I see that you're talking about the 10-year jumping from 368 to 402 off the FOMC meeting. I mean, we talk about it all the time on here. TLT, maybe something to buy right now as it's come back into the 200 period moving average. Is there a play on yields that you like? Is there anything that maybe you're looking at? I don't have, unfortunately, I can't call up all of the instruments on the Trade Ideas platform, but is there anything that maybe you're looking at or anything interesting about yields?
There's a couple of REITs that I have, Sean, that I've tried to position for a little bit longer term. Some of them I didn't buy perfectly. I mean, you never buy them all perfectly, but as yields were coming in, I didn't think they would come in as this aggressively. So I own some of these ones that pay monthly dividends, like DX is the symbol.
Okay.
And my average in there is about 12.35. I've gotten one dividend so far. ARR is another one that I own. So some of these are intriguing to me just to kind of put some money away for, hopefully some longer term. I like the monthly paying dividends because I don't have to wait 3 months and be frustrated for 3 months and figure, because I'll sell it. If I have to wait 3 months and I see the stock start ticking lower, I'm just going to sell it.
Right. So
maybe that's a double-edged sword because some of these I'm down 30, 40 cents in, which for the size I have is pretty big. Anyways, that's where I'm looking at it and kind of thinking that with all this, the 200-day moving average year-to-date anchor in here, the anchor off of the October low from last year, all coming together, this is kind of an area where yield should stabilize and, start to look in this area for some, interest rate sensitive plays.
I still want to thank everybody. You can see right at the bottom, Brian Shannon at Alpha Trends. Thank you for joining us. We're not done yet as we go. Okay, Brian, I don't know if you have a favorite or not, and we didn't really, prep this segment at all. I'll go back to the double screen there, Fabian. All right, earnings season is here, right? We had Pepsi today. Not much going on there. That's not a super sexy stock. But what kicks it off on Friday is bank earnings. Has there been a bank maybe that you're looking at just for the long or short side, whatever you prefer? Anything that's sort of piquing your interest right now? I don't know if you've seen Morgan Stanley, MS. I really like that stock poking its head above its highs right now. One of the only stock that's sort of doing that in the sector. JP Morgan, the best of the best. I think that could probably be bought on any weakness heading in. I know it's tough to position ahead of earnings, but is there anything maybe that you're looking at? We can go to an ETF. The floor is yours on this.
Sean, I'm not a fan of banks and bank stocks. To me, they're commodity related, the commodity being the cost of money and interest rate sensitivity. I've never really done well trading banks, so I completely avoid them. So I'm not the guy to ask on this. In fact, today, for Alpha Trends members, I said, listen, does anyone object if I stop talking about these financials? Because they really don't interest me. And, probably poor timing in terms of maybe not wanting to talk about them because the earnings are coming up. But they're in great uptrends. I think you ride those trends, but they're not something I trade, so probably not qualified to talk about.
Okay, so just put the camera only on me, Fabian, please. Wait. Bad question. Right there, Brian. Okay, all right, so no banks for you.
That was a good question. Nothing wrong with the question.
Okay. Bang then. All right, so we're just having some fun right now. All right, Brian. Look, Neil said to me, he's like, all right, make sure you ask Brian about China. And I'm like, Brian, he don't care about no China stocks. We talked about this last week, but I guess maybe we're vindicated a little bit today because FXI and KWeb down 10% each today. What goes up must come down, but we don't necessarily need to talk about that. That was another sector there. I knew I would throw that to you. All right, so one thing that I know that we've talked about a couple times is if we don't like banks, maybe digital currency, digital gold. Can we look a little bit at Bitcoin? For me, I'm a little disappointed. I mean, I bid again. It looks like we're still stuck in a channel to me. I mean, this goes all the way back to February. Like, we're at the same levels here, 35 bucks. It's kind of a sideways move. Sure, we've had dip downs and we've had all-time highs hit as well this year in Bitcoin. So I don't know what's next for this name. I just trade it like a stock and it's above the 200. Again, a sloping 50 that should turn up. Looks very, very similar to that past example that we had, but you sold some BTC. It had a nice run to 64,000. Any thoughts what to do now if you're Bitcoin? If you're, I guess if you're long-term, you're probably buying every dip, but what about maybe swing trades or anything you're doing with Bitcoin now?
Yeah, Sean, I have a partial position in here. I have about a third of my Bitcoin allocation right now, long Bitcoin. If you look at my screen, I've got the actual Bitcoin daily on the left. And this goes back to right here. Let's just frame it up. That's March right over here. And so from March through September, the last 7 months, we've been going sideways with a lot of volatility. These lower highs and lower lows have been replaced, and we have this higher low. We had that higher high, which was extended, but it pulled back to right where it was. I was hoping it would, right in here. So I bought some at 60,420, and then I sold part of it on the way up. But then I ended up buying it back, thinking as long as we're above 60,000, you got to give the benefit of the doubt to the buyers. To me, this looks like the important higher low that we're going to have to hold above. As I said, I only have a third of a position on. Maybe I'll buy some more on strength here. I'm kind of just seeing how it absorbs this current move in here. But I like Bitcoin, and I'm hoping that it can do what I sketched out here on the left, which I'd sketched this out a couple of weeks ago, to pull back down into here and then move higher. So I like it towards the end of the year, as long as we hold above that, let's just call it 59.5. I think we're in good shape, and you've got to be looking for places to get long.
I like that. Sometimes if you sketch things out, you can sketch them out into existence. So let's see if that happens. Yeah. I think we can hodl. Let's hodl for 100K. How about that, Brian? And I think after that we get 200 and we go on from there. Fabian is like sub 30 years old, so he's all over Bitcoin. So that's why those bangs keep happening, as we got some people holding on to that one. Okay, one more. We got a question in the chat, and I know we're running late. I want to thank everybody for watching us. Still 1,800 on board. And I know this is a name, First Solar. I'm going to go back into it with you. I know you're out of it. We discussed this last week when you were on it. But there are still some traders that are looking at the solar names. Today we had TAN ETF down 5.5%. We had First Solar down 2%. And this to me is looking like it wants to retest down into here into 200. So First Solar, I feel like you're out of it. You talked about that last week. So I don't know if you're reassessing this name. Has it hit the road or what? But what are you liking here or looking at? Anything for First Solar, as some traders in the chat are asking?
Again, I did get out of it, as you said. I got out before this move here, I think that was the one. It was maybe a couple of weeks ago.
Yep.
And kind of felt a little silly, but then it broke down. Now we're below the declining 5-day moving average, so I have no interest in it. It's at the 50, so this is a place where maybe it will begin to stabilize and do something like this, and then we can draw an anchor off of this peak right here on the shorter term time frame, and maybe in the next week or so it stabilizes at this 50 and does something like this. And then if it were to stabilize and begin to move higher again with a flat to rising 5-day moving average, then I'd be interested in looking at it again. But right now it just seems it's too early.
Yeah, I don't. I was thinking about that as well. I mean, right now, we're less than a month away now until the election. So not that it's actually going to get settled a month from now, but that's another sensitive area with TAN and whatnot. There it is right here. It is Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP. It's Brian Shannon. Everybody can find you at Alpha Trends. You sort of dropped that there earlier, talking to your members daily, all over the place. Where can they find you? Are you doing anything coming up? Any conferences, any chats or anything you want to mention here on the show?
Well, I just launched a subscription on Twitter.
I saw that.
Which is pretty cool. A lot of value for $10. So
yep.
I do daily videos But I will be at Coronado. I've got next Wednesday is an online event that if people go to my Twitter, I'll post it again.
Okay.
I'll be talking a free presentation about an hour long about market structure and the anchored VWAP.
Perfect.
And I think that's at 11 a.m. Eastern next Wednesday.
Ooh. You know what, Brian? Make sure
I'll post the link to that again.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna log in. I'm gonna log in and check that out as well because I'm off the air at 11, and then we'll come in and join you on the Anchored View Up. I think there's tons of valuable information there, not only in the book but obviously in your conference as well. Brian Shannon, thank you. Until we meet again, my friend. Sorry for the technical hang-ups there today, and thank you for being a trooper and sticking with us. It's Brian Shannon. Go find him at Alpha Trends. Thank you, Brian.
Thanks, Sean. Thanks, everybody.
All right, real quick, man. There's still 1,700 of you, man. Traders, look, we coined this already. Traders stay late. Traders stay real late today as we get coins. Let's do the roll call. For those of you that are here, Rohit, I saw your question there about FSLR. I got you, my guy. Bang, right there. So thank you to Rohit for that question. Thank you for the best in the business, man. Bears versus Bulls. Like, honestly, you know, no matter what show we put on, you're here. So I want to thank you for that. You're staying late. Like, real moderators stay late. How about that one right there? So thank you, Bears versus Bulls. Nathan Williams, TH, going west soon. Okay, that's good. Don't go too far west. You don't want to fall off. Remember the earth, you know. So for profit. Adam is here. What's up, Adam? It was great seeing you, man. Thanks for the matcha. All right, narrow-minded one. TH, Neil Rob, Mass Crusader, still Adam. Bora's here. Nathan's here. Dollar Bill. Pilot Josh is here. Dewey is here. Fulton Burke is here. He says, banging show. Thank you. You know, this show that we put on, we'll keep going, hold on. Lasmel here, Spark Shop, Manish, Lionel, Jay Lee, Bristol, everybody, and a big shout out to the Piper, a big shout out to Brian Shannon. Get that off the screen. Look, the thing is, I take a lot of pride in what we do here because you see, there's no teleprompter, there's no notes, there's no one in our ears. We just do the show from pride, from passion. And what we're talking about, Brian, I'm just running through things. This is what we do. We do it every single day. There he is. What's up, Fabian? He's here running the board with me. It's me and Fabian. Is Obi still here? That's it. So it's like we're staying late for you. Hey, what's up? There's my desk. Oh, there's Obi. Obi, wave. Who is that? Joe over there? There's Obi. What's up? Yeah, and Joe. Joseph. They're over there. All right. Anyways, at the end of the day, this is what it is, man. It's 100% authentic. I want to thank everybody for watching at Trader TV Live. If you like the content, man, email us. Hit us up, man. marketing@tradertv.live. Let them know that you watch the best show. Make sure you hit that like. Make sure you hit that subscribe. Go find me at Trader TV Sean. We have the sticky note every day. We got lots of fun stuff. We have that Pepsi thing. We have Brian Shannon. We have everything every single day. All you need is right here at Trader TV Live. But we can't do it without all of you. So I want to thank everybody for staying late. I'm coming home, Marissa. I'll be there shortly. Sorry about that. See you very, very soon. And thank you to everybody. I'm back here tomorrow at 8:30. Peace.